Series of Poker Circuit event here at the Grand Casino, Tunica, Mississippi. One of the most coveted stops here on the World Series of Poker Circuit. We are down to the final 9. We will be bringing you action hand by hand from this final table. We will have a winner of this circuit event at the end of the day and a circuit ring and some $414,000 to the winner. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are across this great world. Nick Eber here from Bluff Media and WorldSeriesOfPoker.com. We'll be bringing you the action. Great to have you with us today. Quite a great cast of players we have here, including a 2007 Player of the Year, World Series of Poker Player of the Year, that is, Tom Schneider, 2 bracelets in 07, just eked out Jeff Lissandro for the coveted Player of the Year trophy and prize, and we do have Tom Schneider at the final table. We have other World Series of Poker winners, including Ryan Young at this table with us. But for our player introductions, let's go down to the floor and our tournament director, Jimmy Sommerfeld.
Welcome to the championship event of the World Series of Poker Circuit event here in Tunica, Mississippi at the Grand Casino. We started out with 180 players. We're down to the final 9 players. Sitting in seat 1, he's won over $1 million in poker earnings. He's played in over 15 World Series of Poker championship events, circuit events. He's won 2 WSOP bracelets. He's the reigning 2007 Player of the Year, Tom Schneider from Scottsdale, Arizona, with $422,000 in chips.
I'm going to kill everyone's introduction.
Yeah, I know. Player of the Year.
Sitting in seat 2, he comes to us from Atlanta, Georgia. He's won over $34,000 in poker earnings. He was 15th in the World Poker Tour event in Mandalay Bay. He's 32 years old with $417,000 in chips. Ben Sabrin. Sitting in seat 3, he's a chip leader. He's married, he has 2 kids. He learned to play poker by playing online. He's self-taught. He's 34 years old, the chip leader with $929,000 in chips, John Devia. Sitting in seat 4, he's from Toronto, Canada. He now resides in Florida with over $14,000 in career earnings. He finished 13th in this event last year. He's 35 years old with $465,000 in chips, Giovanni Marchacci. Sitting in seat 5, he's 25 years old. He's from Portland, Oregon. He has over $470,000 in winnings. He came in 5th at the Bellagio's 5-diamond event. He comes to the final table with $147,000 in chips, Jordan Rich. Sitting in seat 6, he's 44 years old. He has over $13,000 in lifetime earnings. He's married with 2 kids. He came into the final table at the WSOP circuit event in September with $213,000 in chips, Mark Garner. Sitting in seat 7, he's 51 years old. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. He cashed in the first 3 tournaments he ever played. He's married with 2 kids with $164,000 in chips, Bart Tickleman. Sitting in seat 8, he's 28 years old. He's a local from Tunica, Mississippi with over $66,000 in lifetime earnings. He's played in over 40 circuit events. He's a law student with $325,000 in chips, Don Nicholson. Sitting in seat 9, he's the youngest player he's 23 years old from Torrance, California. He's been playing poker for 6 years. He has won a WSOP bracelet. He's won over $894,000 in career earnings at only 23 years old, Ryan Young. He comes to the final table with $521,000 in chips. The button's going to be in seat number 8, and we left off. We're at $1,000 ante, $4,000, $8,000 blinds.
Apparently.
All right, well, the players here at the World Series of Poker Circuit event at the Grand Casino, Tunica, Mississippi. And play about to commence here at this final table. 1,000 antes, 4,000, 8,000 blinds. You're going to see some chips out there. We have 1,000 chips, 5,000, and 25,000. Those are the chip denominations. First place, let's take a look at payouts here. First place is $415,000 plus a WSOP seat. Second place, $229,000. Third, $126,000, and so on and so forth. Ninth place, $25,000. As you can see, quite a discrepancy there between ninth and first place. Clearly, the money first, second, and third. All right, well, let's get down to the table and the action as we get ready to put cards in the air here at this final table.
Let's shuffle up and deal.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Good luck, guys.
Hey, have fun. Have some fun.
Okay, Donald's going to have the button. He's going to have the small blind.
Hey, Bart.
He's going to have the small blind.
Probably put that 25,000 brown on top.
You're looking there at Tom Schneider, the 2007 World Series of Poker Player of the Year. And next to Tom, you see Ben Sabrin. Ben, 32-year-old from New Jersey, currently living in Atlanta. He's the VP of Development for a software company, and he's reaching for some chips there.
He's going to raise the first pot.
He will raise the first pot. Ben Sabrin
$21,000
makes it $21,000. John Devon will fold.
John folds.
Next up, Giovanni Marcocci. Giovanni will fold. On to Jordan Rich now. You can just see him there with the green hat. Jordan folds. Now to Mark Garner. Mark checks it out, checks his cards out. Caps his cards. Mark, born and raised in Little Rock, Arkansas. He will fold.
Mark folds. Donald folds.
Tickleman folds. Donald Nicholson folds. And now to Ryan Young. Ryan will fold. We do have
Okay, he's going to win the first pot.
well, I can say we have a two-way pot, but Tom Schneider not following that raise, and Ben Sabrin wins the first pot here at the Grand Casino World Series of Poker Circuit. Over 180 players entered this event, 1.2 million prize pool, and that was a $7,500 buy-in, which is a little bit of a change here for many of these circuit events, which typically have been about a $5,000 buy-in for the main events. It used to be they were $10,000, and now it's down. Now some of the locations are increasing the buy-in back to $7,500, and some discussion about them going back to $10,000. Well, dealer had exposed a card there. Back. That will become the burn card, and now the button in front of Ryan Young, Tom Schneider in the small blind, Ben Sabin in the big blind. Action now to Giovanni after John Devon has folded. Giovanni will fold. Now to Jordan Rich. Jordan folds. Mark Garner folds.
Jordan and Mark folds.
We chop down here. We chop.
Ben Tickleman. Excuse me, Bart Tickleman. Bart, 51.
Mark says he's going to raise the pot.
Vancouver originally, lives now in Atlanta. He's going to announce as a raise.
$25,000 is the bet.
And he will bet $25,000. Donald Nicholson folds, and now Ryan Young on the button. Will fold. Tom Schneider invested $4,000 already in the small blind, but he will fold. And now action to Ben Sabrin, now big blind. And he will just call that off. He was already invested $8,000. And here comes our first flop of the day. 9 of diamonds, ace of clubs, deuce of clubs.
Ben checks.
Ben will check.
Bart bets 25,000.
Bart bets 25,000. Ben will fold, and Bart will win the pot.
Last hand of this level, then we're going way up. 1, 5, and 10.
This is the last hand at this level. The end of this level will be going to 1,000 ante, 5,000, 10,000 the blinds. And now Tom Schneider sitting with the button in front of him. Quite a race last year at the World Series for Player of the Year between Tom Schneider and Jeff Lissandro. Tom winning 2 bracelets in a 4th place finish at another event. And that was enough to get him the title. And Giovanni first act will fold. Next, Jordan Rich.
Jordan folds.
And as Jordan will fold, Mark Garner next up. There's Mark, and he caps his cards again.
Mark says he's going to raise.
Announces a raise. It's like about $22,000 for the raise for Mark Garner. Bart Tickleman gets out of the way. Donald Nicholson gets out of the way, and now
Mark folds.
actually there you're looking at Donald Nicholson, and there's Ryan Young directly to his left. Donald Nicholson, a 28-year-old.
Donald calls to 22,000.
Originally from Boston, but lives here in Tunica, Mississippi. He's a poker pro and a law student. His poker highlights winning lots of money, but still knowing what matters. And we do currently have two-way action here between Donald Nicholson and Mark Garner, as John Devon gets out of the way. So we are heads up here in this pot.
There, it ain't coming over here.
I'm going to see our second flop of the day, and here it comes. It's the 8 of diamonds, 5 of diamonds, Queen of hearts. 8-5 queen with 2 diamonds. Mark Garner.
Mark checked.
It's checked. Now there's Donald Nicholson. He's next to act. And,
watch your fingers. You're shaking real bad.
Donald will bet out. $33,000. Now Mark doesn't look like he's going to fold here.
Mark's going to show ace of diamonds, king of spades, and fold. Donald's going to win the pot.
Showing an ace king. And Donald Nicholson with that second time we've seen Donald being aggressive here early on at this final table.
We on 5-10 now?
And it's the same. Right.
One, 5, and 10.
All right, getting a. You're getting a good look there. Getting a good look there at Donald Nicholson. who so far has been the most aggressive player at the table, though only a few hands in.
Donald raises the pot to 25,000.
And once again, Donald will raise the pot.
Iron fold.
And
Top fold.
looks like all right, and once again, Donald showing a lot of aggression. But Ben, well, we do have John Devon. There's got a bit of a cold there, and no doubt we'll be hearing some hacking.
Heads up to suited one.
We now have two players in this, Donald and John. And here comes the flop. It's 4-3-9. 4-tray-9, two clubs. Two clubs and a spade. And Donald will lead out with a bet. And bets 40,000 and wins the pot. Shows pocket deuces. And once again, we'll take down the pot. Well, we do have a player here at the table suffering a little bit from one of these nasty colds going around here, and I will tell you this: it's the weather here at Tunica, Mississippi, been a little on the cold side. Next stop on the World Series of Poker Circuit Tour, we'll be bringing you live action from Rincon, Harrah's Rincon Casino there in North San Diego County. All right, Donald will fold. Now on to Ryan Young. Ryan will fold. Ben Sabrin folds. Action now to, well, there goes Ben. Action now to John Devon on the button.
Raise.
John announces raise. And
$32,000 is the bet.
he makes it 32,000. John, a 34-year-old from New York,
Giovanni folds with the small line.
currently living in West Palm Beach, Florida. You learn to play poker online and satellited in here at the Grand Casino, Tunica, Mississippi. And if you have an opportunity to come down here, you should really come down. This is quite the poker mecca. It's a lovely resort, beautiful people. Lovely place, Tunica, Mississippi. I know you're saying Mississippi. Come on. But you know what? It's very nice. Admittedly, dental work in short supply, but fun nevertheless. Jordan Rich, you're looking at him there on your screen. Jordan, born and raised in Portland, Oregon. Came fifth at the WPT Gold Strike and sixth in the Aruba Poker Classic, and we had an opportunity to bring you that event
Queen of hearts, 10 of hearts, 10 of clubs.
as well. Queen 10-10. Two hearts and a club.
Jordan checks. John bets. 100,000.
Jordan checked. John came out with 100,000 chip bet, and now action back to Jordan. Will
John
fold.
wins the pot.
John Devon wins the pot. You're watching live hand-by-hand coverage from the final table here at the World Series of Poker Circuit event at the Grand Casino in Tunica, Mississippi. Apparently we are right by the border of a bunch of states. Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi.
Johnny has the bet. Jordan has the small blind.
If you want to marry your first cousin, come on down. This is the place. Well, once again, Donald is going to make it 30,000 for Donald Nicholson. Again, those gray chips, 10,000 apiece.
Make it 90.
Ryan raises the butt to 90,000.
Ben's folded. John's out, Giovanni's out, Jordan's out. And Mark, as you heard, said he has a real good time to have rockets. And he's going to look down and... You're hearing our great audio from the table here. But Mark will fold. And there is Ryan Young, a 23-year-old from Torrance, California, my hometown of sorts. Won the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em event in last year's World Series of Poker. He enjoys basketball. Actually, I believe Ryan said... No, Ryan enjoys basketball. Jordan Rich said next to his poker playing, his highlight was varsity basketball in high school. And we have a flop. It's Queen, Jack, 5. We have 2 clubs and a spade. Donald checks. Oh, we have an all-in. Donald got out of the way, and Ryan will take down that pot. You can hear the players commenting on the fine poker table that they're playing on. Another quality product from the people that bring you TV tables at the World Series of Poker.
Two spades.
Donald's out now. There's Ryan.
2 in a row?
Gotta ride the hot streak.
Ryan raises the pot.
Looks like about...
It's got a little pep in his step.
Excuse me, the gray chips are $5,000. That's a 27,000 chip raise. Action now to John Devon, who folded, as did Giovanni Marcacci. Excuse me, Giovanni. Giovanni is the 35-year-old contractor from Toronto, Canada, living now in Florida. And Ryan wins another pot. The button now in front of Mark Garner. Ryan's folded. Tom Schneider's folded. Ben Sabin's out. Now to John Devon.
Yeah, they don't slide very well. They don't slide very well. They don't pick up well.
John is out. Giovanni's out. Jordan's out. Action now to Mark Garner. Mark announces raise 27,000.
Bonus is the bet.
Getting a good look there at Mark Garner. And his nemesis, Donald Nicholson, right there. Donald's all the way to the left side of your screen. Now on the right side of your screen. Bart Tickleman. The CEO who does corporate turnarounds, Bart Tickleman. Looks like a CEO who does corporate turnarounds. Originally from Vancouver, living in Atlanta, Bart Tickleman, 41 years old, came in with 164,000 in chips, 8th place, and trying to do a turnaround on his chip stack. And we have a flop. It's deuce tray 4, 2 clubs and a heart. And Mark Garner staring intently at Bart Tickleman and Donald Nicholson. But Bart is first to act here. And he will bet $40,000, or chips actually. Donald will fold. And now to Mark Garner. He's going to cap his cards again. And now Mark will do the patented Garner stare down on Bart Tickleman. And he's looking at his chips and... And he will fold. And now Bart Tickleman will win the pot. And as we said, the CEO trying to do a corporate turnaround on his short stack. And that would add some nice chips there to Bart's stack. For Bart Tickleman, he's cashed in his first 3 live tournaments that he's ever played. And that makes it to a TV table here at the World Series of Poker circuit. We just saw the chip counts. Maybe we can take a look at that. There you have it. The chip counts coming into the event today, and you can see Jordan Rich, the short stack, Bart Tickleman not too far behind. Our big stack, though, John Devia. Excuse me, I'm calling him Devin. His name's John Devia. John Devia with a little under $1 million in chips. Twice as much as the next guy, which is Ryan Young. Then Giovanni Marcacci, Tom Snyder, Ben Sabrin, Donald Nicholson, Mark Garner, and then our 2 short stacks. And there you're looking at Mark Garner. And Donald, surprise, surprise, raises.
$35,000 raise.
Makes it 35,000. I wonder what would bring someone who is originally from Boston, Massachusetts, down to live in Tunica, Mississippi.
You sure I had a 6?
Because I'll tell you, I've driven around Tunica, Mississippi, and there's some nice casinos, but there's not a whole lot of anything else. A lot of open fields and
Just in case it wasn't my 6.
pickup trucks. I believe the actual casino area is in a location called Robinsonville. Tunica, small town, a few miles up the 61.
Everybody having fun yet?
The nearest civilization would be Memphis, which is all of about 25 or 30 minutes away. Not too far.
Through the nose, out through the mouth.
And of course, Memphis known for Elvis and Graceland, and had a chance to visit Graceland, and all I can say is, baby. If you like shag carpet, you will love Graceland.
starts singing. Got a good voice at times. Couldn't drive me away.
Well, I've done a lot of these events, and it's always interesting when the players start singing at the table.
Yeah, there's no getting your cards up. All right, you want me to play a pot?
Tom is playing his first spot.
Shut up.
All right, Tom Schneider's now in the spot. 10-8-6, 2 clubs.
$15,000 bet. All right.
Ryan puts out 15,000.
You're gonna have to take this one out. I got one of those. That's a 9 in my hand.
Ryan's going with the pot.
And Ryan will win that pot.
Got the joint. There you go, Ryan.
And If ifs and buts were chestnuts and walnuts, we'd all have a happy Groundhog Day. Whatever that means. Yeah, I don't know what it means.
We'll turn this over to the real announcer, Brooks Kirk.
And we're going to get a change on the floor as Jimmy Sommerfeld will turn over the mic to Brooks Turk, who will take over as the tournament director on the floor here at this final table.
Sounds a little bit smoother.
Brave.
All right, well, action fast and furious. Being a little facetious, we've had 2 players really. Mark Garner, Donald Nicholson, Jordan Rich have been the most active players. Let's go back down to the table. All right, well, Donald's going to fold. And Ryan Young, who was on the button and looking at a rather large chip stack in front of him. And Ryan will call.
What did I start?
And Tom folds.
Guys, I apologize for getting up and spaced for a second.
And Ben will fold. And now we have 3-way action. Ryan, Bart, and King 6-8. We have 2 spades and a diamond. King of spades, 8 of spades, 6 of diamonds. Bart moves all in. And Ryan Young is folded. Now John Devia. You're seeing Bart Tickleman there. And across the table from him, John Devia is got a decision to make. And there's John, and he will fold. And once again, Bart will continue to turn around his dwindling chip stack, although he's won 2 moderate-sized pots here in the last 10 or 15 minutes. I believe the Atlantic City Circuit event, by this time the table was heads up. This one not quite taking on that accelerated pace that some of the other circuit events have taken. This is the part of a final table that I like to call the bottom sniffing stage, where the players, like dogs in a park, are sniffing each other's bottoms, deciding if they like it or not, and I think fairly soon we'll see some fur flying. If you like that analogy, you can write and let us know at WSOPradio@yahoo.com. A new feature to our broadcasts, your ability to interact with us, so we'd love to hear from you at WSOPradio@yahoo.com. And action now. Well, I said the fur was going to fly, and it looks like it is, as Ryan Young has re-raised now to 90,000. We're seeing the first of the dark brown chips in play. Those are 25,000 apiece. And Tom Schneider will fold. And now Ben Sabrin will fold. And now on to John Devia, who will fold. And now to Donald, our raiser. And there you can see Donald. I'll get it here. 2,000, 8,000, 16,000. Those are the levels. Those are the blinds and antes. And let's get back to the table and back to the action. And there you see Donald Nicholson.
And Donald raises up to 45,000. Brian folds over to Ben now. Takes it in. Now to John on the small line.
Well, Donald Nicholson grabbing a little slice of pizza there.
Folds over to Giovanni.
Action now to Giovanni.
2 8s.
He lays it down.
Pocket
and
threes.
Donald wins the pot.
And Donald picks up the
Little
pot.
pocket 3s, man. Have bad luck against yourself. Probably some 8-3-3. 8-3.
And there are the current chip counts. We have Donald Nicholson is our chip leader with 1.1 million. Ben Sabrin second with 801,000. We have Ryan Young at 358. Tom Schneider 306. Ben Tickleman at 268. Oh, something nasty's happening out there. I actually don't believe those chip counts are correct. We're going to wait to get some corrected chip counts. Some loud interference there or something from the floor of the casino. And that showed the chip counts that we just looked at actually showed John Devia as our short stack. I don't believe that is the case, actually. I believe Ben Sabrin is currently our short stack. Or excuse me, not Ben Sabrin. Bart Tickleman is our short stack. So we'll get the updated counts and bring them to you corrected. But I do believe that Donald Nicholson with 1.1 million as our chip leader is correct, so we can
One of the gun bar folds.
mention that.
Action over to Donald.
Now we go to Donald Fold. Now to Ryan Young. Ryan. You can see right to the left there as we pan over. There's Ryan.
45.
Makes it
Ryan
45,000.
raised it up to 45,000 for Ben.
Now to Ben Sabrin. Ben folds. Now off to John Devia.
Now to John.
Power button. And John is our sick player. If you've been hearing some coughing and hacking throughout the tournament, that's the culprit right there.
John declares a re-raise.
Oh, I love it.
It's going to make it 145,000 straight. Divine folds from the small blind, action over to Mark from the big blind.
John Devia has just re-raised 148,000, which would be more chips than the list says he has. Actually, I believe he's at 680,000. I believe that's the right number.
Okay, John.
Ryan lays it down and John opens the pot.
Where's that, John? I got two for you. Yeah, but then it just
All right, we'd like to welcome to the booth our
quick ramp in this tournament,
eighth-place
and then
finisher here, Tom Schneider. Tom, the 2007 World Series of Poker Player of the Year. Tom, great to have you with us.
It's not great to be here.
No, I'm absolutely sure you feel that way, and some big hands at this table, Tom. Some big hands.
Some very big hands. I was not the recipient of any of them, but that's the way it goes. I just went very card dead and picked up pocket nines 3 times and only was able to play them 1 time and got beat.
Right.
So anyway, that's the way it goes. I see my name is erased from the screen.
Yes, your name is erased from the screen. We
nice.
do that so we can keep up with it. But your name is not erased now on screen, because when we
That's
bring you
right.
on, we'll have your name underneath your face.
Oh, great.
yes,
Great.
because we are professionals here.
I noticed that.
At least we try to be.
Yeah.
Very interesting table unfolding. We're definitely seeing the more aggressive players doing well here, particularly Donald Nicholson. We've had some massive hands, aces against kings. Early on, we had Ryan Young. Excuse me, not Ryan Young. We had Jordan Rich with his Jack 10 coming up against another big hand. We've had jacks against nines. We've had I mean, you name it. We've seemed to have had it so far.
Yeah, there's a couple people running pretty good. It seems like the right side of the table is catching a lot of cards, and the left side of the table is pretty darn dead.
It does seem that way, although John Devia are losing a huge pot to Donald Nicholson.
Mm-hmm.
And as we watched Donald play here, there was a hand in particular where he had aces against Ryan Young's kings, and he just Ryan re-raised,
Right.
Here to help.
and it was obvious that Donald was going to push,
Right.
and the play acting so that when he did push, Ryan would call him was spectacular.
Yeah, some people think maybe he overdid it a little bit.
It got the desired result, didn't it?
It did get a desired result. I also think, though, it's possible he was actually just trying to figure out whether he could extract more money by just calling there and then checking and moving all in after the flop. So I think that there was some valid thinking, but he did take a little bit longer than I think he might have needed to, but that's okay. That's the way it goes.
Well, I know this had to have been a disappointing result for you, but you're only given a certain amount of cards, and you have a certain amount of time to play them.
Right. Very disappointing, actually. I just I can't seem to, and I'm not trying to complain, but I don't catch any cards at final tables. I just really run very card dead. No, I think ace 9 was my best ace hand, and a pair of 10s with no action, and three pairs of 9s, and that's about it. But
so
that happens oftentimes.
So as you watch this table, we've obviously got Donald Nicholson, who's now our chip leader. We've got John Devia, who seems to have run very hot earlier on in the tournament, and maybe cooling down a bit here at the final table. Certainly lost about 300,000, 400,000 of his chips to Donald in that last big hand. we have the two of them, and Mark Garner, who has been playing a fairly short stack, but has been picking and choosing. For my money, next out's going to be Bart Tickleman, who's just not playing enough hands, I don't think, to survive here.
He's playing very tight. I don't know what is his chip count. Do we have a chip count on him?
Yes, we do. Bart has 268,000. Mark Garner with 219,000, and Giovanni Maracchi. And this is like the fifth time I've come up with a new pronunciation of his name. Maracchi. Giovanni Maracchi.
That sounds like a shoe.
It does,
a
yeah.
famous shoe.
That is Bruno Mali,
yeah,
I think. But, you know,
close enough.
But is he wearing isotoners?
No, I don't know. He might be. He might be. I think, I guess my assessment of the whole thing is that Don and Ryan are probably the two best players at the table remaining, and they have a sense of where they are in the hand a little bit better, I think, and they're also more aggressive. Bart this is his first time at a final table, and it's his first major event, so congratulations to him. But he's predictable, very predictable, and also just playing way too tight. If he loosened it up on these guys, and he's going to have to when it gets down shorter if he's still in, then he could probably take down a lot of pots stealing from these guys. They're just not, he's just playing way too tight.
Well, you're watching hand-by-hand coverage in the final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit event at the Grand Casino, Tunica. Nick Geber here, along with World Series of Poker 2007 Player of the Year and 8th place finisher here, Tom Schneider. One more player eliminated, then we'll start bringing you hole cards on a regular basis.
Oh, we're not getting hole cards just yet.
We'll wait till 6. That way we can be sure that we get them all. Because with 9 players, by the time you figure out what everyone has, a lot of times everyone's marked. But on the big hands, we do know what they are. So we do announce.
So can we say what a couple hands were against me?
No, that one hand we did not get. The one big bluff hand, we think it was a bluff. We did not get. But
really.
I can walk you in the back afterwards and speak to them.
Oh, I see. Okay. How about the hand that Ben had against Giovanni?
No, that's the one that we didn't get, actually. The Ben Giovanni hand, yeah.
Okay.
Because neither of them showed, actually, on that hand.
Okay. Well, it looks like we have some action here.
We do indeed. We have a flop of ace of diamonds, 8 of spades, 10 of spades. And you're looking at Donald Nicholson. He's going to throw out a 25,000 chip bet.
That's what we usually do when we're playing in our games, to keep ourselves interested.
And now Ryan Young. Looks like he's going to raise. Or maybe not. Now Ryan certainly lives up to his last name, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. He does. He does. He's a really nice guy. I like him a lot. He's been very pleasurable and takes beats really well, and I think he's a really good player as well.
I want to say Ryan's going to fold, but I want to say that we actually broadcast Ryan's bracelet at the World Series. I think we did that one in the sequestered tent.
I wish I'd have known that. I might have tried to take a look at that.
You see, there's all sorts of things to learn at the WorldSeriesOfPoker.com website. About to have a facelift, the website. We're very excited about that.
I thought you were about to have a
facelift. No. I need one, but I personally need one badly. But,
you know, I had a real bad beat. I loaned the guy $5,000 for some plastic surgery. Now I can't find him.
I mean, I had a 10.
It's a good one.
Pretty sure he didn't have an ace. So.
It wasn't Colombian, was it?
I don't think I could fold. Kind of a drawy board, though.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players. The blinds are still. The blinds have gone up to what?
The blinds are 2,000, 8,000, 16,000.
So 2,000 ante, 8 and 16,000
Yep.
small and big blind.
And that's putting a lot of pressure on the small stacks at this point. So I don't.
Right.
I mean, particularly Giovanni, who is officially short stack. You think that 10 times the big blind is it would make you short stacked. He is there. And close behind, not too far behind, is Mark Garner and Bart Tickleman. And I certainly hope that John Tevye is starting to feel a little better as he's been coughing and hacking his way through the final table here.
Yeah, Giovanni's been sick the whole tournament. He said he felt better today, but I sat next to him. I'm surprised I haven't gotten this cold or whatever it is that he's got.
And now to Donald Nicholson. Donald, originally from Boston, Massachusetts, now resides here in Tunica, Mississippi, and you have to ask yourself why.
No pattern.
Last chance to be a hero, Ryan.
Well, that did come to mind, but I didn't want to say it. Actually, I got to tell you, Tunica is one of my favorite stops in the circuit
You don't
events
play nice
series
with me like you play
because
nice with Tom?
people are very friendly down here.
What's up with that?
There's always a good pot limit Omaha game, which is one of my favorite games.
that?
The poker here is some of the best in the country.
It
I mean,
is. It really
that
is.
there's no doubt.
Really is. The weather sure stinks, though.
It does. And, you know, I drove through the town of Tunica, which is
You got a microphone.
really not large.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is a Tunica museum, which is very impressive. So I just wonder what sort of cultural shock a guy from Boston gets moving to Tunica. But it's interesting to see. Well, meanwhile, Ryan Young has picked up a few more chips.
Really. It's a tough laydown, I tell you.
Street crazy.
They were bored of everyone holding, so
I know.
I had to give them some excitement.
Nobody told me about you.
And actually, we'll begin with Giovanni this time. He lays it down over to Mark.
A discussion here in the booth.
Well, I think she's right on, actually. I don't know what to say. I love to play video poker.
My wife Julie is in here, and she's
And I'm going to raise it up to 40
desiring
now.
to play some video poker. And we just had a discussion this morning about playing video poker. And
It's great fun. Video poker is great fun. And it can be profitable.
we haven't seen that yet.
But she hasn't played enough. It's a coin-in game. You've got to get as
she
much
hasn't
in.
played enough.
Yeah.
Looks
Oh, no,
like,
no. You
Looks like Donald took down another pot.
Yeah, but, you know, we're talking video poker.
That's
I mean,
right.
let's forget this for a minute.
Forget
Let's
the poker.
forget
It's
this
not
actual
important
one. The key to video poker, Tom, is that you have to have the bankroll, because it's a very close to even game if you play it right, or slightly ahead. So you've got to have the bankroll for the option there.
Slightly ahead. Yeah. Wow. Hold on.
So I'm actually I'm getting myself in the middle of a marital spat here.
Yes. We have marital spats regarding this many times. Many times.
Tom, now, where's my bankroll to go play? Because I was actually going to go play with her and just leave you here.
Let me do this. Yeah. Okay, hold on one second. I have to argue with my wife, so I'm going to press the panic button here.
What did you do? All right, well, let's get back to the action here. Ben Sabrin on the button.
All right, first act will be Mark this time. Mark folds, Mark folds.
Everyone's folding around here.
I feel like you're encouraging action.
I'm getting worked over here like a mule.
Well, you know, Tom,
I
if it
know.
was slot machines, I would take your
can't
side.
speak
If
for
it were,
everybody.
you know, if it were one of the really slanted games, you know, I would back you up. But you know, video poker, it's fun. Video poker can be fun.
Oh, man.
I spend hours playing video poker.
I imagine you do.
Ball in, and John's going to make the call. John turns over to
We have all in and a call.
All in and a call here. Enough for the video poker here. We've got
I had a 7 in my hand.
pocket sevens.
Ben was pocket seven.
Ben's a pocket sevens and ace queen.
Let's see the flop.
For John.
Yep, for John. And, oh, look at that. 8, 9, 10. So now open-ended as well.
With the ace queen.
With the
He's
ace
going to
queen.
catch a jack. He
Or could get running diamonds here.
yeah, he doesn't. He's not really open-ended because he doesn't want to catch a jack.
He does not want to catch a jack. And there's the 8. Now we got
Oh, flush draw.
Now we've got a flush draw here.
Ace, queen, jack, or diamond.
And a straight flush draw. So
Yes.
six or jack of diamonds is no good.
6 of diamonds.
It's a very
I feel a
interesting
6
hand
of
here,
diamonds.
isn't it?
6 of diamonds.
Not that far apart, and it's the
Oh,
ace.
an ace. Wow.
Oy.
Ace is up for Giovanni. He will double.
So John Devia will lose more of his chips.
Actually, I think it's Giovanni.
Oh, excuse me, it's Giovanni.
I made that same mistake.
No, Giovanni won. John Devia.
Right.
John's losing his chips. John was the
Oh,
other.
I thought it was Ben in the pot.
Oh, excuse me, Ben. My bad. No, it looks like.
It does look like John. Wow,
No,
we
it's
got
John.
this all screwed up,
Yeah,
didn't we?
we did. We were talking about video poker. so-
We're back to poker. I've settled with my wife. I had to give her some money to go play to get her the hell out of here, and she's happy, and I think I'm happy.
You know, for me, I
was a
enjoy
strange
smoking
board.
cigars, Tom.
Oh, you
and
do?
The bigger the better, frankly, and the stronger the better. So I'm smoking some particularly fine Fuente Añejos right now.
Really?
49, the big one. I take a couple of hours. And, you know, the only place really to smoke a couple of hours is at either the Paigao table
I love Paigao.
or playing video poker. Now, I have a story in Paigao. I was at the Rio about 3 months ago, and I hit a 7-card straight flush.
Oh, wow.
I did have the Joker, which was unfortunate because it paid 1,000 to 1 versus 8,000 to 1.
Wow.
But that's still almost.
And how much did you have out on that?
Well,
that
this is a long story, and I don't really want to get into the story because it doesn't reflect well upon the particular property at the time. But
Oh, I see.
I did in fact have $10 on the fortune bonus, and then $5 riding for the dealer.
Just found any card.
So the dealer should have made 5,000,
Right.
and I got the 10,000.
Right.
But they apparently have a rule where they cap how much the dealer can make.
Oh.
So they gave the dealer 1,004 rather than giving me 14,000 and the dealer 1,000, or giving the dealer 5,000, which is what I wanted,
They gave the dealer 1,000
and 4.
and 4,000.
No, $1,004.
$1,004.
Right, because they said they capped.
Oh, wow.
You follow that one?
Yeah.
But you know what? It's a hand that doesn't happen all that much.
No, it
And
it just
I,
doesn't happen.
I believe someone told me the odds were over 1 in 200 and something thousand.
I believe.
you would pick up.
So
anyway, it was a great moment for me.
Yeah.
And I've not played Paigao since because I played one more hand after that, and I got a 5-card straight flush. And then I figured that my Paigao luck had run its course.
Yeah, you are done.
I'm
Good.
done.
It's like making a hole-in-one quitting golf. It's the right thing to do.
Pretty much what you do.
40.
Meanwhile, we do have action unfolding here.
Giovanni looks like he's thinking a little bit.
He does. I've been watching Giovanni play a little bit here, and I've been impressed actually with his positional poker. He's picking good positions to get involved in hands. I think partly surprising me a little bit with his play because he is not all that experienced of a player.
He has been playing from appearances. It looks as though he's playing pretty tight. He's not. He hasn't been involved in too many pots.
Not
Looks
too
like
many.
he's picking it up the pace a little bit here.
And Mark Garner just announces all in,
Should have seen that coming.
and he's coming all in over the top on Donald, and I wonder if Donald's going to call this. I mean, Giovanni hardly has, pardon me, Mark, that could have only been, can only be about another 100,000 to make this call.
I'm going to guess Mark has a monster hand
Yeah,
here.
Donald's going to fold.
He's just not going to make that move without a really big hand here.
137.
Now it's on to Giovanni, who has another 137,000 to call off if he wants to see a flop. And that'll essentially almost put Giovanni all in. Won a couple of small pots, but
John folded.
137 more, right?
This is a time where he's actually thinking about the hand because it's not any time to Hollywood because all he has to do is call. So he really does have a decision here. I'm guessing we still don't have the cards. I'm guessing he has something like maybe 8s, 9s, 10s. So maybe an ace-jack, something like that.
I was thinking ace-jack.
Yeah.
Got a hand? Or you stealing?
Well, Tom, you read that right.
Nice bet.
And Mark has a big hand. There it is. Oh, wow, he doesn't have a big hand. Was it an ace-3 or
No,
threes?
pocket threes against
Wow.
ace-jack for Giovanni.
No,
and,
I got king
I didn't
queen.
know how many chips Mark had. That would have made a big difference, but
You got a pair, John?
that's amazing.
One deuces, though.
I like the move for Mark. He's short stacked. I mean, it's all in. He probably hasn't seen too many good cards.
Right.
And it goes.
Yep.
I would have.
But,
I
if
guarantee
Giovanni
I call.
had as many chips as Donald, that's an easy call.
I'm calling if y'all aren't behind
Yeah,
me, but I
that's
figure y'all
pretty
gotta be
easy call
calling me
there.
with pairs to call my
He
raise.
he ran up against the one guy that really couldn't afford to make a mistake in
That's
this.
a
Right.
free double.
Yeah.
Whatever, though. Doesn't matter.
Well, we still have 7 players. I feel kind of lonely in here.
This hand could get counted.
Oh, no offense, Nick, but
They don't call me. I'll call his all in straight out.
sure would like to see a little bit more action, a couple all-ins,
It's going to happen.
and a big call. So far, I'd love to see Donald's hands. He's just, so far, he's had so many big hands. And, at first, it makes it easy to call him because he was raising so often, but I don't know if he had hands every time or not. But
There's Ryan Young. You're looking at Ryan Young, 23 years old, a World Series bracelet from last year from the town that I live in currently, Torrance, California.
Isn't that where they have all the rights?
No, that wasn't Torrance.
Oh, it was.
That was like
It sounds like Torrance, though, doesn't it? Or not Torrance.
Compton.
Compton, yeah. Something. It sounds
Actually, it's not too far away.
Really?
He's over raised right now. Ben has raised. John has coughed.
Yeah.
Now onto Giovanni.
I thought I might be able to get a coughing tell off of him, but it happened so often it was just not working for me.
I remember last year in this event, Brian Wilson finished in 12th place, was the chip leader actually for most of the latter parts of the tournament, but was deathly ill. And they had to actually make a rule exception that he could be in the hand and standing because none of the players wanted him seated at the table.
Yeah.
So
that's good.
Which they were all happy to get.
Yeah, exactly.
But he really was very sick. And finally, I don't remember the guy that went on to win it actually. Made a couple of really bad calls on him. And then went to explain it afterwards with the wrong math. And when I pointed this out to him, he wanted to argue with me. I said, okay, well, that's fine.
Oh, boy.
Thank you, Juan. What can you say?
Yeah. Sometimes
math or no math.
Math doesn't matter. I made a couple of mathematical calls
No, you made a great
that
play.
I wish I had made,
I'm
especially with the
still in
pocket
shock.
nines against pocket jacks. I had a feeling he had a really big hand just with the way he was behaving. And it was mathematically the right decision, but I'm really irritated myself because I had a read and a feeling that he had a big hand. And I gave him another 83,000 or some number like that in chips to Mark.
Well, when you say that, though, Tom, I mean, when you talk about math in a tournament versus in a cash game, in a cash game, you can say, I'm a 2-1 underdog, but I'm getting 4-1 on my money. I'm going to make a call, right?
Right.
And you can make that call because if you get into that situation enough times, in the long run, you're going to come out ahead, right?
Right.
But in a tournament, it doesn't work for you because you only get one bite at the apple. If you're done, you're done, or your chips are crippled, and then the value of your chips is a lot less when you have fewer chips.
Right.
Obviously. So, I mean, I hear a lot of people sort of bandying these math terms around loosely, and I'm not sure just how much that. I think there's a different set of mathematics that apply to
I agree with
tournament
you.
poker.
I agree with you, and I tend to not be as mathematical as as a lot of other players, and I was kind of irritated myself because I actually made a decision based upon math as opposed to what I thought or my feel. So
Any update on
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, actually looking forward to the World
Did
Series.
he?
I'll
The
hopefully
train?
have
The
a
train
chance
came
to
off tracks?
discuss that in detail with Barry Greenstein because Barry loves to talk, particularly
I hadn't
Businessman,
noticed.
Lo, that's what I
particularly
like about
about math and concepts and theory.
Yeah.
Is he going to be doing some broadcasts at the?
I hope everyone will be
Spirit,
involved in the
spirit of
broadcast of the
giving.
World Series. We're planning
Green
on
is one of
doing
the seven
over
deadly
40 of them.
sins.
Oh wow! Oh, so are they sequestered 40
We
tournaments?
will
or?
not be sequestering them. We will choose somewhere between 3 and 4 events to do hole cards.
Okay.
But until we can build the facilities that we need to properly facilitate a sequestered area of the World Series, we think it's better to let the play go and use the setting and staging that's built, and and let it flow. And I think poker fans like poker, whether they're seeing the hole cards or not. Obviously, as announcers, we like to see the hole cards.
Right. Yeah. I feel a lot smarter if I see the hole cards.
Noah, I'm like this, baby.
But there are a lot of events this year, and we are currently quite far along in a very big announcement that will be made.
I like that. I'm president? Is that what the announcement is? You can tell me now.
Yes,
I'm president of
both
something.
McCain and Obama and Clinton and Huckabee have all stood aside.
I just meant something at the World Series. President of something at the World Series, that's all.
Good president of the 2007 Player of the Year fan club.
There's only one member, unfortunately.
Two, I think your wife.
Yeah, I don't know.
Once you gave her the bankroll.
Yeah. Once I give her 200, she's a real big fan.
Welcome, James.
I think we need to make a bet on the over and under is how long it takes her to go through that 200.
It depends, the thing with video poker is if you hit a couple of big hands early, you can coin up in the machine and then play through that. And then ultimately those machines will hit. I mean, I hit, and I hope the IRS isn't listening. But
you probably got some sort of a document anyway on that.
Oh yeah, of course I did. I hit 4 aces with the kicker twice yesterday.
That's pretty big. And in
that was 2,000
video poker world. That's very big.
$2,000 for each of them, so four grand.
I figured they both had.
And then I was the last event we were at.
You got to quit this gig.
I had a royal in
professional video poker.
Yeah,
video
absolutely,
poker player.
Video poker. Yeah, that's it. Not very social though. Is
That
it?
and a cigar smoking aficionado.
And you got your pretty face.
Actually, we were having a great conversation earlier, Tom, about Tunica and some of the other stops here on the circuit tour. I mean, Tunica's one, Caesars Indiana is another, which is
I love
Louisville.
Caesars Indiana.
And the quality of players that you get at these circuit events will surprise a lot of people. Because there are some very solid players that come out here. And part of that is that there are a lot of players that just can't afford to travel, or that don't have the time to travel.
Right, they're working and...
Exactly, and that doesn't mean they're not great poker players. I mean,
Right.
there are a lot of good ones, and I had my clock cleaned in Caesars, Indiana. I can tell you that when we played there. Oh, yeah.
I cleaned a few clocks out there. They had dirty clocks.
Yeah, they did,
They
yes.
had very dirty clocks, and I felt they needed to be cleaned.
There's the nice riverboat there. Here, of course, not a riverboat.
Right. I don't know. Well, it's not a river boat, but it's a structure on water, right?
No, Indiana is an actual boat.
Right, I know, but here it's a structure on water.
Yeah,
you
this
have to
is-
walk across some sort of a water.
Yeah, this is actually an island.
Oh, really?
I believe.
We're on an island in the river.
They have sort of dug a moat around it.
Island
and
in
the
the
river
stream.
flows.
I think it's
Yes,
where they
that's
came
right.
up with the song. Is that right?
Let's not sing. Let's leave that to Ben. I
Oh,
believe, who
please
was doing the
don't.
singing.
Please don't leave it to Ben. I had to sit next to that. I think that's why I got knocked out 8th. I wanted to be gone. Sorry, Ben. If you're ever
All
listening.
right, well, Ryan making a move here.
Everybody always picking on me?
So Ryan has re-raised Ben. Ben will make the call.
All right, we got a flop. I
We
like
do have a
flops.
flop coming. And quite a lot of chips in that pot, too. And here it comes. It's deuce of diamonds, 10-9 of hearts. Ryan first to act here, and that's 40,000. I would say that was...
What do you have left?
He says he thinks he's bluffing. Is that because he bet so quick, Tom?
It could be, and I think he's seen Ryan slow play some hands and do a lot of checking from that spot. So
280 total.
that also he might be setting him up by saying, "I think you're bluffing," because he actually has a hand and is going to put some money in, and that way it makes Ryan think that Ben could be weak because he's only betting because he thinks Ryan's bluffing. If that made any sense.
That did.
Oh boy,
Surprisingly enough.
that's good. I like to make sense. Ben threw it
Ben
away.
threw it away. Interesting.
I think, what happens sometimes in these tournaments where you don't have big names, they're really, really trying to move their way up the pay scale and move their, a lot of these guys just don't want to make any mistakes. They don't want to go home and say, gee, I blew it. But at the same time, by doing that, you sometimes don't give yourself a chance to win. They're just going to have to get a little bit more aggressive here. I say that, and I threw away a lot of hands, but I really caught absolutely nothing. That's why I'm here.
It seems that there was a rather uneven distribution of big hands.
Oh, yeah.
There's Giovanni, who's looks like 75. He got about 175. Maybe not. Maybe 150,000 there. I would say. And he's all in. We'll find out right now.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Mark folds. Bart folds. Donald folds. Now action to Ryan. Ryan will fold. Now to Ben Sabrin. Ben folds.
Giovanni has a very tight image. People aren't going to call him with too many with an average hand. I think they're unless he gets real short.
That's 24,000 plus the ante, so it's about 30,000 in that pot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to be picked up.
Right.
And when you only have about 150,000 or so, that's
right.
You know, that's a lot of chips.
It makes you sleep well at night picking up that 31,000.
Sure.
I know it would me. I'd sure like to be there picking up some money.
Run right to the video poker machine.
Where did Bart go? Did he go home?
Bart?
Oh no, he's still there at the table.
Bart's still there. Yeah.
Bart's going to have to.
Bart's going to have to wake up and blow the dust off his chips if he wants to play a hand here.
There's moths flying around those chips.
All right, Mark's going to be our end of the gun player this hand.
Mark in a nice green shirt there. And there is Bart Tickleman, a CEO and turnaround specialist.
Mm-hmm. Nice guy.
51-year-old, originally Canadian, now lives in Atlanta.
Bart lays it down over to Donald.
Married with 2 kids.
Extremely patient, as you can tell.
There seems to be a nice rapport at the table between the players. I mean, there's no one person sort of irritating everybody.
That's true. That's true. That's nice. It's one of the nicer final tablers I've played at. I would say that part of it, I think, was because the guys here at the WSOP, they paid us for all of us to go to dinner last night. So all of us but Ben were at dinner. So we had a chance to talk to one another, get to know each other a little bit better.
And where did you eat?
We ate at the LB's Steakhouse.
Very
here.
nice.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Here at the Grand.
That is actually the best restaurant here at the Grand. And
I would say the Lobster Bisque in my top
with
3.
the little sherry.
In my top 3.
You like the sherry in there?
I just ate it how they. I figured the chef knows. The chef knows how to make it. So, but boy, it was good. It's in my top 3.
Yeah,
Lobster
excellent.
Bisque at the Grand Casino. Here
Yeah, if you have a chance, come down to Tunica
for the Lobster Bisque
for lobster bisque.
and
some
cigars
poker.
and
Yes.
video poker.
And poker pokers.
Yeah.
Because they're building a lovely new poker room.
Oh, are they?
Yes.
That'll
In
be
fact,
great.
as they finished this tournament, they started tearing down the old poker room.
Hmm.
And they are moving downstairs to the new one.
Oh.
You don't get to take it yet. No.
I must say, very friendly people here at,
Mhm.
in Tunica at the Grand.
That's why I like coming here. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the East Coast this year.
Action begins with Bart this hand.
Oh, look at Bart. Maybe he's got something.
No,
Okay.
he's going to wear his sleeves out pushing those cards.
He's a guy who has none of those problems. Ryan
Right.
Young.
Ryan folds, not a Ben.
And Ben.
Ben folds, over to John.
John says raise.
Yep. John, who was our chip leader,
John's going to raise it up. We're going to play
and got crippled in a big hand with Donald Nicholson. Well, crippled is a bad word. I mean, he's very, very healthy.
Right.
I mean, he lost he lost the lead.
He did lose the lead.
additional 31,000.
John's going to win another pot.
John is picking his spots once again.
I had the salmon with the mashed potatoes, and the mashed potatoes are sitting on like this pool of butter.
The South.
Very good. Oh yeah, they'd fry water down here if they could find a way to put a stick in it.
Yeah. Cardiac arrest, the
Yeah.
number one source, the number one
Killer
cause
here.
of death here, no doubt.
The food is really good.
Well, LB's is very good.
Mm-hmm. LB's is good. I think the food in the South in general is really good. I like a lot of fried stuff. I've been eating really well because 2008 this year is the year of health for me. I've changed my diet, changed everything.
Really? So
Yes.
you're down eating fried food, hush puppies?
None of that.
So you had the salmon,
Salmon.
and the mashed potatoes in
The
gravy.
mashed potatoes, no.
Not in gravy, in butter.
Right. That's the worst thing I've eaten since I've been here. I've eaten fish most every day and vegetables, which I can't stand.
I love fish.
Yeah, fish is...
I like vegetables too.
Yeah. You like them all.
I do. Although last night we've been here for about a week already, so the crew. So we've eaten at the restaurants here at the Grand many times. Someone suggested that we go out to another casino up the road here. They said that the buffet there was rather good. Now I'll say it was Sam's Town,
Oh, okay.
and let me tell you, it was disgusting. Is barely the word. Every item in the buffet was cold.
Oh, really? So you're not seeking any advertising from Sam's Town?
No,
on this
nor
broadcast?
could
Is that
I
what
for
you're
this
saying?
broadcast.
Yeah.
But no, it was.
You won't be
god-awful.
wearing a Sam's Town hat next time you
Probably
broadcast?
not. I think I have too many teeth actually to be a Sam's Town.
Oh, man. Ooh, man. You got him right in the feelings on that one.
Yeah. And even though I am large, I do weigh under 900 pounds, and that would probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. We got Bart. Bart's making a decision. One thing
Yeah.
Mark does, it's very annoying, is he...
Stares it
actually,
down.
Mark had to make a decision. I'm sorry. I didn't see the chips in the pot, so I was unable to... Maybe Bart moved all in. I didn't...
Bart woke up and.
Bad news. Anyone who re-raises me, I'm calling him.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
Promise?
Yeah.
I think if next
Well,
time I
less
play with him,
than
I'm going to buy a Richard Nixon
X
mask and
amount,
just
yeah.
wear it
Yeah,
and
less
stare
than
right
X
at him.
amount.
Also
You go ahead, be ready. You
fossil
guarantee I'm
glasses.
calling.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, we just did a broadcast.
You, I
on
will
the
not be
poker
calling
tournament
unless
in
heavy
Australia,
beat.
where it was a lot of fun. We had Greg Raymer, Joe Hashem, Chris Moneymaker, Scotty Wynn, Isabel Mercier, Eric Azadurian, all at this table. It was fantastic. It was
Wow.
great fun to watch.
That was a final table?
Yeah, Greg had his glasses.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
the patented glasses.
Yeah.
Made their way out.
The good thing about Greg Raymer's glasses is that he can wear those and take them off, and that's kind of his persona. But if you're Chris Ferguson, you kind of got to keep your long hair in order to keep your name, right?
That's true. Actually, speaking of Chris Ferguson,
Was that the right amount?
many people don't know, but just
Oh,
a
so
couple
if
of
anyone
circuit events
re-raises
ago,
me.
Chris Ferguson won
Say if
in
anyone
Tahoe.
raises.
He won the circuit event in Tahoe.
Oh,
put
did
my
he really?
chips
Oh, that's
up there,
right.
In
I went
October, I
go
want to say it was.
for
Yeah.
nothing.
That's right.
Had a chance to have dinner with him and get to know Chris a little bit, and great guy.
He's a very nice guy. Very nice guy. But I do think he's going to have to keep his hair his whole life.
Absolutely. Even when it's
Yeah.
gray and stringy and
Yeah.
falling out.
Right, exactly. That's a
But
problem.
he could just get a cowboy hat with the hair built into it.
That's a call right there. That'd be a good call.
Yeah.
You are pretty creative.
Thank you.
I think I might do that this next time. I got to do something. I make a no limit final table and I cannot catch a hand.
They say Rogaine works.
Ooh, I might do that. I got to pull out all the stops. Pull out a banana or something.
I think you should let your wife play more video poker.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. It's funny, just when she tells me that she's not going to play anymore, some idiot like you says how great they are. If you hear chewing,
Yes, it's a banana.
it's a banana.
That means you play too much video poker.
Mm-hmm. 7-star club.
You get invited to all the slot tournaments too, which I don't play. Slot machines, not for me. I play poker,
Video poker.
video poker, Pai-Gow poker. I like a little baccarat every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun.
I don't play baccarat, but I do play Pai-Gow. Pai-Gow's the only pit game I play.
Pai-Gow's great fun. If you
relaxing.
want a nice slow burn game, I mean, you're probably not going to lose. Although, I will tell you, at the World Series last year,
Yeah?
I went on a one-day losing run of $17,000 playing Pai-Gow.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never lost that much.
And I won it back the next couple of days at baccarat.
Oh, nice.
But only after the very nice pit boss said to me, Nick, maybe Pai-Gow isn't your game.
Yeah, that's good. And then Bart's going to throw a hand away.
Yep.
We didn't want anybody to miss that.
We should bet on that one. And Donald is not doing anything, and there's Ryan Young.
Giovanni gets to pick up a pot again. Which guy had when?
Oh, our crew are wondering actually what Bart had. Bart Tickleman in that hand against Mark Garner.
Right,
yeah,
where he
Mark
was.
Garner. I almost called him James Garner, but Mark Garner looking nothing like James Garner.
No, he didn't. I played
Mark
with
Garner,
James Garner at the World's main event this year.
Yeah.
Or last year.
No, I always enjoyed James Garner's acting, but he's not looking so young.
No, he doesn't look as good as he used to. Nor does Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Really?
There's a picture of Arnold going around on the internet in his bathing suit.
I saw that.
Not
I
good.
was trying to find the
Not good. I felt like I looked better than him, and that's sad.
Yeah, I was trying to find the.
He's older than me, but I've never been in half the shape or 1/100th of the shape he was in.
Where anyone can talk like Arnold.
Yes.
I was trying to find the Britney Spears no underwear photos, and I ran across the Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I've seen those, and I think I'd rather look at Arnold with a bathing suit.
I have subsequently seen them myself, and I concur.
Yeah, that's sick of both of us. We do have a poker game going here.
We do, indeed. And you are looking at Ben Sabrin. Ben Sabrin, 32-year-old from New Jersey, currently living in Atlanta.
Don't know about the hat. Not sure if I'm...
No, but he is the vice president of development for a software company.
Maybe that's why he's got the hat on. It's just, his software guys are a little bit off a little bit sometimes. I've found.
He enjoys golf, music, and plays in a rock band, PSB, on the side.
PSB. It's a pretty silly band.
Yeah.
PSB.
Please sing better.
Oh, nice. I think that one might have been directed right at Ben. Sorry, Ben. Yeah.
So, Tom, tell us about your podcast, Beyond the Table.
Well, I
feel
do
like
a
it's gonna be a
podcast
big
with a couple other guys, Karady Ashkenazi, which is quite a name by itself. How do you think you spell that?
I wouldn't even begin to... I mean, look, if I can spell Horabilis Vulgaris,
Oh, that's nice.
then we're probably doing all right.
Yeah.
Vulgaris, actually.
And Dan Michalski of Pokerati.com, and I do some blogging there at Pokerati.com.
Excellent.
Step one.
And where can they find... Is this where they can find the podcast?
BeyondTheTable.com. They can find our podcast. They can also find my book somewhere, too.
Yes, the Oops, I Made Too Much Money.
Oops, I won too much money.
I've read your
That's
book.
right.
I read
You
your
have?
book before I met you, before I got to know you.
Is that
before-
right?
Yes.
And?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Better than the food at Samstown?
Much better than the food.
Thank you.
I read it in 3 sittings.
Wow.
Yeah.
3 sittings on the John?
Yeah, it's in the bathroom.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, boy. It's a great It's a great toilet book.
It is. It's
Really.
really toilet.
I mean, I hate to.
I love the quality of the paper is excellent.
Thanks.
No, it is a great
When you
book.
run out of toilet paper, it's
No, it's a very enjoyable book.
yeah. Ryan's really thinking here. I think Ryan's going to make a move finally. He's had enough. small blind.
Ryan folds.
Disappointed me.
Oh, look at that, the glasses. Some people say Ben has eyes on the top of his head.
Oh.
Now on to Josh Devia.
John
Devia. Why do you think Josh? Josh Aryeh.
There you go.
John Devia.
It looks like Aryeh a little bit on the screen here.
No,
I'm just trying to help you out.
Josh will probably not be happy to hear that.
No, I'm saying his name.
Oh, yeah. It
Devia.
does. Yeah, I wrote it. Badly.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. We have some cards finally.
Excellent.
Very well done, guys. Thank you.
Raise.
We get a raise. Raising with A7.
Well, he knows that that Mark has to make some kind of a move here, so he's
$105,000 in the bet.
basically committing, looks like Mark's stack, or at least a big portion of his stack, so he's...
Oh, that's a little better.
Wow, he just called.
Mark's going to call it.
I don't understand that. He's got nothing left, basically.
Right. Well, if an ace comes, I guess maybe his thinking is if an ace comes, then I'm just going to release the hand, and if it doesn't, then I'll play it out.
And the flop is an ace, deuce, 4.
That's why he did it right there.
And John Devia will bet out.
$150,000 in the bet to John.
And Mark Garner missed that by a mile.
Yep.
What's your ace?
Low and outside.
What's that? What's your ace, huh?
Well, Mark
Deuce four, you're dead duck.
making the right read.
Yeah, Mark really should just fold his hand here and let's move on. He can't call here. I mean, especially if you're not going to move all in pre-flop, then you just, I mean, that's the reason you didn't move all in pre-flop, is because you want to wait to see if an ace hits. Just throw the hand away and move on.
And
Good
he
hand,
does that.
Johnny.
You know, that's
I know when the
interesting.
big hands are coming.
How do you know that?
He showed a lot of discipline in that hand.
That's
You
why
know,
you're
he showed-
good at those chips.
Again, this is why he's at a final table and I'm not. I mean, he showed the discipline by not just moving all in,
Right,
by just making the call,
right.
and he has enough chips to play maybe another hand or two, and see if something comes along.
Yeah, he's, I don't know. I might have. I don't know what his chip count is, but I might have just moved all in pre-flop. It'd be pretty hard for John to call him with an ace-7, I think, and he would have won that pot instead. So you're right. He did show some discipline on calling and then folding, and he did the right thing. But he might have just won that pot had he moved all in there.
He's
being
going to
short
actually
stacked.
have about 150,000 off Garner still. I'm looking. He's holding brown chips at 25,000
Right.
apiece, so he's got about 150,000. So he had enough. He had enough chips
Right.
to survive and to play. It's 100.
Mm-hmm.
Those are tens.
Mark says
Got
raise.
160,000 in chips left.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Bart has raised.
$50,000 in the bet.
Bart has raised to 57,000.
Bart's going to get a lot of respect here. He really he needs to step it up, and now's a good time. It's tough to re-raise Bart because you know that, like, Giovanni's sitting there thinking, okay, he hasn't played hardly any hands, but he also knows that he's running low on chips, so he's got to start playing some hands. But because he's so inexperienced at tournaments, even though he's had a pretty good success, it makes it kind of hard to read him and wonder if he really knows that he's going to have to start pushing soon.
Giovanni's going to call. Heads up pot to see the flop.
All right, we have a call.
We do have a call. Giovanni makes the call. Here comes the flop. We have a 4 of hearts, 6 of spades, 8 of diamonds. They both have the same hand.
King queen. The aggressor will win this. A bet will win this.
Giovanni checks.
Giovanni checks.
Bart will check. That's my
Yeah,
prediction.
I predict you're right. especially with Giovanni being in the big blind.
Mm-hmm. Right. That looks like a big blind special right there.
Yes, it does.
I'm all in.
Oh, and we are wrong.
Bart. Sorry, Bart. Nice play. I like it.
Bart goes all in, and
That'll take it down. Let me make another wrong prediction here. Giovanni just cannot call here because Bart probably, Bart would normally have an ace, at least a stronger hand than what he has right there.
and your prediction was wrong.
It's 50-50 on that hand.
Bart picks up, almost doubles up in that hand, actually. Almost.
Bart plays for keeps.
Not quite that much. Looks like there's about,
I'm not as good as you guys. I can't afford to play it.
looks like there's about 100 and something thousand in that,
Mhm.
that pot.
Doing pretty well.
The trick to poker is not knowing exactly how good you are, but understanding how good you are and playing accordingly.
Now, I'm not sure quite what rubbish that is from Donald Nicholson. It sounds good. The trick to poker is not knowing how good you are, but understanding how good you are and playing accordingly. He could be a politician, because I don't think he actually said anything.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's going to be on the ticket with Hillary, I believe.
Yes.
Jordan was on my right.
The Clinton Nicholson ticket, and that's not Jack Nicholson I'm talking about, it's Donald Nicholson.
That's right.
Now, would you put words of wisdom like that into your book, Tom?
No. Mine actually was very simple, I thought.
What?
Very simple.
Big words and pictures, I loved it.
Yeah, exactly. Ben is playing extremely tight here.
Yes, he is, and he has emerged with the bling, which I like.
Oh,
he's
he's
got
got
a great big Star of David. It's,
wow.
Looks like something that a Jewish rapper might have. MC Shlomo.
Yeah. MC Goldstein.
Yeah. Yeah, this table audio we're getting is just terrific, by the way. Hope you're enjoying it, because
These guys are crazy.
Just like sitting there with these tables.
Yeah.
Sitting right next to these players.
Yeah.
Of course, Tom, you were, but...
I was, yeah. And it was nice. Enjoyed it. Every minute of it.
Well, we do have an all-in. Looks like Mark Garner has gone all-in.
It's just a whole... Be nice.
What do you think was going to happen?
Are you surprised?
Ace four.
I mean, I was willing to.
Mark had an ace-4 there, and can't blame him for
Giovanni had crap.
I would have put my
Do
entire
something.
Yep.
on the line saying that was going to happen.
Weak players.
This is called the whole card special, because usually we start them at 6, so we're at 7. So. And the reason for that is very simple. The whole card process, people that want to know,
Right.
is
There was an ace in it.
we actually physically look at the whole card that the players put up. This isn't some system that reads them.
Right.
It's human eyes that have to read it off a screen and then transpose it onto a computer program that puts up the image on the
It's
screen.
not easy up
When
there.
you have 9 players, it's almost impossible to get it right and get it done for everyone before
Right.
they've all folded,
Right.
basically. So we made a decision to do it at 6, or if there were big hands. And, so that's sort of where we're going with it. And there you can see MC Shlomo, Ben Sabrin,
I mean, I just looked at what was
and
there.
Ryan Young. My home slice from Torrance, California. Well, they're not originally, of course. I'm not originally.
Home slice. You're going straight on me.
I
here.
am going straight on you, yes. Northwest London, actually, is
Yeah.
where my home slices would be.
Speaking of home slices, a pizza sounds pretty good right now, but I will not eat one.
You can't. It's not on your diet.
It's not on my diet.
How long? Every other one's 5 minutes.
We're coming up to a break, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Ben decides to raise.
Yeah, Ben raises.
42.
Gentlemen could certainly
Yes.
participate in your diet.
Good. I will tell you, I feel thin in the South.
I do too, and I'm not.
We got an ace-5 and a king-10.
Yeah, so Ben raising big with a king-10.
Bart got rid of that ace-5 in a hurry.
I like Bart, but he looks like a Bart, doesn't he?
He does. He looks like a Bart, and he plays like a Bart.
5-minute break. 5-minute break, guys.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break and be back in about 5 minutes with the next level here at the World Series of Poker final table of the circuit at the Grand Casino Tunica. We're going to go to break. Be right back. Nick Ebert, Tom Schneider, stick with us. I guarantee you the action will pick up here this
I
level.
promise.
It takes a long time to win $500,000.
All right, well, we welcome you back here to the final table at the World Series of Poker circuit, Grand Casino Tunica. Nick Geber and 2007 World Series of Poker Player of the Year and 8th place finisher at this table, Tom Schneider, joins me in the booth. And we have some updated chip counts. Currently our chip leader is Don Nicholson with 1.2 million in chips. I don't have Ben Sabrin's chip count yet. We're working on that one. But I have everyone else. John Devia has 636,000. Next is Bart Tickleman with 317,000. And then Ryan Young with 337, then Bart Tickleman with 317. And then we have some serious short stats. Giovanni with 197, Mark Garner with 167, and then next up is Bart. And with blinds at antes at 2,000, blinds at 1020, we now have officially 2 short stacks at the table with Gio and Mark.
I would agree with that.
So let's go back to the table and pick up the action. 727,000 for Ben Sabrin. So Ben is currently sitting second in chips. John is third, not by too much. I mean, not 636 to 627, by a little under 100,000. And
$57,000 is the bid.
Bart, Donald Nicholson is the chip leader.
Ben's loosening up a little bit.
Yes, he is.
Made a raise on the button. Or not on the button, I'm sorry. It looked like the button, but it's not.
Well, you know, Bart Tickleman, we were talking about him. He won a big hand right at the end there. Must have picked up at least 150,000 in chips, maybe a little bit more. And he's now sitting pretty to not play any hands for the next 4 hours.
He's going to be buttoning it up now. He will be tightening it down. He does give the look of angst, though, as if he really wants to play a hand, but he knows that he can't.
Well, if you never play a hand, you'll never lose.
That's true. That's true. There he goes. I imagine I looked a lot like Bart, though, for a long time. Ace-Queen Ben had. But I did exactly the same thing Bart was doing. Unfortunately, the pot was raised and re-raised so many times in front of me when I picked up a hand. Couldn't do anything. Bart's got nowhere to go, though. He's got his hands crossed, folded over his, so he even is emitting the signal that I'm not getting involved.
Well, you know, Tom, you are a former CPA, or you're still a CPA, I'm sure, but you are a former professional accountant.
Right.
Does Bart Tickleman not look like the epitome of a 1970s era accountant?
He does look a little like
Although
that.
he's a high-ranking CEO, does
right? But
big corporate turnarounds.
He is
no
a financial guy. He is a financial guy.
Very much, yeah.
Yep. He says that spreadsheets talk to him. My computer talks to me.
My spreadsheet talks to me. You know what it tells me? You're overdrawn.
Yes.
Or a school, or a headmaster. I could see Mr. Tickleman.
Oh, yes, a headmaster. We don't say that in the United States. We call them principals.
Schneider? I must talk to you about
That's right.
about your actions
Get the
yesterday.
strap out.
6 of the best.
Yep.
Speaking of that, apparently Heath Ledger, the actor in Brokeback Mountain, has committed suicide.
Wow. Now, I don't even know who that is. I didn't see the movie. And if I did, I wouldn't tell anybody.
It's not part of your personal DVD collection?
No, it's not.
You don't have it in all the high-def formats?
I should, just so I can see all of the close-ups.
Well, here we go.
All 8 inches of the close-ups.
Bart Tickleman with pocket deuces.
Bart's going to raise with the deuces.
Bart's got some ducks there.
It's frisky.
Yes, he is. And Donald Nicholson with a king-6 suited, mind you.
Yeah. He might call here.
May
Bart
well-
raises.
It depends how much Bart's going to raise here. Oh, that's 50. That's... Yeah, 50, yeah. Bart's got to be pretty happy with that, actually. I mean, you know, ducks, you'd probably, you know...
You don't want to get re-raised.
If you see a flop with ducks, you're hoping for another duck.
Right.
You're hoping for it to hit.
You
hit
don't
the
want to
set.
get re-raised, and it's nice just to win the pot right there.
Absolutely. Small pairs are always very difficult to play, I find.
I certainly played one today. I played pocket sevens, and the flop was 8, 9, 10 of hearts. And I checked it to John, and he checked, and then the turn came at 8. And I bet, and he might have gotten me off a hand. I don't know, but I put him on. When he called me, I put him on a hand that was right in that range.
2 8s, 2 7s, and a king, right? Wasn't that on the board?
It was 7, 8, 9 of hearts, or 8, 9, 10 of hearts.
Oh, the other 8.
Another 8 came.
That was the hand. I remember that.
Yep, I had pocket sevens, and I.
Oh, there we
Mark's
go.
going all in.
Mark is all in. Mark Garner, all in. 261,000.
Action over to Mark. He moves all in. Mark lays it down over to Donald.
What is it?
Like 161.
Interesting.
The all-in wager for Mark is 161,000.
161,000 for Mark. And Donald was sitting on 1.2 million. I mean, if he has anything, he's going to call, right?
Well, he knows that Mark has loosened up his standards a little bit, probably because he has to. And he
Like
knows
closing time at the bar?
Exactly. My old strategy was go ugly early, but it looks like that's what Mark might be. Mark might be going ugly late here.
Well, we do know for a fact that Donald has an ace-9 suited.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him call here.
I wouldn't either with
suited.
an ace-9.
I mean, he could have Mark could have all sorts of hands like King Jack, even Queen 10, or those kind of hands. He could have a smaller pair, so he could be a coin flip. Probably he'd just be unlucky if he had a bigger pair than nines. I think right here.
Yep. And right now we're seeing what some of the other players still in the hand have. Ben Sabrin with a King 6 offsuit.
Yeah. The only thing that Donald's really upset or worried about right here is the people behind him. That's he just doesn't want to put his money in and then have somebody move all in on him.
I doubt Ben would do that with a King 6 with the big stack or calling off a raise. Yeah.
Right. Donald's actually, now that he's gotten his chips, seems like he's gotten very patient, and he doesn't feel the need to be the sheriff at the table, which also isn't a bad thing to do, I think, when you're a big stack. It's,
right.
You don't need to be a guy taking coin flips to knock people out. He doesn't know what to do when he just has one ace. It's like, wow, this is supposed to be two aces.
Look like much, does it?
He's going to re-raise him, I think. No, that's a call. That's a call.
There's no reason to re-raise.
There's no reason at all because
right.
he doesn't need to. I don't think he needs to isolate him because I think pretty much the size of the bet is isolated.
Right. I would agree.
You normally do. What does that mean? Really good.
Mark hasn't been very good about showing his hole cards.
Right.
So we don't have his hole cards, but we've given you my interpretation of what he might have. Obviously, he could have a big hand, but I don't think he does. I don't think he would move all in if he had a really big hand. He'd make a, put 40.
There we go. There's the call.
We're going to find out. It's going to be like a Queen Jack or King Jack.
Yeah.
My prediction. Ace 7.
Ryan.
Ace 7, Queen Jack.
Ryan folds out of the small blind over to 10 from the big blind.
First one's good.
Must have looked.
Yeah, but the second one's crap.
He's already looked at it.
Like that.
Always either double up or go out.
Mark going to be the one.
Oh, and he's got an ace queen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ace of hearts, queen of diamonds.
Well, he's in good shape against an ace 9 here.
Ace queen the best hand for Mark. Mark the one who's all that.
Although it's reds to blacks, but the blacks are suited. So he's looking for a bushel of spades here. And he doesn't get it. It's 7, queen, 8. He does get the queen.
Mark is in good shape here.
Yes.
Unless a 10 comes
And that's
off.
a 10, yep. It
Or
doesn't
6, 10 or 6. I want to say 6 too, but. Or unless 10 comes off on the river, or 5.
It's a deuce. Deuce of hearts. And Mark is going to double up off our chip leader, Donald Nicholson.
That's one of the reasons why when you're the big stack, I believe you don't need to be the policeman at the table.
Interesting. So you would let the other players sort of work it out amongst themselves.
Well,
basically.
I mean, with an ace-9, I would. I mean, if I had maybe somewhere between pocket eights and an ace-jack, probably. And it's easy for me to say that now, but, you know, I made reference to it earlier. Sometimes when you get the big stack, you feel like you need to be... It's not your job to take everybody else out.
Right.
Certainly if you have a hand, it's okay, but now he's doubled up a guy who, you know, now is... You know, the chips are back in play again.
Well, that's looks like 20
well, he had
fives, right? That's 60.
Should have 350,000 or something like
Yeah,
that now.
about 350,000.
So now he's got plenty of time to sit and wait again.
Yes.
Over the mark. Mark folds. Bart Donald folds.
Got about the same amount of chips as Bart.
Brian takes it in over the bin from the small blind now.
Don goes down to about 1.1 million. Pardon me, Donald.
Donald. What's to be called Donald?
So how did you feel, Tom, about playing this tournament through to the final table, then Martin Luther King Day came, you got to take a break. Did you like that?
Not really, no. And I think that it was done because there was another event down here that a lot of the players wanted to play in. And so they made it such that they could play in the event. It really didn't work out, you know, for anybody, but I guess it was supposed to be a 4-day event, and they changed it to 3, and we played 14 hours the first day, and it was a grueling 14 hours. The funny thing is that the people who were worried about, you know, not being able to play in the WPT event all got to play in it because they busted out,
right?
Which usually happens. You know, I wasn't too worried about it. I actually did think about playing it on Monday, and I wish I had now because I busted out so early, but I didn't think I would be busting out as early as I did. But if I'd have gotten a hold of some chips, I could have gone over there and played, which would have been fun.
Then just had your chips blinded off and play this, and then go back.
Right, right. But you know, it's kind of silly to do something like that, you know. But I've done worse things with $10,000. A lot worse.
Video poker?
No, I really don't have any gambling problems. Which sounds strange.
That's not gambling. That's entertainment.
Yeah, I don't know. That's gambling. That's what gamblers. That's what sick gamblers call it, I guess.
Are you suggesting something, Tom?
Yes, I have. I want to see some. I want to see. We need to see some people get busted out here. John's clapping for himself. Or no, Ryan. Ryan won. Ryan gets some applause. He's always got a nice smile on his face. He's seems like a real happy young guy, and very nice.
But you know, actually, John just made a great point. He's very patient. He said, "Ryan, you're very patient."
Yeah,
and he's right.
Ryan is less patient when he has more chips.
Yeah,
but when he's short stacked, he's fairly patient.
Well, Tom, your takedown for this tournament was 37,000.
37,991. So 38,000.
By the time you take off the direct expenses, of course, from a taxation standpoint,
right.
you netted about $300.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Right.
And that's 200 of it is in the video poker machine right now. So how did I do?
Well, $7,500 buy-in. How do you feel about that? Do you prefer the $7,500 buy-in versus should she hit a big hand? She must have hit a big hand.
No. How do I feel about the 75? Actually, I thought it was okay. I mean, most of the circuit events are 5,000.
I would like to see them go back to 10 for the major locations.
Yeah. I think it's okay. I think for Tunica, it's probably about the right number. I'm guessing some events that are. I mean, Tunica is a pretty big poker capital here in the South. So it's probably the right number, but in some spots, 5,000 might be better. I think Indiana is a good spot for a $5,000 event. And I would do it based upon attendance more so than anything. You know, how have they been attended in the previous years?
Well, we have Ben Sabrin with pocket sixes, Giovanni Maracchi with king-queen suited, And Gio is all in. 180,000. He's all in. Ben Sabrin sitting on over 700,000 in chips. Is he going to call this a pocket sixes?
I think he will.
And he'll be very happy, I think, to see the small pair.
Mm-hmm.
$108, huh? 108.
Keeps on saying 108. 108, 108.
Sounds like a radio station.
Yeah. Action, action, action. You got to call
He's
this.
throwing it away.
Oh,
He's
God,
throwing-
why do I hate math sometimes?
He's going to call.
He's saying he should do it mathematically, I think is
Well,
what
the
he's saying.
math is telling me I gotta...
He's going to throw it away. Oh, he makes the call.
Oh, there's a splashy call.
Oh, okay.
Now he's feeling good.
Keep him low.
Six of spades, six of diamonds for Ben.
These guys are gonna make me kill myself.
My mistake.
Crazy.
Ben has the sixes. I read that wrong. Yeah, so yeah, he's not going to be too happy. I mean, but what does he expect? I mean, the guy's going to obviously have two overs on
Right,
it, right?
of
I mean,
course,
you know.
yeah. He's happy that he has
Gonna
a king
dodge-
and a
Oh,
queen.
look at that.
Clubs, five of clubs.
Ace 5-7, two clubs and a spade. So
Sixes
far,
are in the lead.
Yeah, sixes in the
Just
lead.
barely. I don't know. Actually, the clubs are in the lead, I think.
Oh, that's right. Clubs,
Clubs are in the lead. They got he's got a flush
that's
draw
right,
and
he's got
two
a flush
overs.
draw. And there is a 4.
Oh.
Now a 5 will give him a straight.
This guy's
Oh, no, pardon me.
There's an
There's
ace
a-
5-7-4.
Ace, yeah, sorry.
before I kill myself.
So
An
now
8 or a deuce. Yeah.
he doesn't need a straight. He just needs no club,
Ace or a tray, yeah.
no club, no king, no queen.
No club. And there's the
There's
deuce.
the club.
There's the club. So that is going to... Wow.
Going to double up Gio. We're calling him Gio now, right?
Very pizza look.
You know, I called him Gio, but he's going to double up
You better go get
Gio.
me another one, because this is
9 lives
ridiculous.
over here, huh?
Y'all might as well go home. This is
got
going
me
to
in
take
the river.
forever.
Got him in the river.
Bunch of coward-ass players are driving me fucking crazy.
Well, a 3 or an 8 would have given him a straight,
Look at that small pair, we're racing.
but again, couldn't have a club.
Right. He didn't need a 3 or an 8. He just needed no club and
Yeah,
no
yeah,
king, no queen.
yeah. Right, he didn't need it because he didn't
Right.
pay it. Right, of
Right.
course, yeah.
Especially after I see that flop.
What do you think I'd have done, Ryan?
You would have dove in the
He just needed to avoid a flush, a king, or
Right.
a queen.
What I have?
Good hand.
I don't know.
Good hand.
Did I pause for a second?
That?
Did I pause for a second? Pre-flop? I was thinking I could have had ace deuce, but no, I think it was the hand before that. Couldn't beat a flush. Alright. Is that when he made a flush?
You know, Tom, there's nothing quite like the video poker feeling when it tells you, when it plays the "you won a big jackpot" music.
Yeah, it's. They ought to do that in poker tournaments when you win a big pot.
Yeah. Let's play the jackpot music.
Yeah.
I was in Aruba with Annie Duke and Joe Reitman, and had a wonderful time in that trip. And Annie taught Joe Joe likes to play some slot machines, and of course Annie doesn't much like the slot machines, being
Right.
the math analyst that
Right.
she is.
Right.
And she created a system for Joe to play, which he gleefully showed me the system. And I'm looking at the system thinking it doesn't make any sense. So I went and asked Annie about it. She goes, "Well, don't tell him." She goes, "But it's a system so that he loses slower."
Right. That's a good
So
idea.
every time you start winning, you reduce your bet size. You see.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. So
I like that.
she's managed to figure out a way to keep his bankroll going longer. The
I
slot
see.
machine.
More enjoyment.
Yeah.
Looks like John might have put a bet in, and he's going to win the pot. I had a prediction that this
the pot.
table was going to be was going to last a long time.
All right, guys.
I hope not.
Well, it will.
Oh no, that's not
It
good
will.
news for me.
It will. This will be
Maybe they had
a
king,
9 or
queen
10
off,
hour.
you win.
What?
If they had king
deal at
queen
least.
off, you win.
So I said suited.
No, Nick says no.
No, Nick doesn't say no out of any type of
Oh.
mathematical genius or
Oh,
intuition.
okay.
Just out of hope.
Oh,
Hopes.
okay.
Hope, my friend,
It's
springs eternal.
It does.
I love the turn. Up and down straight on the turn.
Double bonus calls, you know.
I think the longer this tournament lasts, the less you blow in slot machines or video poker.
Ryan folds in under the gun, Ben lays it down.
67.
Oh, there we go to bat.
Gonna raise it up to 67,000. Over to Giovanni now.
Oh, I can't do that one. I'm all in.
Oh, and then we got an all-in now.
Set all in.
Bart is all in with an ace-king off suit.
Folds on the big blind. Action back to John.
Now to John Devia with an ace-deuce, and I can't believe he's going to call it.
No, that spot's over.
John lays it down, and Bart wins the pot.
One of my latest exploits.
Oh, nice.
There's another one.
Don't lose those.
No.
Don't lose
And the
them.
thing is, they took state tax out.
Oh, they did.
30%. A couple other places do that too. In New Orleans, they take it out as well.
Really?
So, yeah.
Huh. Oh, you have to file a return here to get it back. And
Yeah.
you will get it back. But you got to file a return here for whatever amount that they.
Well,
took
given that
out.
you're an accountant, I'll have
Yeah.
you do it.
Yeah.
You should open up a firm with Raymer.
Yeah, Raymer's a patent attorney.
He's a patent attorney. Oh, right. Who else? Who else is the accountant? There's another accountant that does that.
There are a lot of accountants.
Do you know the name of Chris Moneymaker's accountant?
Chris Moneymaker is an accountant.
Yeah, but his
He
partner,
has an accountant.
Yeah, his
Oh, is that
apparently
right?
his last name is Gamble, and I'm not kidding.
Gamble?
Yeah, Gamble.
Really? When I heard Chris Moneymaker won the World Series, I thought, who made this name up? And I thought next year I'm going to sign up as Tom Goodflop, just because it would seem to make sense. I'd never heard of anybody called Moneymaker before, and then a guy named Moneymaker wins the World Series.
What a final table! I mean, what a heads-up battle!
Yeah,
though.
that
I mean,
was.
that bluff that he put on for
Yeah.
was incredible.
Yeah. Sammy will be sick about that for a long
For a
time.
long time, and I think one of the most debated hands in modern poker history. Don't you think?
That was an amazing hand.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
We've had some great, and we've had some really interesting, from the moneymaker. If you start the moneymaker era at the World Series and move forward, some great characters.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, moneymaker, Raymer.
I lost my fans with
Who
that
came
ace
after
nine
Raymer?
call,
It was
yeah.
Joe, right? Joe Hashem.
Joe Hashem.
Jamie Gold. Jerry Yang, I don't know much about. I mean, I don't know Jerry Yang.
I think he's a pretty
I'll be
quiet.
laughing when I hit him
pretty
that one
religious
time
guy.
and knock you out, though.
I have trouble marrying those things.
Religion and gambling?
Well, no, not that. I mean, just speaking honestly,
Right.
I mean, I found it odd that you have Jerry Yang praying for a particular card to come
Right.
out.
I think that's my problem.
Well,
Maybe
yeah,
you don't.
that's what I did.
I think that's
my
it.
problem.
Actually, I misread
You could
I forgot
sacrifice a
about
goat
that.
or something.
Touch out of hair.
Well, the one thing at the World Series that I'm a little bit tired of, honestly, is the behavior of some of the people there. And I really wish they wouldn't show people making balloon animals at the table and things like that anymore. That's,
Yeah, it's a circus. Well, last year and stuff like that. I mean, I know they're really trying. They wouldn't let the monkey play, for example.
Right.
And that was a shame for me.
That is,
'cause,
I would rather see a monkey play than have some guy doing balloon animals at the
yeah,
table.
no, I
Because next year I'm thinking about bringing ice and doing an ice sculpture. at
That's
the
a lovely
table.
idea,
Yeah,
yes.
I think it'll work out just fine.
I was actually thinking of streaking the main event,
That'd be good.
given that it is filmed now in high def.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. We could actually see something.
Yeah.
We could identify it.
Yeah, they're going to put their macro lens on.
Yeah. Couple of bad hands here. Ryan's got the queen six. He's what's it been
You know-
folded? Looks like it's he made a little bit of a raise,
Ooh.
huh?
Oh, look, you see, now that's interesting. Someone showed it.
He just showed Ben showed it that he's throwing away.
Ben
a jack.
showed it. He's throwing away a jack.
Great laydown, Ben. Great laydown.
No, I think I'm with you. I think a number of the I mean, I know the commissioner, Jeffrey Pollock, and by the way, who we just had on World Series of Poker Radio, which is a good time to plug that.
Excellent.
Brand new radio show every Monday, 5 to 7 Pacific time, on available to over 200 stations of the Sports Byline Broadcast Network, on some great markets, Vegas, Houston, Dallas. I mean, we're on some really nice markets. American Forces, of course, you can get us online at worldseriesofpoker.com. We just had the commissioner on. And for our first show, and then we had a guy who loves to talk about other people but not himself, Phil Hellmuth.
Yeah, right. Right.
But yeah, Jeffrey was talking about the World Series coming up, and you know, he's done a good job, I think, trying to
I think so,
trying
too.
to take the carnival atmosphere out of World Series and make it much more like a sport.
Right.
Which it is, really.
Right, it is. I just would like to see some of these people that are behaving, like, for instance, Havad Khan. I wasn't crazy about the way he behaved at the table. I just think a little bit more respect for people who get busted out and people you beat in the hand. I'm just not a big fan of that kind of behavior.
So you don't like my shark?
No,
my
that's
shark.
another thing.
This is a shark.
I wish as soon as he brings that out that the cameras would go off. I really do.
Yeah, it is
I have a friend who turns off the TV when he sees that thing coming out. Yeah. It really is childish, I think, but that's just one man's opinion.
But how did you feel about Jamie Gold and his tables? I mean, do you think he crossed the line?
Jamie only crossed the line talking about hands. That's the only thing that really was, kind of rule breaking. But it wasn't as irritating because that's his personality. Some of these guys, I think they're trying to be a personality in poker, and they're forcing things. I mean, I don't think Umberto, if the cameras weren't on, would bring a shark to a poker game.
Right, I agree.
And that's the thing. I like honest characters. I mean, Scotty Wynn, I think, is an honest character. You know, he is
Scotty
the way he
is
is.
Genius. Yeah, how's this Scotty in Australia? What a great.
I like Scotty, but he is the way he is, and he's not doing.
I won't
it
show
to-
anyone this name, but this is someone who definitely forces the whole issue. way beyond needed.
There are several people that do that, and it's just I just not a big fan of it.
What I thought was interesting was particularly the criticism that Jamie took for his main event win.
Right.
And you know, Jamie got hit on the head with a deck. I mean, I think, and he's the first one who'll admit that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
We all wish for it.
Exactly. But you know, a lot of the big name poker players that he rolled over in getting there were very upset when they found out that he was talking about hands that he had.
Right.
But in all their brilliance, they never figured out he was actually telling them what he had. And that's what surprised me about it.
I don't mind, actually, when it's heads up, I don't really mind. It's not a big deal to me. It's just when other people are in the hand or...
And you're talking while these...
Yeah, I don't mind talking. I shouldn't... You know, it's against the rules. Actually, it might be more entertaining if we actually talked about hands, but looks like we're going to see a flop here.
Yes, we are. It's a 4-4-6, or if we're speaking ironically, it's 4-4-6.
Yes. And looks like a nice little...
And a queen. We got now 3 spades.
Little 4 for the Geo.
Yeah, looks like Gio's picked up a nice hand, but was unable to really get paid for it. No, I don't know. I probably would have checked that right there.
Yeah. One of the things that bothers me the most about some of the way these people are behaving is that as poker players, if you're truly a professional, you want to bring people into the game. And that kind of behavior is not bringing anybody into the game. As a matter of fact, you know, can you imagine Bill Gates sitting down and saying, "Hey, I really want to go play with Havad and Umberto"? I mean, it's just he would have no interest in doing that. I mean, it would be like going out and playing golf for the first time and somebody making fun of you every time you top the ball. You'd say, "Well, I just don't want to do this anymore." I'm really against that kind of behavior. It really drives people away from poker as opposed to brings them in.
I'm small black. Oh, you know what?
I would like to see it anytime someone's behaving like an ass that the cameras go off. That would be my rule if I were running any of this stuff.
I have seen a number of occasions where some big name players, again I won't mention names, have gone overboard with players at the table and have actually gone up and apologized to them afterwards. And that, you know, unfortunately, the cameras never pick that piece of it up.
Right.
You know, never pick that piece of it up.
One of my favorite phrases that Reagan used to say is, "You can't unring a bell."
That's true. The missiles are flying.
Yeah.
63.
Here we go. Nice. 63,000 bet from Ryan as we get back to the action here with pocket deuces. Little quack quack. Another very annoying personality. Up against some big hands here. So we've got
We're going to see some action on this
Yeah.
hand. If we don't, then these guys might as well put their skirts on.
Paul McGrill.
Paul McGrill.
Paul is a brilliant man.
Right.
A
Very,
brilliant
very
man,
smart.
but a very annoying man to play
Yes.
poker with.
Yes. I always believe if you need to use, and I don't think he actually uses annoying as a strategy. Some people I do think.
No, I don't believe he does. I
Yeah.
believe he just
Right.
just is.
Yeah.
He's I mean he's a very nice guy. He's a
Yeah,
very affable
very nice guy.
But at the table he could be very.
Yeah.
275,000 raise
Ben
from
puts a
Ben.
raise in.
Yeah, with the ace king.
And Ryan will be laying it down, and Mark will be laying it down as well. Mark cannot.
Wow, look at this.
Wow.
Wow. Now this is interesting with all these kings, queens, and aces out of the deck.
Yeah.
The deuce is suddenly not
Yeah,
quite
they
as bad.
Rise a little bit in value.
Yeah,
but
they do.
244.
I don't think.
Actually, there's only two kings.
I don't think Giovanni can call here. Really, I just think it's when it's raise, re-raise in front of you, you cannot call with an ace.
With an
queen.
ace queen, no, I agree.
He needs to lay it. He's going to lay it down, and he should lay it down, obviously.
You don't want to
Plus,
have to
Ben has been playing so tight.
Right.
I mean, you know he's not in there with.
you don't want to have to defend with an ace queen.
No.
An ace king, maybe not. Now, Mark.
Mark's going to go into the tank here without really a needing to. He cannot call here. He has to throw it away.
He's got too many chips.
And Ryan's also going to throw it away.
Yeah.
He can't.
Nope. And Ben is going to think. You know, the interesting thing is, though, Ben didn't have a whole lot of fold equity. Doesn't have a whole lot of fold equity. About 150,000 in chips after that, maybe 200,000.
Right. That's a nice pot. It's always fun to
The problem is, if you call him, you know he's pushing in the next hand no matter what.
right.
So if you don't hit,
Right. He's probably going to move all in on
Yeah.
the flop, no matter what.
that was a very interesting hand.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we got one.
We got one. We did get one.
I don't think so.
It's like hitting a royal on the machine or something.
Yeah. Is that her calling? She hit the
No,
roll?
I don't feel like
I
I'm
wish
gonna
I
get
rolled
one of those calls.
I wish her all the best of luck.
I do too.
From one fan of the World Series of Video Poker to another.
Yeah, boy, she keeps running into these people that are big fans of video poker, and every time she says she's not going to play anymore, they tell her about this 100% payback and all this, and it gets her. And I don't really understand why people get so excited about getting their money back, taking all their time and getting their money back. We're going to see a big pot here. I predict in 3 hands. In the next 3 hands, we'll see a big pot.
You know, I know you predicted that this is going to last a long time, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, we've got 30 minutes left on this level. We're then going up to the next level. I mean, the levels are only an hour.
Right.
You know, we're going up to 1530. 3:15:30.
15:30.
Yeah, I mean, those are big levels.
That is a big level. That's probably what's the ante on that?
3,000.
Wow. So that's 66,000 a round.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to last. I mean, I think the accelerated.
It will speed things up a
Yeah,
little bit.
it will be. It should get rid of the lower third. We should lose 3 people here pretty quick, I would think. Or move some chips around and
Right.
have a redistribution of wealth.
Redistribution.
Giovanni winning one without doing much.
Mm-hmm.
A chip count? 7 players left, and I'll got chips. What else you want?
I've got one here.
All right, well, thanks for staying with us. You're watching live hand-by-hand coverage of the World Series of Poker Circuit final table here at Tunica, the Grand Casino and Hotel, or Grand Hotel and Casino. And we have 7 players remaining. Let's go back down to the table. Nick Eber alongside Tom Schneider, the World Series of Poker 2007 Player of the Year and 8th place finisher at this table. Tom, I'm sorry I have to keep saying that, but by way of introduction.
It sounds good, though.
It does.
That's okay.
It does.
I don't mind it. The real test is see if I can do anything this year at the World Series. I'm planning on it.
You know, it's interesting. Ooh,
boy.
Well, meanwhile,
John
is going to get nothing for his aces.
Oh, that's so disheartening.
Great.
Yeah.
So disheartening.
That sucks.
That's oftentimes the difference between these tournaments. You know, you saw Donald get an all-in shove when he picked up pocket aces, and then also someone who woke up with pocket kings when he had pocket aces. Then John has pocket aces, and he wins the antes and blinds. John did get, I will say I sat at John's table a little bit the day before, and he picked up some pretty big hands. He knocked out Josh Aryeh with pocket tens, and Josh had about, I don't know, 80 or 90,000 at that point, and moved all in with two kings, and John hit a 10 on the river to knock Josh Aryeh out.
Josh, an Atlanta native, or an Atlanta resident, so not too far for him, about 7 hours drive from here.
Right.
And, of course, Bluff Magazine, headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's an exciting place to
Southern
be.
Fried Poker.
Southern Fried Poker and no water.
That's right.
Ben made it 62,000, I believe.
Yes, Ben 62,000. We're going to see what he has here in a second. And now on to Giovanni. To Mark Garner. Mark has about 300,000, I think. Nope, 225. Oh, hello. Here we go. Ben with an ace queen suited. And that will pick it up. I'm surprised he didn't get a call with a queen jack. I'm thinking maybe some of the short stacks are just waiting for the big
They're
hands.
waiting for a big hand or an ace to shove in or a pair, some sort of pair. Wish I were still out there. I feel like I got, I don't even know how I got out so fast.
You died the death of 1,000 cuts.
I did.
Nothing really to play, and when you did have something half decent, you weren't in a really, it wasn't positionally a good time to play.
Right.
So.
I guess that's the way it goes.
Yep, sometimes it sucks like that. Like video poker, you know, when you...
And cigars.
Yeah.
And Sam's Town.
Yeah. Sam's Town.
Chairs can use some WD-40. Yes. They don't sell WD-40 in Tunica?
Just about everything at that buffet was fried.
Mm-hmm.
In one form or another.
Oh, of course.
The hush puppies.
Wonderful.
The hush puppies could have been shot from a slingshot and actually killed someone.
They're like paintballs. They use them for paint. They spray them with paint.
Right.
Donald's going to do something here. He's tired of sitting around. There we go. I knew it.
There's a nice
I knew
little
it.
bet on the button. 60K for Donald.
We call it anything easy.
With a wonderful hand.
Donald, it's a deuce 5. Ryan lays down a 9-10.
And Ben is going to give him some action here.
Ben will give him some action with the ace queen.
In the big line, yep. He's already invested 10,000.
Ben might re-raise here.
Excuse me, he's already invested 16,000.
No re-raise, concealing the strength of his hand.
And there's a 6 deuce jack, 2 hearts and a diamond. So, well, look at that. Donald once again get hit over the head.
The deuce 5 is the best hand. Hey, we got percentages too. Isn't that nice?
Yep.
We're hearing a constant chatter. I think that's chips.
Yes.
Someone's...
Well, this is one of the dangers of having a nice hand in that situation. If you don't hit,
Mm-hmm.
you're like, well, it's such a strange... You think if he's making a pure button play, he could have any piece of
Right,
that,
exactly.
which is what he does, in fact,
That's the scary part about
if
it.
If he's not making a button play, you better hope he's coming in with an ace jack or a king queen or something like that. You don't want the ace jack because it's a jack. It's a tough. His hand shriveled up quickly.
Yes, it did. The shrivel factor.
Yes. Like watching Brokeback Mountain.
Yes, it is. I think Ben's going to lay it down here. Although he didn't give him an indication of the strength of his hand, so this could have easily hit Ben based upon the hands that he might have played. So, a raise here would still probably have gotten Donald off the hand. Even though
But he does fold. And he does actually make the right move here.
Right.
That's now, if he had position, that would have been a totally different play.
Right.
And once again, there's a little lesson on position.
I had a pair.
I had a pair, he says. Like he has a big pair, some sort of pair that was better than deuces.
And let me tell you, this is a CEO, a turnaround specialist. I guarantee this guy has an enormous estate, probably a chauffeur.
I'm guessing he does. I don't know.
I'm guessing that...
he has someone pressing his clothes, though.
Yeah,
his
without
clothes
a doubt.
Are much,
and monogramming his sleeveless sweaters.
Yep. I'm guessing he does.
I hope I never make a televised final table and have people pick me apart.
It's like an 8, 10,
Well, you can feel comfortable that you won't.
Thank you.
These guys will be looking at the clock pretty soon and noticing that it's going to go up if they're paying attention. And some of the guys that are short stacked, Mark still looks, he's been short stacked the whole tournament.
He has.
Give him his 10 back.
And of course he picks up 2 jacks as soon as I say that. Those have been pretty good for him. Now he's really going into the tank, trying to figure out what I should do here.
Well, the problem is everything's basically folded around to Bart already.
Right.
Now Donald, I don't think he's going to get any action here.
Unless Ryan wakes up with something here.
Give him his 10 back.
No.
And what can you do with jacks? I mean, you make too big of a bet and you're going to get,
right.
Yeah, someone comes over on you. I think he probably maximized that hand given the situation.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to. As short stacked as he is, there's no reason to sit around and let somebody take a shot at the pot.
Trying to be fair.
I don't thank you.
Huh?
I don't thank you.
I know. I didn't say you can have me. I said he can.
There's 32,000 out there that you pick up with the blinds and antes.
We're playing.
It's what? It's 16.
15:30. It's actually more than that.
No, it's 10:20. No, it's 15.
Are we at 10:20 or are we at 15?
Excuse me, I thought we were at 8:16. Pardon me. We are at 10:20.
Right. So we've got 30.
It's more. It's more than that.
$44,000.
So we got 44,000 in there, right? And we're soon to go up to 2040. Is that right? No, 15:30.
15:30.
I must need new glasses.
Yeah, you have all the information there and you're getting it wrong. What are you doing?
Not a lot of sleep and been in Tunica for a week and
too much fried food is affecting your vision.
Just too much good, clean fun here in Tunica.
It is good, clean fun here in Tunica. It's cold. It's cold here in Tunica, though.
It is cold.
I think it was about 28 yesterday and just blowing like crazy.
I saw it 10 too.
Now, for some people, that wouldn't be a bad thing.
No, I guess not. For me, it's horrible. I'm from Phoenix, so this weather's brutal here. But when you're in a casino, it's usually fairly nice inside a casino.
I thought you said 28, beautiful and blowing like crazy.
Oh, wow!
A bad joke.
No rim shot here.
No, but if there was, there should be one.
All right, Giovanni's on the big blind, and let's see what happens.
This table has not exactly been over-endowed with a great deal of excitement here at this level.
No. You know, Donald's really not taking huge advantage of his big chip stack.
No, he's laying back. He was early. He was very aggressive early, but I think he's got such... he may figure he's reached that tipping point where he's guaranteed to get down to the top 3 players and play some poker.
Just get to the top 3 and then see what happens.
See, the danger with that is when you wake up with a big hand like aces, then you put your chips in, then you find that you get busted with your aces with some guy with ducks, right?
Right.
And then all of a sudden you got no chips and you didn't play any hands.
Right. You're right. That's why I think anybody who would get just the slightest bit aggressive here would have a good shot.
Which is, I must say, when we did World Series of Poker Europe, it was such a pleasure to watch Annette Oberstadt play. She's a very exciting poker player.
Really?
She's very aggressive. consistently aggressive.
Hey, Donald.
And one of these players that, they say you lose a big pot, really the test of your will is that you can come back and win one. I mean,
Right.
She just didn't change how she played, whether she lost a big pot or won a big pot. She was just aggressive. and not... as our producer is saying, and luck box the hell out of it, which she did. Because she puts herself in a position to be able to luck it out.
I understand.
You've got to put yourself in a position to take advantage of it.
And we have somebody putting some money in.
We do indeed.
All right, we got some cards here. Ace, Queen, King, 8 of diamonds, 7, 9. It's going to be folded around.
Matt Shaban, who works our control room, he's actually in love with him.
I didn't hear
Is
too
he?
much
Yes,
that
he
time,
is.
though.
He's-
And how old is he?
Matt is in his early 20s,
Oh,
22.
Matt, you need a bankroll? Is that the problem? Just money. We just need some money.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she's cute too, but I mean, it's nice to have a woman with a bankroll that might be able to put you in some games, give you some advice.
Oh, I always wanted to marry a very rich woman and never work a day in my life.
Mm-hmm. And what happened?
Didn't work out that way.
Didn't work out that way? Are you married?
I am.
He says enthusiastically. Fortunately, she doesn't listen to these broadcasts, I'm sure.
Oh, she may well be listening.
Oh, then she's a wonderful lady.
Well, Bart Tickleman.
Picked up an ace. Let's see if Bart does something with an ace.
Now, did Bart create the Tickleman Elmo?
Oh, man, that one hurt. That was so bad. That was so bad. Oh, ace deuce.
Oh, there we
ace
go.
three.
Ace deuce to ace 3 now with John Devia.
Yeah.
Poor John, it's really...
John laying it down on the no, he's
Let's see what
Just right
Mark...
almost on the button of the cutoff seat.
Mark with a jack deuce, nothing really there. And of course,
Bart gets a walk.
Bart gets a walk with
Wow.
the ace deuce.
Walk in the park. Bart.
It is nice to see the whole cards on a more regular basis now, and the players seem to have got into the swing of things.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And our fine crew back there picking them up.
Doing a wonderful job.
Yep.
Aren't they great?
We have upgraded some of our whole card equipment because it was before we were having issues. It was more difficult to see them, and then of course the players don't always like to show them or remember to show them properly, and so we figured we needed to. There's Bart Tickleman, 51 years old, from Atlanta, Georgia. Been playing 3 years. Cashed his first 3 live tournaments, and came in 8th in chips with 164,000. There you have it, Bart Tickleman Elmo.
Poor guys. We got to start making fun of all of them.
And Ryan looking young.
Ryan is looking young.
Ronald and Donald Nicholson. Jack Nicholson.
The Donald, I think.
The
we should call
Donald.
him.
The
Yeah.
Donald, yeah. Now, some of them do have nicknames. We should start referring to them by their preferred nickname. I always love this when you do this, and someone's got some obscene, cryptic nickname, and you end up reading it off. It's almost like, calling off and saying, "Is Hugh Jorgen there?"
Right, yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
MG Capri is Mark Garner's nickname.
Don't like that one.
Now,
Don't
Jordan,
know what it means.
Jordan Richards doesn't have a nickname, but he's not in the tournament anymore.
So we don't care about Jordan.
Well, Ben Sabrin, his nickname is Bernie Blanco. Well, I like that one, Ben. You're in, Bernie.
Bernie Blanco? Is that
Bernie
a
Blanco.
reference to some...
I have no idea. Maybe it's his favorite adult film star. I don't know.
That could be.
No nickname for Ryan Young.
We should come up with one.
Yeah, we're going to call him Berry.
Very. All right. Yeah, I like that. He's probably always going to look young, too. He has that kind of face.
Oh, now look at this. The Donald has a nickname of Chief Firehead.
Chief Firehead.
That would be better for an Indian casino.
Yes.
Bart Tickleman has none, but we'll name him Elmo. Who he has now.
Elmo.
Elmo.
Right? Yeah, poor Bart. Bart is the last guy that would want to be called Elmo, too.
And some schmuck in seat 1 had Donkey Bomber.
Yeah, what an idiot he is. He got bombed today.
Well, you know what? You made it through a field of 180
players.
Yeah, you made it down to 172 of them.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. I'd hardly think that that's bombing.
It's okay. I mean, it's all right. I'll be okay. I just like to win one of these no limit tournaments. I haven't won a no limit tournament.
Well, it was stud 8 or better, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it was
mix of
the
stud
mix.
8 or better and Omaha 8 or better.
I must admit, I enjoyed the mixed games of the World Series, and they're adding more this year, and that's a good thing.
I think it's great.
The one I liked the most actually was the mixed hold'em.
Yeah, that was
a great concept.
That was
I
a
love
good
it.
concept. And we got Elmo has got.
Oh, look at this!
queens.
Elmo's got 2 queens. Yeah.
And let's see what Very has.
Oh, and look at this. Bernie Blanco with the pocket 8s.
Very folded to 6-7 of spades.
Yeah.
I think Ben's going to do something here. Ben's going to make a move here.
And Giovanni, who doesn't have a nickname, has folded.
$350.
Well, looky here. Poor Ben.
Poor Ben is running to...
Because, Elmo actually has some chips.
Mm-hmm. He's not going to like Elmo. I think that's pretty funny. Although, you know what? Since it's pretty cool that Bart, another way of thinking about it, this is his first major tournament, and he's now already got a nickname.
Yeah, he does.
And a lot of guys go a long time, even really good players go a long time before they get a nickname.
And barring a Hail Mary play on the flop, turn or river, he is going to more than likely take a lot of the chips off this guy right here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe Ben is going to push here.
Yeah, it's going to get ugly.
He's falling asleep for a second.
If he doubles up Elmo, he's going to be down to about 200,000 or 300,000.
What an idiot. God, what an idiot
I don't see now. One of the things that people do oftentimes in this thing, which I think is a big mistake, is they feel the need to push all in or fold. I really don't have a problem with a call there, but so many people just don't.
Trying to spike the set here, right?
Yeah. I don't know what the size of the bet is.
I think the bet was 200,000.
It doesn't look like he's put any chips out, which Bart tends to do that.
Yeah.
Unless he said he's all in. I don't know.
Yeah, he did.
I think he said he was all in, so you can't call.
And quite honestly, I'm not at a final table, but I still don't like that play.
Moving all in there? No, I don't. I agree with you. It's too.
Queens are a very strong hand,
right?
And you want to try and induce some action on that hand, right?
Yeah, you want to pick up a little bit of money, and hope the guy doesn't flop a set or anything. But if you make a small raise, Ben might have moved in or re-raised him there with 2 8s, and you'd have really had something going. But I think that Ben made the right play. Obviously,
you told them to move all in.
I just don't do what you
I didn't know that he had moved all in. I thought he made a small raise.
Careful what you ask for. You ever heard that?
Oh, that's too funny. And Chief Firehead there, better known as the Donald Nicholson, is telling him, you told him to move all in. You get what you ask for.
Yeah. What is Ben's nickname? Benny Blanco.
Bernie Blanco. Is that Benny or
Benny?
Benny Blanco.
Benny Blanco. That's some reference to some movie, I think.
Oh, playing Rock Band on PS3. Not being in a rock band called PSB. That's the PlayStation 3, and Rock Band is that game for it.
Oh, is that right? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So thank God. There's hope, because I was listening to him sing. And
yeah, it's... All right, we got a flop here.
We do indeed. Jack 9 with 2 diamonds. Doesn't really, sort of misses everyone. We've got Very and Benny Blanco here. Now the 8 of diamonds. We've got 3 diamonds on the board. No one holding any of them though. They both check.
Well, we've got Very has a pair
Oh,
of eights.
pair of eights now, right?
Yeah.
Diamonds on the river.
And we have a queen of diamonds on the river.
He's
so
trying to get Ben to bluff here. And I
Yeah,
think
but with 4 diamonds on the board, I don't think either one's going to do anything.
Nope.
And I was proven correct.
I told the Jack there.
Ryan turns over the 7-8 of diamonds. Sorry, 7-8 of hearts. 7-8. We'll take the pot.
Guess I should have played King 8 with the King of Diamonds. Had you drawn just about dead.
If. God, it's so easy to play in hindsight. If I would have played Jack 2. If I played the Jack 8. He is the easiest game in the world after the fact. You kidding me?
Well, we've got about 5 minutes left at this level, and then we'll take a break and come back, and blinds and antes will be going up.
Giovanni folds from under the gun. Mark folds. Bart lays it down over to Donald. He's going to raise it up to 55,000. Action over to Ryan.
Chief Firehead raises.
Ryan folds down to Ben.
John, I don't know if you've noticed, John has this interesting goatee. We could call him ZZ.
ZZ, yes.
I think that'd be a good nickname for John. Giovanni Marucci could also
Giovanni.
we could give him a little nickname from
Super Mario?
Sopranos. We'll call him Soprano.
Soprano, okay. I'm sure he appreciates that ethnic stereotyping. Yeah. 7, 9, 10, 2 spades. And we got Jack Nicholson with
Oh,
an
boy.
ace-6. Oh, look at that. 7, 9, 10, Jack. And, of
ZZ.
course, ZZ has picked up the straight now.
These guys are going to love these nicknames. We got to come up
Well,
with
we could call him the Deviant.
the Deviant. He might like that.
Probably
we got
not.
Soprano,
Probably not.
Benny Blanco. We got Very, Chief Firehead, Elmo.
Elmo, yeah.
And then Mark we need to come up with a name for.
And John will pick that up. James Garner. James.
We'll call him James. That's a little weak. We got to come up with something better than that. I mean, he's not going to want to go by James
He
in
won't.
the poker world.
He certainly won't garner any interest with that
Oh,
one.
I knew you were gonna-
Bada bing.
I knew you were going to use that joke. I stayed away from it. It's too easy. We could say something about his staring, his propensity to stare. We could just call him Stare.
Stairman.
Stairman.
Stairmaster.
Stairmaster. I like it.
That's right.
All right, Mark, your new name is Stairmaster. You've received it here right on the
Right.
WSOP broadcast. And I'm guessing Bart will not refer to himself as Elmo the next time he fills out a
Yeah.
sheet.
Or
when he makes the
Simpson.
final. Good call him Simpson. Elmo Simpson is what we call him.
Or if you're a Blazing Saddles fan, he could be Sheriff Bart,
Sheriff Bart, that's right.
played by
Uh,
Cleavon Little.
oh, wow, that's an old reference. I don't know if I'd ever...
The battery for the tournament director's mic is going out. That's what that
Yes.
noise is. Yes, we're very good at that.
I thought maybe he forgot to take the mic off when he went to the bathroom.
Yeah, he ate at the Sam's Town buffet yesterday. Had that effect on everyone.
Meanwhile, we have a hand going on.
We do Queen Deuce for Elmo, and Benny Blanco Sabrin with the.
No, it's
Jack
not Elmo. It's Mark. I think Mark.
It says
has-
Tickleman. Queen Deuce.
Well, he might have folded it. It
Oh, yeah,
as
you're
though-
right. Yeah,
it
it is,
appears
that
as
is
though he
Mark.
doesn't
That-
have any-
Or maybe he folded, and we don't know what
Mark's been very bad about
what the Stairmaster has.
Yeah, Stairmaster.
Yeah.
I like that. Stairmaster. That's a good name. Soprano. ZZ. I like ZZ.
ZZ's good.
I think John might stay with ZZ.
Yep.
Unfortunately for the guys that came in with nicknames, they didn't get any new ones.
No, they did not.
And I almost feel as though it would be not right to not give them nicknames. New ones. Because I'm not so sure I like Chief Firehead.
Chief
and
Firehead.
and Benny Blanco. I think it'd be better to have something new for these guys. Because that would be cool. They say what their nickname is on their next sheet that they fill out, and it will have come from us. I think that's a gift you can give to someone that keeps on giving.
Absolutely. By the way, I'd like to say hello to all my partners and colleagues at Bluff Media.
That's a good idea.
Eddie Clyde, Eric Morris, Jeff Markley. Of course, can't forget our great editor out there in Las Vegas, PD.
PD?
Yes, Matt Parvis.
Diddy? Is that P. Diddy?
P. Diddy. Yeah, no, Matt Parvis.
He's got a new nickname,
and
too,
of course, the crew here with Bluff Media out of Los Angeles, which is Matt Shaben, Gloria Boulding, Nick and Randy, and Mark Rizzo, and oh my goodness, we've got everyone.
It's a total package.
Yep.
And Giovanni's going to re-raise all in.
Giovanni's.
Oh,
look at this. Do we know what Gio has here?
Folds out of the big blind.
Yeah, pocket nines here.
Soprano pocket nines against the
Stairmaster with.
Stairmaster's folded. It looks.
Yeah, he's
like
folded.
he
So
doesn't have
who's
any
he in
cards.
the pot here
Must
with?
be in with Ben. I
So like
I'm
300.
guessing.
Yeah, Benny Blanco.
No, Don.
No,
Don
no,
is thinking.
no, it's the Donald. Yep.
What did we call him? We got to come up with a new one.
No,
it over
Chief
300?
Firehead.
Yeah, we're done with that one.
That's all.
CFH.
Yeah, CFH. We got to be done with that. Donald's got some forearms on him like Steve Garvey. Could call him Garvey.
I think not.
The all-in wager from Giovanni is $285,000.
This is the last hand, and then we'll take a little break, and blinds and antes go up, and I'm willing to garner a bet or two that or wager a garner or whatever.
You don't even know what you're talking
I don't
about.
know. I'm just punch drunk. at this
Totally
point.
not making any sense.
All right, well, we're going to take a break here. We will be back with more action from the floor at the World Series of Poker Circuit event. Nick Eber and Tom Schneider. Don't go anywhere here at WorldSeriesOfPoker.com. We will be right back. All right, well, welcome back. We welcome you back here to Tunica, to the Grand Hotel and Casino, where the final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit event here in Tunica is well underway. We are down to 7 players. We have lost 2 players. One of them is sitting with me right here, Player of the Year, World Series of Poker Player of the Year 2007, Mr. Tom Schneider. Tom, blinds and antes are up. It's currently, I believe, we're at 3,000, 1530. And we have some chip counts, so let's take a look at them. There you have Donald Nicholson, 906,000. John Devia, 704,000. Ben Sabrin, 525. Bart Tickleman, 512. Giovanni Maracci, 429. Mark Garner, 296. Ryan Young, 232. And Tom Schneider, unfortunately, you have none. And Jordan Rich has 0 as well.
Yes, isn't that nice?
All in call.
It's unfortunate.
Yes.
But that's the way. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Let's go down to the floor, and the action is about ready to kick off here for this level. And you're looking there at Ryan Young. Now his nickname is just Very, isn't it?
Very, yes.
Like Ryan right now.
We're going with Very.
King Queen. Ryan has King Queen. He's up against Ace King.
Ryan is all in with King Queen.
Ryan is all in with King Queen and has been called immediately with the Ace King from John Devia. Pardon me, ZZ.
ZZ.
And here comes the flop. It's 4, 6, 7
7-6-4 with 2 spades.
with 2 spades and a club.
Giovanni has the only spade draw. Ryan's going to need to catch a queen here, it looks like.
It is queen, and at this point queen only,
Third
and
card
it's a
comes the
deuce of clubs.
2 threes.
Needs
Ryan
queen
needs to
and a
queen.
queen only.
Yeah, it will
Boys.
be one of the 3 remaining queens, or Ryan Young will be
7th
Third
place.
card's a
right,
5
and
of
it's a
spades.
5 of spades.
Let's give Ryan a nice round of applause.
And Ryan Young is eliminated in 6th place, 7th place, excuse me. Wow, I'm really having trouble here today.
If he hadn't,
Ryan Young is eliminated in 7th place, and my math is bad because 9 minus 3
you would have got the straight.
Yes.
minus 2. I help
9
me.
minus 3.
Well, no, they started with 9, and now we're down to 3, right?
I guess your math is still bad.
I know.
Who even knows
But
what's
it's been
going on
on.
here anymore?
What y'all been doing?
Wow. That was
7th
That
place.
was not John Devia. That was
That was
our
actually
soprano.
Giovanni. Yeah.
Yeah, soprano.
We got a few names mixed up here. That was Giovanni. Giovanni. So Ryan Young is out.
Never Or very.
Very is
I'm
out.
going to call him Never Young.
For 50,578. Not a bad payday.
Not a bad payday. And Ryan is probably going to join us here shortly.
He is indeed, I believe. Brian here in a second. We just got to get some equipment working here for him. Would be helpful.
We've been here commenting on everybody's play and making fun of everybody. You have a new nickname. Do you know what it is?
What?
Very. Very young.
You like that one?
Do you like it, or you want us to come up with another one for you? Very.
All in.
Oh, hold on. We have an all in.
We have an all in.
Elmo is all. Was that Elmo all in? No.
Ryan's saying, who is Elmo?
That is Bart Tickleman Elmo.
Yeah. I already had one. Well, see, I wasn't in here to come up with the nicknames.
Back over the bin.
All right. Well, we're gonna give this a shot now. We're gonna try. We are going to try, and Ryan Young has joined us here. Ryan, are you working? Let's see.
Am I working?
Do we have any sound there on Ryan?
Ryan's not.
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, no. So. Okay, we're just not hearing him that well through us, but it's just going out fine out into TV land. So that's all that counts.
Yes, great.
Well, Ryan, an unfortunate end, but your thoughts about this final table?
Pretty long. We played for like 5 hours and 2 guys knocked out. So.
What do you think of the competition so far, Ryan? As far as who do you like their play, and who do you make a little bit of a favorite here?
Favorite? That's so hard to choose, to tell you the truth. That's really hard. I'd probably say a couple of guys that have a little more gamble in them, so maybe Donald. I'd say Donald's probably the favorite because he's willing to gamble, and there's so much at stake right now.
I'm sorry, Ryan. We've just officially taken your name off the board here.
Oh, okay.
Well,
that's cool.
Sorry about that, but it's just a tradition. It's just a little World Series of Poker broadcast tradition. We have to do it. We don't want to do it, but that's the way it is. So, Ryan, you are from. You are actually my homie from Torrance, California.
Where are you from?
Torrance.
Torrance?
Yeah, well, not originally. I'm from Northwest
Oh, wow.
London. I've lived in Torrance for many years.
Wow.
So now, is that where you grew up, born and raised?
Yeah, I grew up in Torrance, South Bay area.
Where did you go to high school?
North High.
You went to North High?
Yeah.
Very good. I put 2 kids through North High.
Wow.
Oh, they might be.
Actually, you might well know them. What year did you graduate?
2002.
2002. No, I think you would have been 2 years. How old are you?
23.
You were 2 years ahead, I believe. 2 years ahead, or 1 year ahead.
Were they notable? Your kids, were they notable?
My oldest one was
Were they popular?
on the basketball team. No, they were both spent their time in and out of jail.
Oh, okay.
Just
They
joking,
needed a lot of bail money.
Yeah, exactly. But
It sucks to get knocked out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does, but
you really didn't pick up many hands today, it seems like.
I really think like the best hand I picked up in the last 3-4 hours was pocket deuces.
Mm-hmm.
The rest was just...
The Queen 8 didn't treat you too badly.
Yeah, the Queen 8 was pretty great.
Yeah.
But
I should have moved in on the flop. But, I actually thought you might have missed the flop. I just felt you missed it, and I thought I'll give you a chance to bluff off some money.
Yeah.
And the reason I called you on the river there was that it appeared as though from your standpoint, it might look like I was just trying to steal the pot, and you were
I'll
trying to
keep looking it
re-steal.
up. I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
And I thought the only hand you might have is actually a straight, and I was right, but I was so short stacked that I felt I needed to call you.
Because you weren't, when you hit that 2 pair on me, the reason why I check raised you is because if I knew if I bet, you were just gonna call me.
Right.
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 So that was the one that I could really get all your chips.
You got the maximum.
That's 9 on the river. I mean,
yeah. Otherwise, I'm checking on the river.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to show you in this one.
Well, they're fighting a few static problems out there at the table. So Ryan, you had a great World Series of Poker in 2007. You won the 1500 No Limit event. I think that's one we broadcast, if I'm not mistaken. I believe we did. Did we not do that one with whole cards on the?
It was on the web.
tent
I thought you meant you personally, but
it was either Howard David or myself or Scott Lauer that.
I think it was one of the guys.
Oh, yeah. Scott Lauer. So this is the second World Series of Poker streaming table you've been at. One with a bracelet, circuit event. Not a bad showing at all. Tell us about this year at the World Series. How many events are you planning on playing?
This year?
Yeah.
A lot. Probably 20 maybe, 20 or 30. I don't know.
So now, do you play a lot online?
Not so much anymore, because I don't win online anymore. But
you play where down in LA at the Bike and Commerce?
Yeah, a little bit.
He's a tournament junkie now. He's on the road.
On the road full time. Where's next for you?
Next is Atlantic City. So I'll probably head over there tonight or tomorrow.
A regular metropolis.
Yeah.
The food's not as fried there.
Or as good, actually.
Well, that's true. That's true.
So Atlantic City's next. You're going to hit any of the other circuit events? You're going to make Rincon?
Yeah, I'll probably make that too.
Good. Well, we certainly hope to see you there. And
it's got enough money to make a few buy-ins now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad. I was curious.
I'm sorry, did you just say he's buying everybody dinner?
That's what I said.
I could have sworn
I'll
you
buy
said
everyone
that.
dinner.
I could have sworn that's what you said.
I was. What do you think about? I'd be curious to get your opinion of some of these players. What do you think of these guys play so far? I know that you think Donald's probably the favorite. I would have to agree with you. He's got a lot of chips. He's hitting a lot of cards. So he can kind of bully some people around, and I think he's a little more creative than some of these other guys. But what do you think about, for instance, Bart's play?
Bart,
Elmo.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He must not have.
His strategy's working for him. I mean, he's just putting it all in pre-flop, and it's a good strategy at this table because no one wants to gamble. Like you've seen everyone fold to all the raises, so I don't know. He has a chance with the.
I think when it gets short, my concern about his play is that when it gets short, he won't be able to loosen up enough to take advantage, and he'll get chipped to death. I think when it gets short. Right now, his strategy
short-handed
is work, but
what's the record?
It's a pretty tight table.
I think so too.
Really tight, I think.
That's been my experience. Ben hasn't played very many hands.
I believe Mark is just looking to move up the pay ladder with each move. He's not really looking to aggressively play his chips, although he doesn't have many left, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Do we still get paid?
I think it's going to be just a matter of a few minutes before we lose another player here.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Mark has got 296,000, or did a little while ago. It looks like he's actually short of that. I wouldn't be surprised to see him move in here with picks up any ace, any pair.
Now, you went out to Giovanni, right?
Yeah.
So you've doubled up Giovanni. Oh, you gave Giovanni your 200. So Giovanni's at 650 or so. That's interesting. I don't know if I would consider him one of the stronger players at the table, Giovanni, at least from what I've seen so
played
far.
Fairly tight, it seems, and he gets a lot of respect from people.
He does.
He raises, which is good.
Yeah.
Don raises with an ace deuce. not going to put any money in unless he's got. Just doesn't want to show us his whole cards either. I think maybe he's concerned about this whole card thing and the communication.
You think so?
Maybe so. I don't know.
I don't know.
Or maybe he just likes to.
Maybe he forgets.
Yeah, that's possible.
But he's looking in very short stacks at this point.
Yep.
Looking on just about on life support.
Here in Memphis.
So how have you enjoyed Tunica while you're here?
I liked it here. Like, there's a lot of people that's just, I don't know, it just seems like they're just glad to play in the tournament, and they have good attitude and stuff, and I don't know, it's just nice to talk to them.
Have you had a chance to venture beyond the casinos at all?
No, I haven't, because I got here Friday night, went to sleep, and then been playing since, so no.
Excellent. Oh, here we go. Look, he's looking very excited, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
The Donald.
Chief Firehead.
We could call him Duck.
Yeah, we could call him Duck. I don't know if that would. That really doesn't do much.
Or Ronnie Mac.
The reason I like Elmo for Bart is he's so opposite of Elmo.
Yeah, absolutely. How about Ronnie Mac?
Ronnie Mac.
Donald.
You haven't come up with it yet.
No, I'm working.
You just
on it.
have
I'm
not
working.
come up with it yet. Maybe Very here will.
Maybe Very can tell us something.
Yeah. It's on you, Very, to come up with.
Which guy?
We got a nickname for Ben. Or a nickname for Ben. Well, he has his own nickname.
Yeah, he does.
Benny Brasco or something.
Benny Blanco.
And then we're calling John.
ZZ.
Calling him ZZ.
Sorry, class.
ZZ.
Top. You seen? You probably don't even know who ZZ Top
I don't even know who it is.
Yeah. ZZ Top is an old band, and all the guys had beards that were probably 12 to 13 inches long.
Uh-huh.
And they did this one video where they go like this all together.
Yeah.
Evidently, you don't know and don't care, do you?
I'll
Giovanni Soprano.
Right. Because we want to be
Soprano.
ethnically insensitive.
Yes. And then Mark.
That's a good one.
I think Mark could be our best nickname. We call him Stairmaster.
Yeah.
Stairmaster.
Yeah.
Stairmaster. And then there's Bart Tickleman Elmo.
Yeah.
And Ronnie MacDonald.
Ronnie MacDonald.
I like Ronnie Mac.
Ronnie Mac's not bad. It's still not right. It's just not right.
Ronnie Mac.
Have you ever done this before? It's kind of fun.
This is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to give up your poker career? And
I don't want anyone to knock out because I don't want to get kicked out.
Yeah.
All right, well, looks like Benny Blanco has woke up with ace-10 suited. And on now to the Stairmaster.
I think that's my favorite one.
Yeah.
He gives you that stare.
That
Yeah.
is the patented stare, right?
Patent stare and the...
What does he have?
Oh, and look at
Ace
this.
5. Huh?
Tickleman Elmo has the Jack-Queen offsuit. Stairmaster has the ace-5 suited.
Bart won't be anywhere near this hand. I could see Garner moving all in here. I could see him saying, screw it, I've got an ace-5, and blinds are coming around. I'm short-stacked.
Nope, he will get out. Elmo gets out.
Bart wasted no time getting rid of that hand.
Ronnie Mac's out. And look at that. Benny Blanco picks up some chips. He has 4 eyes, you know. He sees things better than most.
Yeah, he does. He does. All right, what do you think about my play on this particular table?
Five or six times?
Be honest.
You had a rough day.
I did have a
Yeah.
rough day.
You won't do it again for a while.
So every time you had a hand, you just got re-raised, and you didn't want to risk all
Right.
your chips on.
I had pocket nines, 3
Mid-pair.
hands in
I
a
don't
row.
think you've been
And
called
then the
on
last
maybe
hand, of
3
course,
times.
Called over.
you hit
Yeah.
the 3 9s on the river.
That was a bad beat for
So
Action begins with John this
me.
time.
Very bad beat.
you didn't get your beer in time.
He lays it down over to Giovanni. He folds. Mark folds.
Well, look at this.
Mark folds.
Ronnie Mac has a fairly nice starting hand.
He's going to call. No?
Manny Blanco with the 8-jack club. And Donald Nicholson will raise. Small enough raise, I think, to get a call here. We've seen before players with aces and no action at all at the table.
Mm-hmm. How many times did you have aces today?
0. I got kings once.
You had kings,
You
yeah.
did kings once. That was nice. That was a nice hand.
It was a nice hand.
Mm-hmm. Donald's got to be wondering what's going on here. You know,
Wow.
he's picked up aces 3 times that we know of.
And he shows them. I think almost to
I
the
would've
point with
called.
Donald where players just don't want to get involved with it.
Right. Honestly, it's a good. I think it's a good strategy to stay away from guys that are running really hot. They're a lot more confident. It's tougher to play against them. You don't know where they are because he can raise with anything now, pretty much, and get away with it. So I don't know. I think that's a smart play.
Not too many chips.
Everybody's
You
going
got
to
too many
avoid
chips.
him, and honestly, he's not using his
Might
stack
hit a
to his
flop
advantage.
and-
Because everybody really is going to avoid him right now. They're just not going to play too many hands with him.
Well, he was playing super aggressive early on in the first couple of levels here at this table, and then he really just, as soon as he got really his chip stack to sort of that point of no return, he just sat back now and watching the rest of the players work it out. And here you see the Stairmaster. He's getting ready to take a look at his cards.
Bart is going to get himself probably in position to come in, unless he gets a bad beat. He'll probably come in. He's going to be in position to come in 3rd or 4th or something like that.
Well, look at that. Elmo's got the Queen 10 off, and Ronnie Mac with the Jack 5 of hearts.
I still don't like it.
Well, no, I like Ronnie Mac. It rolls off the tongue.
It does roll off the tongue.
It's like
nice,
mac
but
and cheese. You know?
I don't think it has anything to do with his name, really.
What, Ronald McDonald?
No, it doesn't.
Or how about Jack?
Jack? Nah, that's too obvious. We got to come up with something. Stairmaster. See, that was perfect. We got to come up with something for Donald.
Well, I'm
You're
I'm creatively spent at this point.
Okay.
So,
Ronnie Mac it is. Ronnie Mac. Be nice to have this information, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Have some face card or some
What, when you're
sports
playing?
cards, yeah.
That's called cheating.
Yeah. It'd be like being a super user.
Yeah,
On the,
yeah. You could be like you're playing on one of those famous online sites.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh. Yes, we go to great expense and great pains to make sure that none of you receive any of that information while you're playing.
Right. At least I didn't. It was obvious.
We've had a number of discussions actually about it and about what it means to the integrity of the game. And we keep saying we think the best policemen of the integrity of the game are the players at the table. I mean, if you think someone at this table is getting an unfair advantage over you, you're going to yell and scream and stump your feet and stand up and complain about it, right?
If we're smart enough.
Yeah. So
some of us who are sitting in the booth may not be smart enough right now, though.
Doing to me?
No, I'm talking about myself, actually.
No, I mean it's an interesting. This broadcast is delayed 1 hour, and that's obviously so that we can protect the integrity of the game. That you won't have a situation. And here we go. Elmo's in with pocket kings.
Oh, that's nice. It's always nice to pick up a hand after you just raised because it looks like you're getting a little bit out of line.
Yeah.
Some people realize though that like Bart would have to have a bigger hand here to raise twice. I would think the way he plays.
Right. And I don't think Ronnie Max is in the hand right now.
No. It's now down to
Don,
ZZ and
well, ZZ's out, so now it's on to Soprano. Or Gio, as I like to call him.
I like to call him Gio. I don't know if he would like Gio. I bet he's been called Gio before.
I'm sure he has. He's probably been called Soprano a few times. I understand he shot the last 3 people that called him that.
That's true. There we go.
He's out. And Elmo will not get paid on the kings.
I did get a call from my wife.
Yes.
She was dealt. We were talking about video poker. She likes to play video poker. She was dealt 3 aces and a Jack 10 of diamonds.
Right.
She threw the Jack 10 of diamonds away.
Right.
Had she kept the ace Jack 10 of diamonds, royal flush.
She would have had the royal. Yeah. I had that about 3 or 4 times the last couple of days.
Yeah.
But what can you do?
You have to take the 3 aces.
You have to take the 3 aces.
Yeah.
There's nothing nicer though when the ace of the kicker comes out and it starts playing the victory music.
That's right.
Then you realize that even though you just made $2,000, you're still stuck 5.
Right. That's true.
Oh, and that's how mega casinos like this are built.
That's right. So what do you think about Giovanni's play?
He's probably one of the stronger players at the table, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to say anything over the.
Oh, really?
Over the.
I think he plays a little too tight.
Little too tight.
That's what I think.
All right. Well, we've got Ronnie Mack here with the Jack Deuce, and
I think this whole table plays really tight.
Right.
And
I actually played. I mean, from appearances, it would look as though I played very tight.
oh, look at this. We've got all in here with. Wow. What is Ben doing here? He's all in with an ace-6 offsuit. That's an ace. He must be seriously short-stacked. We've not been watching this.
I don't know if it would be appropriate to say we've not been watching this.
No, we have been watching it. But
Yeah,
I mean,
it sounds like we're not doing our jobs here. We're.
Well, Mark's getting really short.
Mm-hmm. Marcus nursed a short stack quite well. I made that call on him with pocket nines, and I was really thinking about throwing it away.
Describe the hand.
I had I'd raised it and made it, I think, about 30,000 to go, and he moved all in with another 83. So there was 60 plus the blinds. So there was 75 probably in the pot. 75 to 80 in the pot. Actually, yeah, right around 80 in the pot, and he makes an 83,000.
Is that when he had jacks?
He had jacks, yeah.
I'd probably make the call too.
You're watching live hand-by-hand coverage of the World Series of Poker circuit final table here from the Grand Casino in Tunica. Nick Gieber and alongside Tom Schneider and Ryan Young. I have 3 World Series of Poker bracelets sitting here to my left. All from last year.
That's right.
And
we're current people.
Yeah, you're current. We're not dredging up the old times.
No, we don't have TJ in the booth.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Well, there's no craps table here.
Oh, that is really bad. Wow.
Well, now we've got Elmo in with the king tray. We've got Gio with the tray deuce, and
John, Zizi picked up the ace king.
Yeah, Zizi's got the big slick here.
There's a lot of this going on at this table, more so than most final tables that I've seen.
Thank you.
Raise, fold, 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 but people are picking up reasonable hands to raise with. See an ace king, pocket kings, the Donald with aces constantly.
Mark with the button. Bart and Donald in the blind. Action will begin with Ben.
Well, special guest has just shown up, and we're going to get him on the air here in a minute. Josh Arieh.
You get up, Mike.
Ah, there we go. Oh, we're losing Ryan?
Well, Josh is coming.
All right, well, Ryan, thank you so much. We'll see you at the next event, and if I see someone speeding around the box, I'll know it's you.
All right. Thank you.
Ben folds over to John. He kicks it in.
We're going to kind of play musical chairs
Over to Giovanni. Giovanni folds. Now to Mark.
We started the broadcast with just the
He will pass over to Bart from the small blind.
How's it going, guys?
All right, Josh, how you doing?
Pretty good.
This table's really exciting, Josh.
I know. I've been.
It's whoa! Look at this. Elmo has pocket jacks.
We've given him some nicknames. Bart Tickleman.
you guys
Elmo.
have resorted to calling people Elmo back here.
Well, Tickleman Elmo.
That's his last name. So.
He, when we got down to 18,
All in.
he walked up behind me and said, "Have some action."
Oh yeah, we got.
Bart makes the call. Bart turns over Jack of spades, Jack of diamonds.
Wow, it's jacks for
Tournament
Elmo.
life with a coin flip.
And look at that, it's Ace King for Ronnie McDonald Nicholson.
I played with him for a long time in this tournament. He played really well.
He was very aggressive early on at this final table and got some chips sitting back a bit, but clearly with the big slick, he's going to make his move.
Two jacks still in the lead.
Deuce 3, Ace King.
Look at that, Queen 4-5, Heart, Spade, and Diamond. Maybe we can get rid of Gio's cards because he's not in the hand right now. Another 5 on the turn.
Make it hurt.
Oh, and there's a jack for the jacks full of 5 for Elmo. We'll double up off our chip leader, and maybe this is a little bit of what we were talking about because by last account,
Bart had the jacks, right?
Bart had 500,000 in chips, and Donald had 900,000, won a couple of pots, so he's probably about $1 million. So he just lost half his chip stack right now to Tickleman Elmo.
Right.
And we were talking about this earlier, that when you get that big stack and then you just sit back and do nothing with it, and you get it early on, and the blinds and antes come up, the value of your stack goes down, and of course the other players around you accumulate chips and can take a large chunk. Now he's almost got to go back to the drawing board.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that when you get to a position where you have around 900,000 in chips and there's a couple short stacks at the table, you kind of have to be careful because you priced yourself in. Because those guys get so short and their range of shove is so big, and there's value in the shove when you're short stacked. And when you're the big stack, when you make a raise and you keep opening a lot of pots, you price yourself in to where you're going to lose about, you could screw off 200,000 in a spot where you could have just folded and not lost anything.
Right.
But here against this guy, this guy's going to fold so many hands. Donald's play is, there's not much he could have avoided there. I believe it's blind. It's blind versus blind, and the guy's going to fold so many hands.
But I can't imagine that Donald thought that Bart was actually making a play, because the guy's not made any
Bart
plays.
hasn't made a play.
I don't think he's. I haven't played. I played with him for maybe 10 minutes, but he doesn't look like he's ready to make. He doesn't look like he's not the action. He doesn't have that action look to him.
Right. Unless you're in a boardroom, though, and he's about to turn your company over, which is what he does.
I saw something about that. He likes auto racing and golfing.
I could get the golfing there.
Well, that's pretty big. Bart's now the chip leader.
That is.
He's got to be, right?
Yeah,
Bart has got to be the chip leader right now.
He's up to around $1 million in chips because he's been picking up good chips. He had 2 kings where he picked up the blind a minute ago. And
well, ZZ has just picked himself up a pair of rockets.
This guy really fooled me when we were playing. He really had that wild man image. The first hand I sat down, he played a big pot with 5-6. So he's definitely a tricky guy. He's got that image of a wild man.
We've seen a number of times big hands like aces and kings in the last while have gone unanswered because they're on the other big hands around the table. But here we go. Benny Blanco, Ben Sabrin, who's been very aggressive and slightly unpredictable, picked up a king 10. I could see him calling off a small bet here.
Wow. Oh, I thought he was
I thought he was going to shove as well.
They asked to put his big chips in front. Wow.
Oh, look at this.
And we haven't seen what Mark's cards are, but he's not going to be too happy.
Stairmaster's not going to be happy with this.
We're down to 5, boys.
Bart and Donald fold. Ben folds out of the big blind. Action's back.
Really, you know?
That's a good call.
Yeah, you don't say. Oh, aces.
The shenanigans of a lot of players these days is really getting pretty funny.
Yeah.
I saw more slow rolls in this tournament than I've seen in a long time.
Aces to ace 7. Well, he's alive for some spades.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ben had
the 2 spades, right.
So he needs a 7 ball. and then another 7 ball.
He gets one spade. And
Running straight.
What about
Running
the 6 of spades will get some sweat.
You don't want the 9 of spades?
Yeah, that'd be better.
9 of spades would be just a little better. Okay, we got 6 done.
We got a little bit of sweat.
a little bit of sweat here with the gut shot straight.
This would be about as sick a beat as you can take.
Let's see if we're 9.
Oh, I thought it was a 9.
Yeah.
Well, VZ will eliminate Mark Garner. Because Mark's ace-7 doesn't do much against the pocket aces of John Devia, showing how devious he can be.
That's right. I moved it.
Well, we got to take yeah, there's a bunch of them here. More of them.
Well, we're down to 5, and I believe that that makes John Devia's got to be right up with Tickleman and chips.
And that really does change the outlook of this, Josh, because
I didn't hear nothing.
Devia is a quality player, I think, that could go on to win this.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure everyone was pulling for you on that one without doubt. Except maybe his wife, just because it's not going to have a player.
Ben Sabrin is a solid player. I would think he's
All right, well, we're going to do two things. We're going to welcome into the booth our 6th place finisher, Mark Garner, and we're going to say goodbye to Tom Schneider and thank the 2007 World Series of Poker Player of the Year for his help and his input. And it's always a pleasure to work with Tom, and look forward to working with him again at future events. But meanwhile, Nick Geber and Josh Aryeh here, and we welcome our 6th place finisher, Mark Garner. Mark, not much you can do there. Ace-7 to pocket aces. But tell us about your strategy, because it seemed like you weren't getting an awful lot of traction there.
No, I wasn't. Early on, I was actually a little tight. Not my play, how I felt. I was very, a little stressed and anxious on it, so I laid down some pretty big hands. Laid down ace-king, as I showed, and I had ace-10 about 3 times that I laid down. And just couldn't get traction. Every once in a while I would get something and make a push, and of course that one play with the threes, I was pretty much had to.
Yeah, Mark, we played together for about probably about 2 hours, and you really had an amazing table image.
Thank you.
Yeah, you moved your chips well, you stayed out of the way, and you slowly increased your chips the whole time we played, and I thought you played really well.
Well, I appreciate that. It's an enjoyable game, and there's quite a few tough players in this series.
They're losing that microphone again, and
I'm sorry. I don't ever want to lose it again.
That sounds bad, but
it's loud
what can
out
you
there
do?
too.
Well, we have an interesting situation here, by the way, where
I got over.
looks like our chip leader's picked up ace-queen.
I know. It's okay. I'm still happy. I'm still doing good.
And for a moment there, the second chip leader, John Devia, had a queen-10 and looked like he was going to call off his raise. But well, we think this is actually ace-queen to ace-queen here. And we have 2 10s and a king, 2 hearts and a diamond on the flop. And Gio will bet, and we'll see what Elmo does. Bart Tickleman, better known as Tickleman Elmo.
A $100,000 lead here is, it's a pretty tricky lead because there's not many hands that the guy can call with behind him. And, excuse me, I'm sure Giovanni knows that Bart's not going to really get out of line. That's a great play.
Wow.
He knows that Bart's not going to get too out of line, and,
king.
I think he showed him a king.
I think he showed him a king as well. They're going to toss for it. Yeah, the king of diamonds, and the other one is the ace. We know that. So ace-king to ace-queen, and turned out to be a good laydown by Bart.
Okay, well, I take away everything I said about the great lead.
Yeah, this was an amazing final table. It was very, very tight, but there was some trickery done at several times. And I've had a great experience. This is my second final table here in a row.
Great. Well, Mark, of course, you did very well in the World Series in,
Yes.
was that 06?
06, finished 25th.
25th. That was a nice payday. What did you take for that?
Almost $500,000.
Almost $500,000, and that would be nice.
It was nice.
You also did well, I believe, in this the Tunica event in September. I believe that was that was a horseshoe, right? And we would have liked to have brought that to you, but they scheduled it at the same time as World Series of Poker Europe, so we were stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I do understand.
But you are from and live in the local area, Little Rock, which is relatively close-ish,
yes,
right?
about 2.5 hours away.
Right. So do you come down here often to play? Or?
Occasionally. I don't. Of course, I have a full-time job.
You do?
Yes, I'm an investment banker.
Oh, I thought it was male model.
No, not me.
So you're an investment banker in Little Rock, indeed?
Yes, and deal with fixed income securities. Because right now it's an interesting time there also.
I bet.
And I do this as a little bit of a hobby. I'll do 3 or 4 a year and go out to the World Series every year.
Well, very nice. Well, we've had a number of people in financial services out there, of course, with Bart Tickelman, who's a CEO and turnaround specialist, yourself, fixed income, and I think we have another broker, actually, out there as well, if I'm not mistaken. But it's been great to watch you play. It was like the local guys to get to the final table.
It's a lot of fun, and with the pros that we had in here, it made it very, very challenging. And every time you play, you can improve your game.
So what's next for you?
Probably I'm going to take some time off. I had a very rough World Series this last year. Made several mistakes, had some bad plays, done well at the early session of the World Series, and then I tried to make aces lay down. Doesn't work very well. And I crippled myself and went out. But I'm probably going to take off, and I may not play another tournament till World Series time this summer.
Well, that'll be a few months break. We wish you all the best, and things go on in Little Rock. And I know you got to go off and get paid, and it's great to meet you and see
nice
you.
To meet you all.
Pleasure playing with you.
We'll hopefully see you around the series. Well played.
Thank you.
There you have it. Our 6th place finisher, Mark Garner from Little Rock, Arkansas. Very nice fellow.
Yeah, it was,
and
it was a pleasure. He was definitely a pleasure to play with.
Wish him all the best going forward.
I actually thought that he was going to be one of the softer spots at the table, and he really stood his ground pretty good when we were playing. He said it himself that he was a little overwhelmed with the final table situation, and he said it affected his play. But earlier on, he played well.
So Mark is gone. We are down to Gio John Devia, Ben Sabrin, Donald Nicholson, and Bart Tickelman. Those are our remaining players. There are 5 players left. How much longer do you think this is going to go on for?
Well, it depends. I believe it depends what happens to Bart Tickelman's chips. If Bart is able to if Bart busts the next person, we could be here for a long time. But if John Devia busts the next person, it could be a quick final table. I believe that John's going to have, I don't want to say heart, but he's going. If he gets more chips, I think he's got the ability to kick it into another gear and really start picking up the dead money that's out there.
Right. I think, we have a contrast with these 2 chip stacks. I mean, obviously, John is a very aggressive player. He's also not afraid to lay it out there, whereas Bart is the complete opposite. Yeah. And it is going to be interesting to see it unfold. But, Josh, tell us about yourself. You've obviously you've played a couple of events here in Tunica.
Yeah. I came here. This is actually...
Donald just won the hand.
Actually, I played 4 tournaments this month. It's the first time I've played more than 1 tournament a month since the World Series.
How about you just
I'm worn out, but I feel like I'm playing the best poker of my life. I don't know why I'm thinking so clearly. I came here into Tunica. I played 3 tournaments, and this was one of them, and I cashed. And then I played the WPT down the street and got knocked out and was very frustrated, and I actually punched the table. And I broke my hand.
You broke your hand?
Yeah, I have a broken bone in my hand here. Yeah, it's very stupid. It was. So I just need to get home and get to the hospital. But really excited about the way. Well, we have some action here.
Yeah, we got.
Wow, we're going to have a big pot, I believe.
Well, it depends what the other players have, but Bart Tickleman has woken up, blown the dust off his chips, and has
John
Devia.
John Devia has opened the pot for, I
Yeah.
believe, 100,000. And Tickleman is without a doubt going to make it in the neighborhood of 450 to 500,000.
And Devia has a 9-10 suited. It probably Tickleman would have wished for us maybe a slightly stronger hand than that.
Yeah, we're not going to see the fireworks that we thought. I don't know.
$240.
Wow, we are going to see a flop here.
Oh wow!
The two chip leaders will see a flop because he's only raised them 140,000, which is a huge mistake. There's absolutely no reason for him to only raise 140,000.
Well, the opening bet was what, 100 and something?
He made it 100,000 straight, I believe.
Mm.
And unless that's 80,000. But either way, he's still going to take.
How much was it?
Yeah, either way, he's going to call. And Tickleman is just looking for disaster. Boy, there's bad thoughts going through his mind right now. He really wants to move.
Makes a very quick
Good
call.
job.
You like the discipline of just calling and not re-raising.
Absolutely.
And
Well, I mean, right now on his call, he's getting laid over 2.5 to 1. Plus, you know, he knows that Tickleman has a big hand.
Ooh.
And
Oh, look at this.
Nah, we're not going to see. It's
Yeah, it's King 10 Queen 2 spades.
yeah. This is just going to be your basic bet and take it.
He's going to bet 160,000. Bart moves all in.
Ooh. Well, John's bet 160,000.
Wow.
Bart comes over the top all in.
What a mistake!
And John makes a very quick lay down there.
You know, if a seasoned tournament player would have really gotten a lot of chips right there, because the only thing that he is going to get called by is a hand that he loses to.
Right.
So he basically risked his whole stack to win 160,000.
Yeah, that is a very strange move.
Yeah, it was-
I created
And a
monster.
seasoned tournament pro would have really milked that situation.
Right. I mean, really, he could have been up against a big,
was
big
close.
big
That was
flush draw as
clutch
well
by hit there.
with the 2 spades out there. I mean, he doesn't want to get called and lose that, does he?
Right. That's a good point.
Had to have
But I agree with you. He's only going to get called if he's dead, basically.
right.
one that. No, more than that. Jesus, I've had a lot of chips.
Because those are
Go
the
ahead,
two
Bart.
big stacks in the tournament, and
That's him, Bart.
I'm sure that John Devia is very he's being more cautious than he would be more cautious against Bert than he is anybody else. Now, I played with John for about probably 4 hours in the tournament, and we might begin to see some fireworks. Because I'm sure the temperature in the room just went up a few degrees.
Raise.
Bart announces a raise.
90.
We're going to play for 90,000 now. Donald lays it down. Ben folds from the small blind. John gives it up from the big blind, and Bart is going to take down this pot.
Well, Bart takes down another pot. He's got to seem unstoppable right now.
You know, it's tough when a guy starts getting momentum like this, because in your mind, you're thinking that he's running over the table, and you're second guessing all your perception that you've had about the table. And now, I mean, this guy Bart is actually catching cards, and so these guys are really confused because they have this guy pegged as this super tight player, but he's raising every hand.
Right. And they're not realizing
they don't realize that he hasn't had to show one hand. Well, he showed the 2 jacks, and that's it.
All right, Bart will be under the gun this time.
What does Bart have now? Some of my chips. Got a pot off.
Bart lays
You see, you can just hear the table talk. The players are in a
they're
joking
definitely
way.
they're all
they're confused.
It's they're definitely confused, and they're not used to this all the action revolving around Bart.
I only hope that we do not have a heads-up battle involving Bart, because that will go until next week.
I don't know about that. When a guy like Bart, I think that with one of these aggressive players, I'm pretty sure Ben would understand. Any one of the John, Ben, or Donald, I believe, would really pick up the pace playing head up against Bart, and then Bart's gonna make a stand. He's gonna be sick of getting leaned on,
right?
And he's gonna make a stand in a bad spot, because the pace of head up play is gonna totally be set by the other player, and if one of those other guys are able to pick up some chips and not just be too dominated when it gets head up, it might not be as long as you would think.
Well, at the end of this level, players are going to take, in about 10-12 minutes, players are going to take an hour break for dinner. Then we're going to come back and we're going to race off the $1,000 chips, and it's going to be 5,000 antes and 2040. And I think at that point, it's going to really start putting the bite into forcing some action.
Yeah. I really thought that the action was going to get forced here, because an average stack right now is about 610,000, and the blinds, an average stack is only 20 times the big blind. So you really can't sit back no matter what position you're in. And I don't think these players are too used to a spot like this. I believe Donald is the most seasoned and with online play, which the blind structures in online play are very fast as well. And I think that these players played so slow at the beginning, now it's hurting them. The fact that the blinds are really eating up people's stacks.
Oh, Ben Sabrin has been raised by Giovanni. Bart has folded, and now Ben has to decide whether to call off this re-raise.
He's cussing himself in his head right now.
Although, re-raises or calls and spikes that ace, he's going to seem like a hero.
He's just in a tough spot because his stack is so small and the pot's laying such a big price. If he makes the call, he's going to be left so short. Such an unfortunate situation. Unfortunately, my cards would be face up right now because I would have probably moved all in pre-flop.
Will he give me advice too? Will he give me advice too?
9 big enough kicker for you when that is?
Well, just late position with especially the main thing is the tight guy in the big blind. His range isn't going to be that much.
Right.
So I would have been unfortunate that Giovanni picked up a monster in the small blind. He started the hand with around 400,000, and the blinds are just getting so big. I hate being crippled to not. Where it's
Seems
just
fair.
Either
my friends
all
all
in
get free advice, but it's not very
fold.
good when it's free.
So I'm trying to pick up chips whenever there's a tight person in the big blind.
Meanwhile, he's pleasuring a stack of orange chips.
There's not good thoughts going through his head right now. He's pretty upset with himself.
Gio's breathing heavily.
The pot's laying him right now. It's laying him 125, another 160. He's getting laid around 4-1 on his call, and 4-1 is about the right price because his EV plus his EV of his remaining chips I mean, he's what he's done is he priced himself in and he ended up folding. I think that's a bad fold.
Yeah, I think that's a bad fold too.
And he priced himself in plus the EV of the other 200,000 if he flops an ace. But the guy's re-raising. He would have re-raised with ace queen or ace king there. So, and that's all that's going through your head when you're sitting there with the ace nine.
Right. I mean, that's all he's thinking. I don't think there's any way he put him on a pair like kings.
Right. No. That's what you mean.
Right.
So I believe that's going to make Ben the short stack.
Let's take a look at Giovanni. Take a look there. Giovanni's
got the button.
Marachi, 35 years old, from Brooksville, Florida. Josh, talking about online play for a minute. You mentioned Donald playing online. You're affiliated with Bodog.net.
Yep.
How many of those online skills really transfer effectively to the brick and mortar tournaments, other than say positional poker?
Well, the tools you have online, you only have so many tools that you can use online, and so you're always trying to make sure that you don't price yourself in, and that's all you have is you have the math and some basic betting amounts, and that's all you have. It's very important to bring those things to playing live and mix that in with the human element of it. But it's the amounts of people's bets, and it's kind of looking into the future. It's that spot right there where he made a big bet, a steal, and he put himself in a bad spot because in all essence, he priced himself in, right. But then he made a good decision to lay it down because the fact that guys got kings, but it's sometimes it's tough to when you do that to yourself. Those things you cannot do that to yourself online because you don't have the human element of the game.
But you do. It is a good place to test and to get experience playing situational poker.
Yeah. I've heard some crazy stories about a couple players of covering up their hole cards and playing in the dark.
Yeah, and Annette Oberstadt.
Yeah, and Daniel Elias does it as well. And those are two great players. And that's and all you have online is just basically knowing betting amounts, positional play, and that's about it. And then when you mix those things with the human element of the game, if you can master that, you're in great shape.
Donald will make the call. Heads up to the flop between Donald and John.
You saw there we were at 30-60.
Flop comes 7 of spades.
Which we're not actually at 30-60. We're currently at...
Action begins with Donald. He checks.
This is a fairly good flop for a raiser.
John checks behind him. Now for the turn card. 4th Street brings the 8 of hearts.
I think the table is a little shell shock of what Bart's doing to him.
Well, certainly Donald Nicholson has to be looking down at his chip stats saying, oh, why, oh, why.
Yeah.
He's sitting on the big stack all night, and then...
Donald's going to move all in.
Oh, here we go.
We might have it now. Oh.
Stole my move there, Donald.
I don't think you were going to do it.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, Didi on the flush draw. We don't know what Donald has. And I don't think we will.
John lays it down.
Donald will win this spot.
Donald will show.
Donald turns over the king of
Jack.
spades, queen of hearts.
Yeah, king queen.
King queen.
Flop the pair of queens.
Too many draws on a turn.
And we have about 2 minutes left at this level, and then it's going to be an hour break for dinner. So
If I check and
I
you
think
move
maybe
all in,
Bart took an early
you
dinner.
might hit a draw.
Oh no, he's
Just
returned
save
now.
you the move.
Mighty kind of you.
I'm sorry?
Mighty kind of you.
Well, you know what I'm saying. I don't want you to move all in on a draw and get stuck.
So Josh, you live in Atlanta.
You have 2 hearts.
7-hour drive from
Yeah,
here?
it's a pretty long drive. And we're on our way out, and decided to stop by and watch a little
Yeah,
of the final table.
that's what I was worried about. I know if you bet, you're committed. So
prepare myself for the 7-hour drive ahead of me.
Go all in. So you don't have a drop.
Did you come down here with your family? Or?
No, I came with a buddy. We usually come here every January.
Oh, and
right before dinner break, actually.
Look at that. So
this
Josh
is a big bet.
Devia is all in.
He's a little steamed. You know, he had the tournament. He had so many chips, and he's very frustrated about what's going on.
And Elmo has the deuce 5 offsuit. Nicholson folds.
Around to Ben and the big blind.
And now to Ben.
Ben's got a little something. He's probably got about King Jack, Ace 10, Queen Jack.
Yeah, Queen John Devia. The 10s to Queen Jack. 2 overs.
An additional
He won't be making this call.
$294,000 to Ben.
Nope.
So hand, John.
John wins the pot.
And there will be one more hand. We keep saying the last hand before dinner, but we keep lying because they go so
I
fast.
moved it.
No, he's fine.
I'm sorry.
You get to check out the nice restaurants the Grand Casino here has.
Oh, yes.
LB's. Have you eaten at LB's?
I have eaten at LB's.
LB's is one of the best steakhouses that I've ever eaten.
No, that is a good steakhouse.
Yeah, absolutely.
We made a pilgrimage last night, a bunch of the Bluff crew, to the apparently much ballyhooed Sam's Town Buffet.
Oh, really?
And let me tell you something. Stay at the Grand Casino, not Sam's Town.
Yeah, that was. I was over at the other tournament yesterday, and we went to the steakhouse after the end of the day, and it was embarrassing. I mean, this place was. It was nothing like LB's. Not even the same league.
Action will begin with Giovanni.
I think all the guys are ready to go eat.
Yes, I think they are.
Take advantage of it.
So am I, by the way.
Giovanni folds, Mark folds. Donald plays it down. Action over to Ben from the small blind.
Oh, look at this.
Holy steamers.
Ben making a play here.
Wow.
And that will do it. Well, folks, it's only fitting that we end off the evening before the dinner break with a great play there from Ben Sabrin, pushing all his chips in with a 7 deuce.
He showed some speed that we haven't seen at this table.
Nick Ebra alongside Josh Aurier. We are down to 5 players, and when we come back after dinner in about an hour, hopefully they will have full bellies, happy minds, and be wanting to play some aggressive poker, and we can have ourselves a circuit winner for this event. In the meantime, we're going to replay the last hour, so enjoy it. We'll be back right after the dinner break, so don't go anywhere. See you after dinner. Well, we welcome you back to the Grand Casino here in Tunica, Mississippi. Nick Eber alongside Josh Aurier as we are bringing you live hand-by-hand coverage of our final table here at the World Series of Poker Circuit event. This is the $7,500 buy-in no-limit hold'em main event. At the end of this table, we will have a winner who will be $415,000 richer and a World Series of Poker Circuit ring. Josh, what does winning this mean to some of these players? Because we've got some guys who would consider themselves pros or semi-pros,
right,
and some guys that are just rank amateurs. What does it mean to them?
I think it's a huge step in a career. I mean, it really could launch the career of Donald, Ben, John. I'm not sure about Giovanni, and Bert I'm sure he's very accomplished in his career, so I don't think he's looking to turn to poker anytime soon. But it's big. It's important to have a trophy in your cabinet. The money goes, but having a trophy when it's gone is pretty important to stick by your name.
Well, I had an opportunity to talk to Bart Tickleman. We're calling him Tickleman Elmo, but I had a chance to chat to Bart. A lovely guy from originally from Vancouver, lives in Florida. The largest event he'd played up till now was the Mega Satellite, which won him the seat here, and he got the money for that, playing a 2-5 no-limit game. And the funny thing is, this guy's, turnaround CEO. He's certainly not lacking for money, but he wanted to do it all clearly within poker. Let's go back down to the table, though, where action has restarted. Blinds are currently at 5,000 antes, 20-40. That's 20,000, 40,000. And if we take a look at our
Looks
current...
like Donald's opened the pot for 125,000.
Well, and given the fact that he has, I'm looking here, 590,000 only in chips, that represents a large portion of his stack.
The size of John's stack, I wouldn't be surprised. There's not going to be many hands he's just going to call with here. It's either shove or fold. Yeah. Every time he seems to think, he usually seems to he's letting it go. Donald's only got to fade one more person here, and it looks like he's going to pick him up a nice size. And he does. The pots are getting pretty big. The ante looks like 5,000, and so every time you steal, what are the blinds?
It's 20-40, so it's 60,
Wow.
70,
60,
80, 85,000.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we take a look at the chip counts coming into the return from dinner. I don't know if they're available yet. Let's see if they are. There they are. Bart Tickleman is currently our chip leader with 1.2 million. Giovanni Maracci with 980,000. I want to apologize also to Giovanni for mispronouncing his name for the last few hours. Don Nicholson, 590,000. Ben Sabrin, 410,000. And Josh Devia, 350,000. Of course, John Devia, excuse me. I mispronounced his name right here. Tom Schneider, Jordan Rich, Mark Garner, and Ryan Young all eliminated from the tournament. And we have an all-in from Ben Sabrin.
I had a feeling the pace of the play would pick up. The blinds are such. Nobody's in really great shape with the size of the blinds. Their slow play is really taking a lot of the play. The slow play in the first few levels has really caused this to happen, because this tournament definitely had an amazing structure. And the slow play, it looks like
Giovanni's really thinking about that.
When people stand up, they're usually going to do something.
Oh, and he's all in. Giovanni Maracci's all in over Ben Sabrin's all in. I'd like to see what these hands are. Pocket aces versus ace deuce. Looks like, wow, why would Gio stand and make a production? It's not aces.
Pretty, yeah.
It is ace deuce of clubs, though, so Ben feeling he was slow rolled here. And it's a king of clubs, jack of spades, and a seven of diamonds. I don't know if you heard, but Ben said something about being slow rolled. You heard that? I don't think that
wasn't intentional. I've seen much worse.
Ready?
7.
Ooh, and there's the deuce. All of a sudden it gets a little interesting.
At least he's not drawn dead.
2 out.
One of the last 2 remaining deuces in the deck to stay alive. Otherwise, he is going to be our fifth place finisher.
Two outs right now.
Please.
Come on. Deuce. Hey.
Ooh, it's the ace of spades. And that's 2 pair to a set.
Fifth place.
That was a good one.
Giovanni Maracci is eliminated now in 4th place.
No, Ben
Pardon,
Saffron.
excuse me. Thank you very much. And it's Sabrin. So
Sabrin. We both messed up.
We're doing all right. It's a dinner break. Well, where did you go for dinner, Josh?
The video poker machine.
My game.
I'm such a sucker.
I love that game.
Oh, me too.
I'm a total addict. I'll say it now.
Hours and hours.
If they got that 800 number, I should be calling it.
1-800 video poker.
The 1-800. I got 7 stars by playing video
Me
poker.
too.
Yeah. Exactly. You and I are a dangerous team. We got to watch this.
How much did Ben take home?
Ben took home 75,000. That's a lot of coin in for video poker.
That is. And Ben played great. I played with him for a few hours as well. He's from Atlanta, and we know a lot of mutual people, and I've heard from more than one that he's definitely got a long career ahead of him. So it looks like we're down to 4.
Here we are indeed. Just going to get some information here. Hopefully Ben will come in. They don't know. It just depends on how he feels. He may not be feeling great at this point.
I'm never feeling great after.
I know. You're never feeling great.
No.
You never want to interview
no,
ever.
You won't talk to me after a tournament.
Actually, New Orleans, you were not happy of
no.
it. But everyone said Josh should decline interview. I said I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
But you invest a lot of hours into these tournaments, and when you get to the final table,
and you always feel like you're going to win. You always feel like that you're going to win. Look at Tickleman's picked up another hand here.
Oh, look at this, Tickleman Elmo with the ace
from
king.
The small blind. This could be trouble for Don.
6 + 4, 6.5.
While we watch this hand unfold, we want to welcome to the booth Ben Sabrin, our 5th place finisher. Ben, 75,000 and a final table, not bad.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Well, yeah.
Still like to be playing.
How'd you like playing on the feature table?
It was nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We have Tickleman for a while. He's picked up the deck now. Looks like he's made it about 170.
Let's see what Donald's picked up here. Donald will fold.
Tickleman takes another pot.
Getting.
Tickleman's turned into the bully. So how'd you feel coming into the table? Did you, the competition was tough. You had about an average stack, and you had a pretty tricky player on your left. What was your plans to do? And what was your, did you have a plan and what you were going to do?
I did have a plan. I mean, I felt pretty good being that I had Ryan and Tom Directwood to my right. Obviously a favorable position from that standpoint. Had the chip leader Directwood to my left. Had played with him for a while when we got down to 2 tables, and had a very distinctive plan of how I'd be able to pick him off. I mean, he likes to repop with marginal hands, and I figured I could kind of get in there. But you guys have been looking at my cards all day. It was pretty gross.
Yeah, you made what I thought was a very conservative and what turned out to be a really great laydown. Because when you had the ace-9, it's conservative to. It's conservative to keep yourself so short.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of skill, and I thought you played great throughout the tournament.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was trying to. If I look at this as a chess game, my my game was set up perfect because I kept getting repopped, and granted I was raising with marginal hands because I didn't have any hands, and I figured I had such a tight image that I'm not getting repopped with air.
Back to the table here. The chip leader has just folded 10 jack on the button.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, 10 jack.
That's terrible.
It's conservative to say the least.
I think that's a polite way of saying that Bart is playing exceptionally tight.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's got the chip lead right now, and
Sure
I think he's in
does.
a position he just wants to maybe see how things unfold with the remaining 3 players.
I'm on.
Ben, tell us about me. You came 15th in a WPT event, right?
Yep.
And we do have an all-in here.
Okay. He won the pot.
Okay. You came 15th in a WPT event. You're not a professional player. You're a vice president of software development. Where are you going with poker? Is this just a hobby? Is this just,
It's a hobby. I mean, I played for about a year. This is only my 5th main event, and I've gone deep in 2. I love poker. I've been playing cards since I'm a little kid. I mean, any game you throw at me, gin, spades, poker, you name it. I love to play it. I have a good group of friends in Atlanta that I play often with, in cash games and tournaments as well. And for me, it's a hobby. It's totally a hobby. When I can get away and play, I play.
Well, I have to ask you, your proclivity to sing Rolling Stones songs at the table, now where does this come from?
Well, I like to stay focused. I love music, and music focuses me, and it gets me in my zone. And when you get into the money, they make you take your headphones off. And, at times I need to, find my zone, and I find a song, and I do like to sing Rolling Stones.
Well, my kids will be happy. I see that you're a rock PS3 rock band.
One of the greatest inventions of all time. I mean, I can't tell you how long I've been playing the air guitar, and now I can.
Yeah. I'm a Guitar Hero junkie myself.
Oh, it's brilliant. I mean, why didn't they have that when I was, in college? I mean, granted, then I really wouldn't have gotten anything done.
So, what's next for you, Ben?
What's next for me, poker-wise? That's a good question. I'd like to go play in the 25K Bellagio if I can. It all depends on work. I played in that last year, made it deep into day 3, busted out 20 people before the money. That to me is an unbelievable tournament. I'm most likely going to play in the main event of the World Series. It just all depends. I just got involved in another software startup, and we're going to have a lot of stuff on our plate this year. So we're about to raise funding and getting all that good stuff.
Well, who knows? Maybe the main event beckons, and there's your funding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Ben, I want to thank you and congratulate you. And,
Appreciate it.
Now, you're from Jersey originally, but now living in Atlanta, right?
That is correct. I've been in Atlanta since '97.
That's a lovely city, home of Bluff Media, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. I've
high
met
atop the Bluff building, right there. Yeah.
I've met several people from Bluff.
Well, good.
Good folks. I appreciate you guys doing this.
Well, Ben, thank you, and best of luck to you.
God, I just really wish you didn't wake up with aces.
Congratulations on your nice little run, and
thanks, guys.
You can do some damage with your nice 75,000 and change, and make them play a little higher at home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Josh and I think you should go play video poker with it. All right.
Take care. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you have our fifth place finisher, Ben Sabrin, originally from New Jersey, now living in Atlanta, and there were 2 or 3 players at this table were forcing action.
Right.
Ben was one of them. Josh Devey is another. Donald Nicholson was forcing action. Of course, Tom Schneider when he was. But
right.
Tom never really picked up that traction that he was looking for.
Yeah, it's. I didn't pick up the action till after Tom was already out. I have a feeling that if either John or Don are able to double up, they are going to win the tournament. Because they are two that really know how to play with chips. And I think that they're going to be the ones that really make a difference and really move the chips around rather than just sit and wait. Because shorthanded poker is not about sitting and waiting. It's about getting in there and putting pressure on your opponents.
Well, right now, Gio would be at about 1.3 million, give or take. Actually, probably closer to 1.4 million. 1.3, yeah, a little under 1.3, 1.4 million. Given that he picked up Ben's 410,000, came in with 980.
Okay.
That would put him as the chip leader. Bart second in chips at 1.2 million. And we essentially have 2 shorter stacks.
Yeah, it looks like
Don Nicholson and John Devia.
John Devia has just gone completely cold card dead here at the final table, and he's stuck at the mercy of the deck because no matter when he gets in the pot, he is going to get called. And there is a good chance that he gets called in more than one spot.
Right. And maybe some of that, too, is also, a bit of payback for being such a wild and aggressive character earlier on in the table. Wow. And once again,
here we
look
go.
At this. Here we go. Wow. John Devia is all in with a 9-10 of hearts. And Bart Tickleman will call with the pocket queens.
This has definitely been an amazing run for Devia. He should be very proud. He's not done yet, but he's really he's on his last little thread here. We'll see a flop. Yeah.
Well, it's 2 aces and a 4.
It looks pretty grim.
Spades, yeah, not looking good for him right now.
Tens are running 9s. Let's see the turn card.
We got some sweat.
Yep.
He gets some sweat.
He gets some sweat. Gets the 5 of hearts.
It seems that we always get some sort of sweat.
Absolutely.
Let's see the river card, please.
Nope. It wasn't in there for him.
Nope.
This guy definitely deserves a huge round of applause. He played amazing. He was the force to be reckoned with. From the time there was 36 people left in the tournament, he moved the chips beautifully. He stayed on he kept his foot on the gas pedal and really put pressure on all of his opponents and allowed nobody to build chips up, because as soon as he saw people build chips up, he took back control of the pace of play.
Well, John Devia eliminated in 4th place. Once again, Bart Tickleman Elmo coming through with the big hand at the right time and it holding up, which is the other thing, It's not just that he has the best hand, it's that it holds up, which is one of the things that, looking back at World Series and World Series main events, look at someone like Jamie Gold. Jamie, hit in the head with the deck. He himself will say that. Does he not want to do it?
Yeah, no, I totally know the feeling.
Fair enough. I will not say anything. I did make it clear to all the players at the table that if they felt like doing an interview, we'd love to hear from them, and if they didn't, that was all right.
And we're down to 3-handed, and it looks like Bart has taken over the chip lead after winning that pot.
Yeah, Bart would have about 1.6 million.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's about 1.6, 1.4, and about 600,000.
So we could well have Bart and Gio here heads up.
Yeah, it's starting to look that way. Oh, this is a pretty weak play here.
Now from the big blind, he lays it down. Giovanni and Donald to the flop.
We've got a King Jack 10 rainbow. And we do know that
This isn't so weak.
We know Giovanni has an ace and a 6. We do not know what Don Nicholson has.
He looks like he's got a hand here. $125,000 is kind of a weak lead, and if I were in his shoes, I would be thinking about that, and think that Giovanni isn't capable of leading weak with a strong hand. It's so tough when you're whole stacks like this.
No, he's going to fold it.
Yeah, it's so tough.
Giovanni's going to win the pot.
All right, you guys be the Giovanni section. You guys be the pot section. You be the card section. Keep it at home, too. Atlanta.
I hear the
Stuck in the wave or something.
I hear the cries of Atlanta. It's not burning though this time.
Yeah.
How come you're from Atlanta and Canada?
I grew up in Canada.
Oh, I see.
I moved to Atlanta in '99.
Okay.
Folds over to Bart.
I see.
Bart originally came from Vancouver.
How do you know every time?
It's my day. It's my day.
8.
8. I had an out.
So we're looking at Don with about 590,000, Giovanni Maracci with
Where'd
about
you go?
1.4 million, and Bart Tickleman Elmo with about 1.6 million.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's just north of Seattle?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, on the West Coast.
I've been there very briefly.
Olympics are there in, I think, 2010.
Donald needing a little bit of a geography lesson as to the location of Vancouver, but for a guy that moved from Boston to Tunica, the geography probably not his strongest suit.
I don't think Tunica would be my destination from Boston. I agree with moving south, but it would have been a little bit further south.
Yes, save your Confederate dollars, because the South will rise again, right, Josh?
Well, Bart's got his foot back on the gas pedal. He does enjoy auto racing. Well,
And once again,
he's holding the cards.
Oh, no, he's not going to get any action with the 5-6. Well, if you're listening to this broadcast, I hope you're enjoying the incredible audio we're getting off this table.
Yeah.
I mean, we can hear everything. These players belch after a big dinner, we're going to get it.
I think Don's going to really have to pick up the pace here. He could really take control of this table. If he's able to pick up one pot here or there, these players, I don't believe they're seasoned enough to deal with a higher gear of play. If I was in Donald's spot, I would really be thinking about really picking up the pace.
Well, he's only got 590,000. I mean, you know, it doesn't have a lot of gas to keep the speed.
Yeah,
that
but
high.
if you think about it, every pot out there's got 100,000 in it almost,
Right.
and 20, 40,
And
70.
he still has some fold equity with 590.
Yeah.
He's going to put a dent on someone if he
Absolutely.
pushes in and they call and lose. So people are going to think about
Right.
that. Particularly maybe the more inexperienced players that are looking at their chip stack and now maybe afraid to lose some of those chips that they've worked so hard to get.
If he doubles up, he's going to be in real good shape.
Yeah, no.
And I don't believe a head-up match between Giovanni and Bart would be too exciting. It'll be slow-paced poker, and will be in for the long haul.
Yeah, it reminds
See
me
who
of
gets the ring.
the great heads-up match between the late great Chip Reese and Andy Block, of course, at the 50K horse inaugural event.
I think that was a little more. There was a few more thoughts going on in those minds.
I think so too.
It was Chip Reese. He was amazing. What he did for poker and
absolutely
his accomplishments, and he beat up on the best players every day of the year, and that's something that very, very few people can say. And Tickleman picks up a big ace again.
Heard some many great stories about Chip Reese. One in particular stood out to me.
I'm all in.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, no.
And Don is all in with a king deuce.
Okay.
And I don't think Bart's going to call it.
600.
I think he is.
Really?
Yeah, I think he is.
Do you think he has the experience to make that call? Because I think he should call him.
Experience? No, I don't think he has the experience. It looks like you might be right. It looks like he's getting off the hand, and
25,000 from Donald.
no, you know it's a three-handed situation. An ace is just hard to get off.
Yeah, it's
of.
a big hand.
But the thing is Don has put together a very strong table image. Hasn't really goofed off, and there's a chance he could lay it down. It would make for a very exciting three-handed match if Don was able to pick up some chips.
Yes, it would. I wonder what Bart's going to do. You know, we haven't usually seen Bart spend this long thinking about anything. But he's going to lay it down.
Wow, that's a great play. That takes a lot of heart to stick your last chips out there with the king deuce.
Absolutely.
Against a guy that has done nothing but show you great hands.
And in fact, if anything, this may slow Bart down a bit because Bart's starting to make some plays with some hands that he wouldn't otherwise have.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden he gets snapped off. He may revert back into the turtle shell.
And, you know, when this stuff like that happens, you lose your confidence.
Yeah.
I don't care how many chips you have. You lose confidence when people aren't just laying down to your raises.
Well,
and if this kid gets his confidence up, these people are in for a long night.
Well, having had a few words with Bart, lovely guy, and also aware of his own inexperience, which is an important thing, you know. I don't think overconfidence is going to be one of Bart's problems at the poker table.
Call.
Oh, this is interesting.
Donald will call. Option over to Giovanni now.
So Donald completes out of the small, and let's see what Giovanni does. Yeah, these blind battles.
Wow.
They can each pick up a little piece here. You don't like that either. He should have come in with a... He should have raised. And here we go. It's 7, 8, 9. 2 diamonds and a heart.
2 nines.
Yeah. Pardon me. 7 with 2 nines.
Yeah, Donald's in bad shape. He's going to lead, and he's going to end up checking it down after this. He's going to get called, and he's just going to get checked down the rest of the way. Donald shouldn't lose much in this hand. All Giovanni can do here is basically call, and yeah, this is a good play. Oh, this is not a good play because he's only going to get, even if
he's only going to get called by a hand that beats him.
He's only going to get called by a hand that beats him, and even if Don has a flush draw, and maybe then there's a good chance one of them's an overcard. The 7. He's even money.
Right. An additional 150,000.
It looks like he's trying to get information from him, and you know I'm pretty sure that it's. I don't know. I'm not as good when I can't see their cards.
You're listening to the play-by-play action from the Grand Casino World Series of Poker Circuit event. Final table, main event, $7,500 buy-in. Nick Eber and Josh Arieh bringing you the action here as we are down to 3 players.
The things that are going through Donald's head right now is, if he flopped 3 nines, would he have raised?
Oh, I should have raised this.
Yeah, I think he's got about 2 5s, and he's going to let it go. He's not going to lose a big pot when it was just limp to go. And that was pretty heartfelt. I should have raised, so don't think it's Hollywood style. He's going to try to get him to talk and get whatever kind of information he can. If I were him, I would have really started a conversation a long time ago, because this is a very, very important spot. He's not putting him on too strong of a hand, because I believe that he doesn't think that he would have raised with a 9.
Ronnie has a lovely ear.
I think he probably...
Yeah.
He either had about an ace-jack or about 2 5s or something like that.
Or he may have had absolutely nothing and just didn't want... He wanted to make Giovanni think next time he tried to snap him off like that.
That's a good point. That's definitely a good point. But when he said I should have raised before the flop,
I agree.
I think he might have had about an ace-10 or an ace-jack or something.
He had something nice.
Yeah, definitely. And it cost him. It was a big swing in chips, because instead of winning the 65,000 that's out there, he would have he lost an extra 40,000 or something. Such a weird spot being the short stack in a position where your other 2 guys are so tight.
And tell me, Josh, I mean, what does it do mentally? How does it force you to change your game when you've been the big stack for so long? Take a couple of hard beats, all of a sudden you're playing the short stack. You've got to shift your game so quickly.
Right. Well, I try to think of every hand as a new situation, and when the game changes, then I face the change. But this situation in itself is weird, because when you're playing these 2 players, you immediately want to step on the gas and be the aggressor. But you're the short stack, and it's tough, because you don't have that fear in their eyes the way they would if everybody was even. And so these guys are making a lot of mistakes by just calling the short stack.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a flop here.
It's 5-4-8 with 2 hearts. Oh, look at this. And Don is all in. We don't yet know what the players have, but hopefully we saw it.
We bet 470,000.
And he gets called.
5s.
Oh.
Ace 5.
Gio with the ace 5.
Pocket 6s. He has
oh,
a
wow.
Pocket 6s for Don.
Well, we could really see a new tournament here.
Yes.
He's got 5 outs.
This could be that swing. 8. It's a queen.
And Don is doubled up.
Yes.
And guys, we have a new tournament here.
Yes, we do. That puts Don a little over 1 million.
The best player has just gotten pulled even in chips. And we now have a new favorite to win the tournament.
So I put Gio right now somewhere between 800,000 and 900,000, and Don right at about 1 million.
Well, I got a big hand the hand before too.
Well done. Well done.
Got cute limping.
Now look what happened. He just told him he had a big hand.
Yeah.
You don't put your chips in a marginal situation, and something like this comes up.
Well, this is the same issue. Remember, I said he's going to sweat him, make him sweat, so he gets a little bit of respect. And I think it turned around to bite Gio. Maybe Gio didn't quite understand it.
Right, you're exactly right.
I like to. Don is playing some quality poker.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out how much experience that Giovanni has now, because it's hard to play after you double somebody up, especially the person that you don't want to double up. And we're gonna see if he can recover. You know, I've been playing poker professionally for 10 years now, and after losing a big pot, I still have trouble. You know, I still get a little steamed. And,
I know you get steamed.
And we'll see now what this guy's made of.
Well, he was super steamed in New Orleans, but you came onto that table about one of the big stacks, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I led from wire to wire until the last hand.
And it just all went pear-shaped.
Yeah, it was. The final table was set up very weird for me, and I had two guys. I had basically one guy on my left that was pretty nuts. And
what was that guy's name?
I don't remember. He was the guy that came in third, and he was nuts. He played so many hands, and it really hurt my style because he was re-raising me with King Jack and doing a lot of crazy stuff, which was very effective. You know, it really shut me down, and I was at the mercy of the deck.
Right. You were in the 1 seat in that one, weren't you?
I was in the 9 seat.
The 9 seat.
The other guy was in the 1 seat.
Right. Of course, we did bring that.
Go.
That was a great event, by the way.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
It was run really well. The people in New Orleans are so amazing.
Isn't that a great town?
Yeah, I love it.
I love New Orleans. It was terrific. We had a great time. It was great. Well, we're here in Tunica, and it's very nice. Tunica's not much of a town. Let's be honest. I mean,
it's good in the summer. It really is. It's I mean, but you sweat a lot on the golf course.
I don't play golf.
Oh.
But I was rather intrigued by the
let's
skeet
get out
shooting.
there and gamble some.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, video poker. I'll show you. I was impressed with the skeet shooting. I'd like to try that.
Me
at
too.
one point.
That would
looks
be really
like fun.
cool. That would be really cool.
And given that we're both 7 stars, we get the free skeet shooting here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. There's advantage to losing all your money in the video
Absolutely,
poker machine.
Cathedrals like this weren't made by suckers alone. They were made by you and I on top of that.
Donald's going to make these guys play. He's not just going to lay it down.
110.
No. And this is, wow, look at that.
Look at him. He's putting pressure on him.
Donald's going to...
You got to be careful in a situation like this because this guy's a little steamy, and at any time...
No, we know.
Yeah. Okay, well, he's showing some heart there. There's a lot of people that have really gone crazy with 2 connected cards right there, trying to get the chips back that they just lost.
Raised it to 110,000.
Gio raises.
I really don't want to show their cards, but they're giving you all the praise and everything on there. I mean, they're making it like you're the best player. That's what they say. But they got. Thank you.
This is a tough call, even though you've got the best hand. Yeah, it's a tough call.
Yeah, what about a Jack 10 when there are 3 players at the table? I mean, it's still not a very strong hand.
Well, so many hands go up in value when you're playing shorthanded, and especially against a guy like Bart, you're going to raise with almost anything because you know that he's pretty much going to fold, and if he comes back at you, you just let it go. He's not going to do anything tricky. But Jack 10's a hand that you just you want to see a flop with. Against an aggressive player, you just let it go there.
Right. It's a discipline to let it go and to strand your raised chips out there, right?
Right.
Giovanni really does not look pleased at
No,
all.
he definitely looks uncomfortable.
And Elmo announces raise.
Bart's going to raise it up.
Nice. We're seeing a raise with a King 4 by Bart.
He's made it a 120. Is that what he made
Play
it?
for 120,000, 80,000 over Donald.
I'm almost positive he's going to take the flop here with almost any hand. I'd really like to see him take advantage of his post-flop play.
Well, he raised it to 100. He raised it 120,000, but he was already. But Donald's already in some of that because
Yeah,
he's the
he's
big
in for
blind.
40.
Well, he's going to lay down.
Donald lays it down, and Bart takes the pot.
Look at that, Bart making a move.
Yeah, Bart showing a little speed.
Yep. Look at this. We have the local Tunica boy. We have the...
Who's local?
Don lives in Tunica now.
Wow.
Yeah, from Boston to Tunica. I believe that huge mansion I saw right by the high school was his. Oh, sorry, that was the Tunica Museum.
I've got a feeling. I got a feeling if Donald wins this tournament, he's headed west.
I think he's buying Tunica. Well, look at this.
When I was in college, I did my brief stint in college. I did a report on gambling in Mississippi, and Tunica, Mississippi, was the poorest county in the whole country.
Well, Jimmy was just saying that.
Yeah, it's the
And then
poorest.
and until the casinos came,
Right.
and now it's the richest county in the United States.
I wouldn't go that far.
The least amount of teeth per capita. than any other guy.
Man, to all you Tunica residents out there listening, I apologize for my colleague here.
Yeah, I'm just having a little fun. About Jimmy Sommerfeld right here, born and raised here, and he's about to kill me.
I
don't
enjoy
understand
Tunica.
they
I
carry
come here-
shotguns here, you know, in their truck.
City connector's no good.
Donald lays it down, and Giovanni's going to take this pot.
Wow, this dealer has a great shuffle going on here. Look at that.
It's getting late.
Yeah.
We're sweating the shuffle.
No, I mean he's good. You get to see the top-down shuffle with about
You know what
10 different dealers.
What I really enjoyed is the fact all the dealers were good here. Sometimes when you go to some of the tournaments that are outside of Vegas, you come across dealers that aren't the best dealers. But I honestly, I don't remember ever having one complaint about one of the dealers or the floor staff.
Well,
here
I mean,
at the Grand.
Tunica is one of the 3 poker havens, or 4 poker havens in the United States, I would say.
Yeah, it's-
At Atlantic City, L.A., Las Vegas, and Tunica, the big.
I've driven back to Atlanta, broke from Tunica many a times. We have a battle of the Jack 5 and the Jack 7. It looks like Don.
Look at this.
Don's going to pick up the blinds here. Yeah, these guys are going to have a hard time with Don.
Yeah, Don's going to keep testing them, right?
Every button is going to be raised, and Bart's going to have. I think what's going to happen is Bart is going to mess up out of position in one of these small blind against big blind situations, and he could really get in trouble. You sure did. I remember that.
Giovanni folds, action over to Bart.
Well, then we got a Yeah, this is interesting. Both of these hands are playable.
Cool.
Oh, look at this. Maybe this is what you were talking about.
Yeah, this, I mean, it's...
Hell, I have a raising hand, but it's so weird for Bart to call. I guess we'll just play. More fun to play poker.
We still don't know what he has, but
I don't believe he's really... I think he's full of crap, to be honest with you. He's really going to take advantage of Bart limping out of position.
well, and Bart hits the low pair here with no kicker whatsoever.
He's probably going to take it down. I don't think Don's got a king, and he probably wouldn't call here with a 9 just because they didn't raise, and there's no reason to make a big stand. He's probably just going to take it down. Well, as you can see, Donald's got a 1% chance, and we don't know what he has.
Well, yeah, that's just the system.
Wow. This is an interesting call because I don't think that he would have called with a 9.
And he's got to put Elmo on something. I mean, Elmo hasn't shut... Oh.
That's an interesting card.
Is that going to slow down Bart? Or is Bart going to represent here?
He's going to pick this... He's going to see right... If he doesn't bet at least 200,000, Don is going to see right through it.
That's about 200,000.
Okay, that's he bet what he had to bet. Let's see what Don can do. I'm folding any hand here other than...
What do you have total?
I'm folding any hand here other than a 9.
You know what? Don's got a king.
Can you count how much you have total, please?
I wouldn't be surprised if Don has a king here. That would make him Don King.
I just rough. I think he's comatose, but...
He's looking at his friends. There's a lot of confidence in his voice.
Yeah, no, I think he has a king. Because I've seen him do this when he has big hands. Because when it was the kings and he had the aces, he did the whole thing.
Like I said before, you can't really call, on the flop, you can't really call the bet without a 9.
Right.
So it's like the minimum he had was a 9.
And he's asking for a count of Tickleman's chips. And this has got to put the pressure on Tickleman with the tournament director over him, counting his chips.
Bart hasn't moved.
No, I like this move here.
This is... If I had a guess at his hand, I'm putting Don on the 9-7 of diamonds. That's what I'm going to give him.
You think he's really trying to figure out if he has the king or not?
Wow. We got action.
And he just calls it. Wow.
This is the exact situation I was telling you about before.
Exactly, Joe. Exactly.
He's going to get in trouble, out of position, small blind, big blind.
Ooh. 8 of diamonds.
Bart has to shut down. He has to shut down. Somebody wake Bart up, please.
This is an interesting... And he's all in.
Bart's going to move all in.
Now that's heart.
Don is smiling.
I take everything I said back about this guy. He has shown what an amazing play.
Bart is 975,000.
Because he hasn't gotten out of line the whole tournament, and he's putting this young pro to the test. And this right here shows he's got the best hand. Don has the best hand.
Yep. He just doesn't know it, or he's not convinced of it, and it's his tournament life.
Wow.
This is great stuff. Bart Tickleman is showing, I think, perhaps...
Well, I was wrong about the 9-7 of diamonds.
I think possibly Tickleman is showing what a little age and life experience can make up for in terms of
Yeah,
poker
he didn't get to
experience.
become a CEO
No.
of a major company without.
No, he didn't. Without playing for some seriously high stakes
big
poker.
cojones. Yeah.
This is one of those great moments while we do these broadcasts.
I don't see Don making a call here. If he does, it's no matter what he's got, it's a great call because he would have already called if with a strong hand. He would have already made the call.
Okay. I guess I misplayed that hand. Good hand, Bart.
Oh, and he lays it down.
Donald lays it down, and Bart is going to win this pot.
What an amazing play.
Excellent play.
Things like that, that's why Chris Moneymaker won the World Series of Poker. At the time, average talent, huge heart. And I'm not saying that Bart's an average player, but he just showed heart that if a lot of pros out there had that size heart, they'd be top pros.
One of my favorite announcers, Mike Sexton, who does that other tour, always talks about firing the other bullet. And does he have the heart to fire the other bullet? And, you know, unless you play the game, you don't really understand just how important that is. And you said it earlier, you used the word consistency. He's played this hand consistently.
Yeah.
He's been representing strength all the way through. The fact that we know his hand wasn't that strong.
Right.
This is from a guy who everyone is convinced is just a one-dimensional player.
Right. You have to, especially when you're bluffing, you have to. When I like to say, when I bluff, you're telling a story, and when you're telling a story, you have to put it together, and you have to make everything make sense along the way. And if you don't do that, then most players pick it out.
Well, we just heard that one of the cards was of Donald's was an 8.
Oh yeah, he did 7-8.
Giovanni makes the call.
You got ace-5?
Because even with King 8, he would have raised him earlier, so
Right.
it was 7-8.
Flop comes 6 of spades.
All right, we got a 6-deuce-9 with 2 spades.
Donald checks.
Don checks. Now to Gio. Gio will check. And the turn is a jack of spades. We now have 3 spades.
Donald's going to bet 175,000.
I think Donald might be a little shaken up
Yeah, I
in the
think so,
last
too.
hand. You know, it's poker is short-handed poker. When you lose a big pot, it makes it tilt factor so much more because of the fact that another hand comes out right away, and you have to you have to convince yourself to keep pressing.
Well, remember, Gio was steaming a little earlier by
Right.
losing the hand to Don.
And he got through it, and now
But
it's Don's turn to steam a little.
But here the guy, you got Don checks. Gio has top pair.
650.
You asked for the count, 650. Maybe he just doesn't want to double Don up again.
Oh, he's definitely calling. I mean, there's no question he's calling, at least. I think he's going to put a raise out there. And
Any raises? There you go.
Giovanni announces a raise.
for Donald's sake, I just hope he doesn't have Jack 8.
Giovanni's going to raise an additional 200,000.
200,000 raise.
Is that good? Oh, yes, have a monster. Okay, you have that.
It's got a good lay down.
Donald kicks it in, and Giovanni wins this pot.
This would be a good time to call a timeout, you know, for Don and wash your face. But in poker, you can't do that. You know, there's going to be another hand out there probably within 15 seconds.
Well, we've got 9 minutes left at this level, and you talked about the structure of this tournament, Josh. The blinds and antes are going up like a rocket here.
Yeah.
An hour goes by just like that, and all of a sudden the heat is on even more.
We had a lot of action that hour, so the time kind of flew. We lost 2 or 3 players here in the last hour, and now the blinds are going to be headed up to
25-50.
Wow, they're really getting up out of the mud, and the pressure's back on Donnie. Had a couple unfortunate instances where Bart really put an amazing play on him.
All right, action begins with Donald this time.
It's important to pick up this right here.
But I like this.
Big blind of 40,000. Action over to Giovanni now from the small blind. Giovanni will make a call as well. Option over to Bart from the big blind now.
My. Once again, Tickleman Elmo with a massive hand. Short-handed, queens again. He's got 2 callers.
250.
Bart's going to raise an additional 250,000.
The rich get richer.
Yes.
Players fold. Bart takes down the pot.
Bart, you heads up specialist.
Well, that was close to $100,000 pot he just took, even though it was a call, a completion, his small blind, and the antes. That's just about 100,000. It's what are we 420-40, right?
This is a perfect example.
60,000, 70.
So let me
75,000.
perfect example of how amazing this structure is in this tournament. They're going from 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante to 25, 50,000 with a $5,000 ante to 30,000, 60,000 with a 5. That is, in most tournaments, the next level would be 30,000, 60,000, and then after that would be 40,000, 80,000. So there's still, even as slow as they played for 2 hours, there is still play left in this tournament.
Well, actually, pardon me, that was about $125,000 pot he took there. And that is this structure is what we call the Tunica Special.
The Jimmy Summerfield Special.
Born and bred right here in Tunica, this structure right here.
That reminds me, when earlier on, I was fortunate enough, I'm sure I've bragged about it a bunch, but I came in the money here. And we went from like 1,000, 2,000 to 1,224 to 15 and 3. There was basically every level that could possibly be in this tournament. And I also must say that the tournament staff made an adjustment at 12 o'clock noon the day of the event to accommodate about 30 pros that wanted to play in this tournament, along with another tournament that was going on here. And they changed the complete format of the event. And I'd really like to send a big thank you out there to the staff for doing that.
Once again, look what we got here. Bart has got his chipping tool away, and he's just chipping away at everyone else's chip stack.
It's important. It's really important for Donald to pick up a couple 100,000 here in the next 5 minutes to get ready for this next level increase. Even though it's not that high, but it's going to cost him another 40,000 around, another 20,000 around. So if he were able to pick up a couple 100,000 in the next 5 minutes, would be huge help to his staff.
Oh, there's a raise.
And I think he's capable of doing it against these guys without showdown.
Giovanni, Marocci.
Yeah, there we go.
They both fold.
He's playing very similar to the way I would play this three-handed situation.
Wow, and look at that. Bart laid down an 8-5. Short-handed. Against a short-stacked Razor, who you know is not exactly a tight player.
Right.
You know, Bart may take the approach that it's not about getting all your chips in with the best hand. Maybe it's about getting all your chips in at the right time.
Bart?
Yeah, because, you know, ace-5 against a short-stacked, slightly loose, aggressive pro, heads up, is a hand I probably would have called 120,000 chip raise with.
Right.
Especially when I, you know, even if the flop comes down and I miss, and I can always get off the hand, right?
Well, I don't think that Bart's experienced enough to think that much into it. I think that it's basically single level thinking for him, and that's not a bad thing to have when you're catching good cards. Single level thinking is great, but in a spot like this, he's thinking, the pro raised, he's got something, I better have something or I'm done. When he catches good cards, I got good cards, I'm going to raise, let's go. And that's not a bad thing to have. I really wish I had single level thinking a lot, because I get really confused and I trick myself more often than not. The button's on Bart. Is he going to take advantage of his chips?
My goodness. Just how many times can this guy have pocket queens?
This is trouble for the boys.
150.
This could be trouble.
It's a fishing raise, too. He'll get some action with that, I think, if anyone has
Button,
anything.
whenever you pick up a hand on the button,
Yeah.
it just looks such... you know, that's unfortunate for Bart. You know, it's unfortunate that both guys look down at nothing. I wish we had a stat on how many times Bart's had, like, really, really good starting hands.
Well, I can think of at least nine times. He's had queens at least 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
He's had queens 2 or 3 times since in the last half hour.
He won a big pot.
Yeah.
You know, the hand ever since that 2 jacks hand, when he doubled through with the 2 jacks against Ace King, ever since that hand, he's just really taken control. There was one spot where it looked like Don was going to everything was going to go towards his, go in his direction, but it really didn't.
I tell you, Bart, CEO, turnaround specialist, he's got that look that he's going to call me into his office and fire my whole department.
Wow!
Wow! Look at this. This could be trouble.
This is going to be a cool hand. We're gonna see a flop here for sure.
And how happy would Don be if Bart got to split some of his chips with Gio?
Oh yeah. This is the situation I was in a 3-handed pot. The 2 guys played a real big pot, and then I was sucking up the end. I can't see him laying this hand down.
I can.
He's got position. He's got the chip lead.
And he lays the hand down. I knew he was going to lay the hand down. He doesn't have to get involved in that pot.
All right, guys.
He's the chip leader.
I'm leaving here. I'm going to get a job cleaning laundry, and that's insane.
No, we'll just go play some video poker.
That is insane. The chip leader with position.
Of course, with a nice hand.
Just laid down the ace-7. Just take it.
Suited.
Just take it.
Suited. He did it because I think he's looking at his chip stack. He's not confident in his hand, and he thinks, I don't have to do this. I'm the chip leader. I'm not saying that's how I would think. I'm just trying to read into what Bart thinks.
Wow. Now I see why I'm able to make a living playing poker.
And you know, Josh, you're absolutely right. But I mean, by the same token, you have to look at the way these guys play and accept the fact that they play at the level of what their experience is.
Right. That's exactly right. And that right there shows me the tunnel vision that this guy's playing with. He's playing with just one way.
His cards, his chips.
That's exactly.
Now, he's obviously an exceptionally bright guy. When he gets involved in a hand and he knows how to meander. He knows how to find his way out of the maze, and that's just pure intellect. That's certainly not experience.
That 4-6 of clubs was
brilliant.
I mean, he would have gone from the chip leader to a very short stack.
Right.
If he would have got caught, and it was an amazing bluff that I could have never done.
That's the experience. But again, pre-flop play, when you have to match and look at your strategic tournament thinking, is really a function of poker experience.
What's the deck have in store for Bart this time?
Could it be pocket queens again? Now, the one thing I will say about Bart, this is one guy I don't think is ever in danger of tilting.
Bart raises to 150,000. Donald folds. Open Giovanni.
Wow.
Look at this. Look at this.
Good raise,
King
Bart.
9. All right, done.
I
mean, Bart, yeah. He's going to pick this pot up.
This guy Bart has a bright future.
Yeah, I think this guy Bart's just very bright. All right, well, we're going to take a very short break, about 5 minutes. They're going to count up some chips. We're going to have a new level, have a little restroom break. Nick Eber, Josh Arier, we'll bring you the final table here. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, well, we welcome you back to the Grand Casino Tunica here for the World Series of Poker Circuit event, the final table, $7,500 buy-in. 3 players remain. We have Giovanni Maracci, Bart Tickleman, and Donald Nicholson remain. The current chip counts, last time we looked, we had...
one of them, Bart has 1.8 million, Giovanni has 1.2 million, and Don Nicholson is the low man with 570,000.
And blinds and antes have gone up. We are now at 25,000, 50,000 with $5,000 antes.
And Bart drags another pot.
Well,
and you have everyone, the first place gets all the money in the bracelet. That way your chips still have value. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that way, your chips aren't losing value, and yours aren't either. So we all look up 200. Instead of giving a little bit of incremental value to second, you just say everyone gets 200.
Well, Bart is...
I don't know what they're talking about, but I think
Bart's
seen this kind of negotiating
Yeah.
plenty in his lifetime.
I would say Don may be the most experienced poker player, but in terms of this negotiation, I would say Bart Tickleman Elmo has the by far the upper hand.
Don, you are just starting law school, son. You were talking to a seasoned negotiator.
Oh God, good stuff.
I should have said something. Okay.
Giovanni's going to raise the 200,000. Action over to Bart.
What has Bart woken up with now?
I seem to think that through all the breaks that we've had in the dinner break, it seems that Bart is the only player that's remained focused. He is the only one that's thinking about the task at hand, and I commend him for that.
Yeah.
He's shown.
He's just calling him.
He's shown a lot of common sense, not card sense. I'm not saying he's bad at cards, but he's shown the ability be the all-around player.
Well, Josh, everyone makes a comparison between poker and the boardroom, and what you have here is a guy, and look at this. This is Don's going to get out of the way here, and we're going to have some fireworks here.
Bart's going to raise an additional 300,000, make it $500,000 straight.
Now, what happens if Bart doubles up? Giovanni.
Tickleman is really leaning on this guy's bank account.
Yes, he is.
That's exactly what's happening right now. He's looking at this guy and saying, you need this money to come in second place, and this hand, if you want to play it and you lose, it's a $100,000 difference for you.
That's exactly
Look at this
right.
guy.
That's
It's
exactly
this guy.
right.
I don't ever want to go work for him.
No.
He looks like a monster.
It's great stuff, but look, I mean, the players were off talking about various ways that they could possibly come to some conclusion, and the fact of the matter is that the guy who is stone cold, the end of the table there, has right now all the power. He has a negotiating skill. He is focused. He is used to these 20-hour meetings in the boardroom, hashing out and revamping companies top to bottom. This is a guy. This is just not that far of a leap for him.
And look at the difference between.
Giovanni will make the call.
All I'm thinking about right now is when I was at the table with him, I was looking at him and he had fish on his forehead. And it's a big difference now.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Oh, we're going to have a lot of. We're having fireworks here.
6, 7, 9. 2 spades and
Wow.
2 clubs and a spade.
He's got a call.
And
it's automatic. It's automatic that he has to call here. He's already put in $500,000. The pot is nearly with Bart's amount. It's there's $2 million in the pot, so it's $500,000 call to win $1.5 million. Excuse me.
So 3 to 1 on your money.
You're getting 3 to 1 on your money. He doesn't know that he's a favorite, but the worst case scenario you could be in right here is having 6 outs. There's no way you can fold. There's no way you get away from this. Don is over there in the corner begging this man to call, because if he calls, he will go from the low stack.
Giovanni will make the call.
Here we go. We've got action. Great call. Great call, young man. That is a great call. You have to do it, but you did it. Good job. And the boardroom monster's in a little bit of bad shape here.
What about a 5 or a
5 or a 10?
There's the 5.
It is the 5 of diamonds on the turn.
Wow, he's just hit the straight. Wow. Aye.
Tickleman
He had a lot of outs.
An 8 and an 8 only.
He's got 3 outs to make a bigger straight.
An 8 or an 8 only.
River card. River card is the deuce.
That is a tough beat for Giovanni.
Well, you know,
well played.
Open-ended draw for Tickleman.
Absolutely.
Overcard.
Right. The hand played itself.
The hand played itself.
It's
and
just
he hit
a
his
tough
out.
beat.
And I applaud both the players for making the right move and making the right call.
It was just another great hand of poker.
And the poker god spoke, Josh.
We're down to 2 players. We're down to 2 players. And it's just the boardroom monster from Atlanta. Bart Tickleman has 3 million in chips.
3 million in chips.
Wow.
And I tell you,
that is by far the biggest pot of the whole tournament.
And right now, young Don Nicholson is learning that the golden rule: he who has the gold makes the rules. And let me suggest there'll be no deal.
No, there's no deal here. But
he already moved up in the pay
He moved up 103,000, and he is very happy.
Very happy.
He's ready to get it in. He doesn't care. He's going to get it in and try to double up. If he doubles up, it's going to be a good match.
Absolutely. It's been absolutely, I would say, an exceptionally interesting final table.
Absolutely. There's been really high drama.
Absolutely.
There's been good play.
Yeah.
There's been, some good hands came about. The last hand, 2 guys didn't back down, and they both played it very well. And it was unfortunate that it's one of those spots that you try to shy away from, the 2 big stacks playing. But it was very good plan and a great tournament for Giovanni.
Oh. And Giovanni very kindly is going to join us for a couple of minutes as we set up for the heads-up match.
What's up?
Well, we welcome to the booth our third-place finisher, Giovanni Macacci. Giovanni, wow. I mean, what a hand, huh?
Yeah.
What a hand.
It's tough. This is poker. I mean, this is how it goes.
You made the right call.
Yep.
Just didn't pan out for you. By the same token, Bart Tickleman, with what he had, probably made the right move, too.
I felt that he was making a move, and I said, I'll call. If no ace hits, he pushes, I'm calling. I was insta-calling. And I made the right move. He just got lucky. I mean, that's how this game works.
How did you feel? First off, congratulations.
Thanks, Josh.
Well-played
Absolutely.
tournament. How did you feel three-handed against Bart having so many chips on your left, and after the couple hours of play, he really started to
get aggressive? Yeah,
he got aggressive. He became the force at the table. And
right.
How did you? What went through your head when you were thinking about playing him three-handed?
Obviously I'm trying to set up a trap on him. I knew he was trying to get a little too aggressive because he was raising quite a few hands.
Yeah,
he played really tight early on, too tight actually, and then when he started putting on the pressure, obviously he was getting the chips, people were folding, and like I said, that hand there, I knew I had the best hand. I didn't really want to race for 1.2 million chips. I just said if I get a good flop, which that was a good flop, perfect flop. He shoved. I knew he was going to insta shove. And I made the right call. It's just that I got outdrawn. I mean,
yeah, there's nothing you could do. It was one of those situations in poker that just come up where.
Yeah, just like how you went out with your kings versus the tens.
Right, it's just a cold deck, and
it's a cold deck.
It's nothing you can do. Well, it's a great playing. I mean, you really showed a lot of talent there at the table.
Thanks.
And,
I appreciate it.
Giovanni, you're living in Florida.
Yep.
From Toronto originally.
Yes.
What's next for you, poker-wise?
I might go to Borgata. If not, definitely L.A. I'll do the L.A. Poker Classic, but I might fly out to Borgata in the next few days. I want to go home. Definitely see the family. I haven't seen them. I've been here since last Saturday. Ran out of clothes. Did some laundry finally. But yeah, I think maybe Borgata. If not, I mean, I might take a week off and a few weeks off, and then head to L.A.
Well, would it surprise you if we told you that Bart Tickleman had some big hands throughout the latter part of this tournament?
No, I knew he did. Yeah, I knew he had some big hands. Just right there, I started somewhat getting a read on him, and I knew he was trying to make a move there. And I just said, if an ace doesn't hit the flop, I know I'm good. I knew he was re-raising me with an ace. And that was, about a flop I'm looking for.
Well, I mean, that was a great read.
Yes, excellent read.
And the best thing about it was you went with it, and you went with it for all your chips, where in a spot where it looked like you could have just folded your way into another $100,000, but you went for the win, which is very important in poker, and I applaud you for that, and you really played a great tournament.
I appreciate it, Josh. Thanks.
Congratulations, all the best, and we look forward to seeing you at more final tables.
Thank you.
It's our third place finisher.
Alrighty.
Giovanni Maracci. Finally get it right as he's here, which makes me feel good. Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he had it. You had it right, Josh. I mean, you had it exactly right. I mean, his thinking, the way he, the way he responded with that hand. I think crediting Bart with a lot of moves is amusing because he's had about three moves that I can count, that I can think of.
Right, big ones.
Big ones, but the rest of he's had hands, everything else. But he's so difficult to read because you don't put someone on getting queens, every fifth hand. Well, here we go. It's a little lopsided right now. Bart has 5.8 million, and Don has 510,000. But it is heads up.
Well, we're looking at a big pile of hundreds here in Tunica, Mississippi.
Oh, could feed a lot of video poker machines with that.
Let's go down there and sneak up on them.
Yeah. They got a couple
Maybe
of
we could get a video poker stake horse.
What a great idea.
I'm going to go talk to one of these guys.
Yeah, you should.
I think that Don is a little easier target than Bart as a stake horse.
I'm never negotiating with Bart.
No,
I will
never.
not negotiate for $3 for a pack of smokes.
No matter what we do, you're taking at least 20% the worst of it.
That's right. What a pleasure. What an absolute pleasure this final table has been.
Yeah, it's definitely... I was a little weary about it, but the play has been good. It started slow, and it ended in fireworks.
Absolutely.
There's been some great play.
But, a lot of that is this wonderful blind structure. It really puts the heat on.
Absolutely. And if the kid can double up one time, it's going to be a lot of fun.
He's going to have to double up twice, I would say.
Yeah, that's true.
One time would take him to $1 million, another double up would take him a little over $2 million, and then we got a match.
I've seen myself in this situation last time, and it's tough. You're definitely you're looking to get it in because you've locked up that much money, but you're looking to get it in. But it's like you're praying to the poker gods.
We are heads up for all the marbles here. 415.5 is the first place. 229.3 the second. I would just say that up to this point, I think in terms of intuition and negotiation and understanding the intricacies of interpersonal communications,
Yeah.
I would give the edge to Bart. But heads-up poker is heads-up poker and will favor the more experienced player, no matter how much experience you have in the boardroom. At this point, you have to ask, has Bart come in with enough chips to negate that edge that I think Don would have at this point?
I would say absolutely. But I will tell you this. This kid wants to be the champion.
Well, and
Here
well, look
we
at
go.
this. Here we go.
One
It's
hand.
all in one hand.
It's about, I think Tickleman's probably about a 170 favorite.
Yeah.
About 62-38 is a guess.
Oh, we're going to find out here.
Can we see the...
I'll put the stats up here in a second.
Guess is 62-38.
We're going to see. It doesn't do it'll do once the flops hit.
Oh, okay.
And here it comes. Ace, tray, 4. And look at this.
He's made a
Mr.
pair.
Tickleman's made a pair.
He still needs... It's the same as before. We still
Yeah,
need a
no
queen or an
different.
8.
There is the king.
And that's it. And we have a
That's
champion.
it. It's done.
Bart Tickleman is the champion.
Bart Tickleman, one-handed into the heads-up match is all she wrote. And Bart Tickleman, Elmo, hugs his wife, will take home $415,000. And you know, for this guy, that's probably not life-changing money.
No,
but I think the
but it's
experience is life-changing
That's
for
exactly
him.
right. It's a life-changing victory.
Absolutely.
It's,
Well, we are going to, if Donald Nicholson will come in, we'll do a quick interview with Donald here.
Okay.
And then we'll go out and we'll talk to our champion, our World Series of Poker Circuit champion, Bart Tickleman. And I will now refrain from calling him Elmo. Really an unlikely champion, and for all the right reasons.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. But again, I like. I mean, Donald recognizes. You know, he just had to double up, right? Queen, king, any face will do. All in.
Bart Tickleman, the 2008 Tunica World Series of Poker Circuit champion.
Good stuff.
He's got
Well,
a new ring for that finger.
Yes, he does. And
Put the ring on, Bart.
I don't quite know why they're doing all this now, but all right. Well, we're going to go out and interview our winner for the presentation and the ring presentation shortly. In the meantime, I don't know if Donald's going to want to come in and interview. He may be not really in the mood. So why don't we take a quick commercial break, and we'll come back, and we'll either be with our runner-up or our winner. We'll be right back here at WorldSeriesOfPoker.com. All right, well, we welcome you back to the World Series of Poker Circuit event here in Tunica, Mississippi, and we have with us our runner-up, Donald Nicholson, better known to those that play with him. I guess it has to be online as something like a Chief Firehead. Where does that come from?
There's two other players that we travel with. We call ourselves the Tripod, and my one buddy he just nicknamed me Chief Firehead.
No, when you're talking about Tripod, let's not go any further.
All right, we'll just leave that one there. Well, Donald, from our perspective anyway, a thrilling final table. Started off a little slow, just blew up at the end. Great play, moves, great hands, people making the right reads and getting the wrong result. Or everything we could want as fans of the game. From your perspective, runner-up position, how are you feeling about this right now?
I feel okay about it. I didn't have any chips. I got lucky to be heads up. The two giant chip stacks decided they wanted to play for their whole stacks for some unknown reason. So I got lucky to be heads up. I feel we all were even three-handed. I won a pot, double up with sixes, and I really thought that I was going to take off between the three of us.
Right, we did too.
I felt I was so much better.
Absolutely.
I mean, infinitely better. But part of the problem was, and it was the same problem I had when the blinds were even smaller, they would not play. To their credit, knowing their weaknesses, they would make me play a big pot or they would not play.
Right.
And, that's to their credit because if they didn't know any better and would try to play flops with me, then they would lose. some of your skill is just knowing what your weakness is and doing, what you have to do to compensate for it.
Right, and that's exactly what we noticed here in the booth is that, Bart may not be the best poker player, but Bart's presence was felt at the table from his business-like posture. And I have a question about a hand that you played. There was a big hand that came about, and it was the flop was King 6-9, and it was a big pot, and it ended up on the river that he moved all in on you, and you wanted to call. You in your gut, you knew you had the best hand, and you wanted to call. And I just want to know, what went through your mind when?
And what did you have? Because you didn't show.
Yeah, we never saw. We never saw.
I have 7-8 of spades. The flop
Right.
comes King 9-6, 2 diamonds, 1 spade. Bart leads out. He limps for the first time ever. Complete small blind. Completely uncharacteristic.
Right.
So, and I got 7-8 of spades. Normally, I would have just popped them up right there. Just take it away. But my hand's so fun to play. I was like, well, let's play a pot.
And try to win a big pot.
Yeah,
I agree.
All
yeah.
right. So King 9-6, dream flop. Okay, Bart comes out swinging 100,000. Well, I'm like, okay, I don't want to raise, because Bart, if he has maybe King 8 for all I know.
Right. You don't want to shut yourself out.
Exactly.
You want to have the chance to bust him.
Exactly. I don't want him to re-raise me off my hand. I'm not willing to go broke right there with 8 high on a straight draw. If I'm going to call him one time, hopefully he's going to shut down on the turn anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because he's not a strong player like that
Right.
post-flop.
Exactly.
Not post-flop.
That's exactly
strong
what we were
player.
talking about, is that you were going to get even in chips and try to get them to
So
play
I
after
just
the
called
flop.
100, which was a fairly large bet, but we're both fairly deep. So the turn pairs the king of spades. So now I pick up the spade draw. So I got.
Oh wow.
Open-ended.
So now I got theoretically a 15 outer.
Right.
Depending. Now I don't think he has a king. He bets out. Then he bets out 200,000. So now I'm tanking. I tank forever right there, because I'm like, if he has another king, me moving all in on him suicidal.
Exactly.
15 outs it doesn't matter. You got 3 kings. He's not folding first of all. And there's no. So I'm trying to think, what hand can he still bet into me that I can raise him off of?
Right.
I'm like, does he have a 9? The 9, but then I'm like, he also limp smooth call from the spot. Does he have aces? Did he try to get cute with aces or something right here? Is there a hand that I can raise him off to? Because I'm doing anything, I'm trying to find any reason to shove, to pop it up. Because I know if he doesn't have the king, it's going to be an extremely difficult call for him to make on that board. When I just smooth call, king pairs off, he leads into me, and then I slam him, come over the top 400,000.
Right.
But then I'm like, if I come over the top 400,000 and he moves in, I'm probably going to have to go with it. I'm probably going to still have to call on that draw, unless I'm convinced he has 3 kings.
Right, because you've priced yourself in.
Exactly.
Yeah, folks out there, I want you guys to know that these are the things, all these thoughts are the thoughts that go through a seasoned pro's head when they're in a hand. It's like a single little pot turns into all these many thoughts and all this stuff going through your head. And I applaud you for that, man. You played great. You showed a lot of heart, and you thought, and it was an amazing tournament run for you. And I'm sorry you couldn't get out there for the win, but you will, and you have a bright future ahead of you, whether it's in the courtroom or on the poker table.
I also overheard you saying that you have to be in school tomorrow morning.
Got class tomorrow morning. Yep.
Well,
take the day off.
Take the day off.
I took today off. I had to miss the day. But it'll be all right.
You got some lunch money.
I mean, I've been a poker player for 4 years. Law school's for it part-time. So, but it's all right.
Well, Donald, want to congratulate you. Wish you all the best going forward.
Appreciate
it. Thank you so much for your participation here. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing you at many more final tables.
All right.
We're going to take a break, very quick one. We're going to go out to the final table, interview our winner, Mr. Bart Tickleman. We'll be right back. Back to the Grand Casino Tunica right here. We're standing right by the final table, and we have a winner of the World Series of Poker circuit event, Mr. Bart Tickleman. Bart, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Nick.
And before we start talking about this win, this very exciting win, I might add, let's get to the presentation and go to Mr. Robert McGovern, the Mid-South Regional Poker Room Manager of Harris Entertainment. Is that right, Robert? Did I get that right?
You get that right. Bart, congratulations. On behalf of Jimmy Summerfield and my entire staff, once again, congratulations. I'd like to present you with the championship ring.
Wow. Awesome. Beautiful. Beautiful. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Bart. Let's get to this. First of all, again, congratulations. Having watched most of the hands with your cards, obviously we were privileged to be able to see your whole cards throughout this event. You got a lot of good cards, yes. But the pivotal plays that you made at this table to win this ring, you didn't have such great cards. Let's talk about one hand in particular, the hand, probably the swing hand of the evening here for you. I believe you had 6-4, is that right? Talk us through that hand.
Well, I just assumed that Donald was doing a button raise, and I called with suited connectors, which is pretty easy call to make, and I hit a pair, and I had not been limping much today. I was really raising every hand that I played, and so I felt that I was really sending a message to Donald that I had a hand that might be big, and when I placed the bet on the turn, I sensed that he wasn't as confident as he might be. So when I pushed on the river, I was obviously hoping he was going to fold, but I have no idea what he had. But I didn't think that he could. I didn't think he says he's a professional. He's been playing professionally for 4 years. I'm a guy who got in on a satellite. An older white guy, and when I fired 3 barrels, I just didn't think he didn't think I would do it, so it worked.
Well, he was open-ended both ways, flush and straight draw. So it was a very interesting hand unfolding. We just spoke to him specifically about that hand. Very much the swing hand here. You were also blessed with a lot of very good cards.
Oh, I had no question. I got lucky in terms of getting some nice cards. But it's funny how this game works. I got very lucky in the first 6 levels, first 6 hours. I was the chip leader after 6 levels. I got some big hands, and then I went totally card dead for 8 levels, 8 hours, where I had kings twice, and that was the only pocket pair above a 9 for 8 hours. I didn't get paid off either time. I got down to 35,000 chips on Sunday. Tom Snyder doubled me up twice to get me back to a reasonable level. And then from there, it was just looking for opportunities to pick up a pot every once in a while. So, and then tonight, things came back my way after 8 hours. So it's just the way the poker gods work. It was the cards came to me when I needed to get lucky. So.
Well, we were talking earlier during one of the breaks, and you were mentioning that this was the largest tournament you'd ever entered in, that you'd played a mega to get here, and that usually you play the 2-5 cash games about your uppermost limit. It seemed today, even though perhaps from the poker perspective you came in with less experience than most, when it came to the long haul here at the table, and that certain intuition that you needed to have about people, that perhaps your many years in the boardroom made up for a substantial number of years at the poker table.
Well, there's no question that my early days in business was in sales and sales management. In the last 15 years in general management, you develop a feel and an intuition in dealing with people. And I don't have a lot of experience playing live, but there's no question that being able to see people, see how they react, adds a whole extra dimension to the game, which makes it really much more interesting than just playing on the internet.
Well, $415,000, not too bad. We could run out and play video poker if you want right at the end, but probably not. I think your wife's here. She'd probably stop you.
She's already starting to spend it, so...
Okay, well, that's good. And a massive, massive win. Probably even more than the money. I know the money is a lot, but the ring, the success at the table, you have, I'm sure, now been fully bitten by the poker bug.
Oh, I don't know. Harris put on a wonderful dinner for the final table people last night, and we had a very nice dinner here in the fabulous restaurant that they had in the casino. And I was teasing Jordan Rich because he was saying that he'd made 4 final tables out of the 5 major events he's played, and I said, well, I've made 1 final table with 1 event, and so if I retire, I'll have 100 batting 1,000, which he could never match. So.
Go out on top, right? Yeah. Well, congratulations. Just one last question. What is next for you in poker?
I can't answer that question right now. Clearly it's a fabulous game. I love the game. It's one of really 3 pastimes I have. So it's not something that I'm going to do full time by any means. It's something I enjoy a lot. It's got a lot of excitement in it. But for me, it's not something I'm going to do full time for sure.
So are we likely to see you out in Las Vegas for the World Series?
Well, I understand I get a seat in the World Series, so I suspect that I can screw up some air miles to get out there to make it. So.
Well, good luck. We look forward to seeing you there. I predict you'll have a great run there as well. Congratulations. Our champion, Mr. Bart Tickleman. And that's going to wrap up our broadcast here from Tunica. I want to thank everybody here at the Grand Casino, all the fine folks at Harrah's Entertainment, and, of course, our Bluff Media crew. Well, you see them all around you. We got Gloria Balding, Matt Shapen, we got Randy, we got Nick, we got Mark Rizzo, we got everybody, and all the folks back in Atlanta and Los Angeles. Want to thank them for their help. And the next event is February the 7th. I think we'll be broadcasting. It is February the 7th? February the 7th from Rincon. Harrah's Rincon in North San Diego will be there bringing you that circuit event. And check worldseriesofpoker.com for all the listings of upcoming broadcasts at the circuit events. And, of course, we'll be bringing you many events from the 39th Annual World Series of Poker. For me, Nick Eber, I'd like to thank Tom Schneider, Josh Aryeh for their help in the booth. And I will see you at Rincon.